Welcome to Giant Bomb's after E3 2016 coverage. We are on night 2, which follows day 2, I think. I'm Jeff Gerstmann, joined by Brad Shoemaker, and we're joined by Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox.
Hey everybody, how you doing?
Doing all right. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for. I always enjoy coming on the show. You guys keep a lively dialogue. You're always straight to the point.
That's
appreciate that.
a charitable way of putting it.
No, you're professionals. You're very good at this.
Well, no, I don't know about that, but
Come
we try to we try. It's great to have you back.
Thanks.
Hot off the heels of
Sans Kudo.
Kudo's. He's got web browsers to handle.
He's important now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish Kudo was here so we could just try to can we get a Def Jam Icon sequel made? Can we make that happen?
There you go.
What are we doing?
Now Fight Night. That would be a nice.
Army Ben Air Attack. We back to get back to what matters here. Yeah. So, I was going to say big show for you, but obviously every year you've got big announcements to bring. But this year felt a little different. Kind of just going back to some of the stuff from the spring showcase when you started talking a little bit about making some moves around the Xbox kind of brand or platform of services and all that sort of stuff. It feels like this was the press conference where you really kind of say like, okay, now we're going to lay out the roadmap for how this stuff's going to start to happen. Yeah,
it's been a long kind of journey. I actually started like in January of 15 when we started talking about DirectX on both console, DirectX 12 on console and Win 10, then bringing Xbox Live to both console and Win 10, talking about crossplay like with the IDARB guys and other people.
Right.
Charla bringing the ID at Xbox program to both Windows and Xbox and starting to ship more of our first-party games on both Windows and console Xbox. This was a nice moment for us at the briefing. This leadership team, since we've been in place, we've been this is the first time we've introduced hardware.
Yeah.
And I was proud to be on stage representing the great work that the teams have been doing and talking about Xbox One S and Project Scorpio and all the great games we had.
Yeah, so it's the announcement seemed pretty clear at the time. It sounds like after the fact there's been a little bit of information kind of swirling around about the capabilities of the different boxes.
Yeah, we should talk about that and try to clarify some stuff.
So it seems like I guess it was Rod Ferguson confirmed to Polygon that the Xbox One S would actually be slightly more powerful than a base level Xbox One.
Yeah, let me talk about
that by design? Or?
Well, so what happens when, even on the original Xbox One that we shipped, over the life of it, we will upgrade different components in the box,
right?
Because it's like availability or the manufacturers of the drives or something that will give us a new model and we'll put it in.
A little cheaper to build or a little bit
like
better,
that.
easier to
bandwidth
source.
On things on any of the generations of our console can go up and down a little bit. I'll say Xbox One S was designed, let me put HDR kind of over here.
Yeah.
But Xbox One S was designed to run your Xbox One games the same way your original Xbox does.
Yeah.
I think what Rod was talking about specific to Gears, there's some things that happen that actually make his Gears the Gears build like right now, run a little better on Xbox One S than on Xbox One. We're not done with the game when it lands. Yeah. The thing I want to make clear to people is they shouldn't buy an Xbox One S thinking it's going to run Xbox One games faster.
Right.
Because we didn't design it to do that. It is an Xbox One S. There are marginal differences in all the hardware, but it's an Xbox One. And it's Xbox One, that's how it runs the games. Now we have HDR, so it will support high dynamic range for 1K games, if I want to call them Xbox One games.
Right.
And you'll get that in Gears, you'll get that in Scalebound, you'll get that in Forza Horizon. So it actually does run the games from that perspective a little better. If you don't have an HDR TV, you obviously won't see that.
Sure.
So, but I don't want anybody thinking the Xbox One S is some kind of performance improvement over the Xbox One, because it really wasn't designed to do that.
Okay, but Project Scorpio that's when we get into teraflops. That's when we get into going over the top and saying, let's put out the most powerful console on the block.
Yeah. We, as I've shared in different places, we've been doing more work on PC, and we recently shipped Forza Motorsport Apex.
Right.
6 Apex on PC running at 4K. And we've been looking at what it takes to run these games at 4K on PC, and we wanted to bring that capability to console. And as we were looking at the device capability you need, it was really 6 teraflops that we had to go hit in order to hit real high resolution, high fidelity VR, or high fidelity 4K experiences. I'll get to VR in a second.
Yeah.
And so that we designed a spec around 6 teraflops. We looked at what we could get done this year, whether we could actually hit that spec with a hardware refresh this year. We couldn't. So instead of putting out something less than 6 teraflops this year, because 4K I think really is the next step between the HD that we have now and the next step.
Those TVs are not much more expensive
That's
than
exactly right.
any other 1080 TV.
Yeah,
you know?
so we designed around 6 teraflops. It was interesting, as we were doing that, we started talking to people like Todd Howard, who you saw in our video around the announce the Scorpio, around VR, and really what they needed to bring the console-like experience you get in a game like Fallout to VR. And 6 teraflops, we made some slight changes in terms of memory bandwidth and stuff to make sure that we were also a great platform for high-fidelity VR experiences that a console player would expect. And I want to clarify one thing, because this is something I said yesterday around if you don't have a 4K TV, what do you do with Scorpio? To me, this is really around our motivation. Our motivation with Project Scorpio was with 4K coming, as you said, you see the TVs out there. We designed this console for that. And if you've got a 1K TV, and if you already have an Xbox One, that's what I said, don't go buy an Xbox One S thinking your games are going to play better. It's not for, if you like the design or you want the 4K streaming, great. HDR, great. But I'm not trying to upgrade you there. Scorpio is more powerful than the original Xbox, 4.5 times. And the 6 teraflops actually will obviously impact the games and the way they play.
Upcoming games. This isn't necessarily like, you're not going to like suddenly get better performance out of any disc you put in the system.
It's a great question. If you look at a game like Halo 5 implements something called dynamic scaling. So as scenes get more complex, in order to maintain 60 frames per second, they will actually change the resolution that you're running at. And they're not the only game that does this.
Right.
So then if you run that game on Project Scorpio, you're actually going to be at the max frame rate of that game more often. So and now, again, I'm not going to put that as a top selling feature of Scorpio, because it's not all games use dynamic scaling. I'm trying to be transparent with people about where we are in the design of Project Scorpio and what it was designed for. It was designed in order to enable these high-fidelity 4K experiences. So some of the existing games will actually run a little better if they're using dynamic scaling. But I wouldn't buy Scorpio to run your existing library of Xbox One games.
Get a little bit more performance out of Halo 5 is probably not a
No, I wouldn't suggest somebody does that. And then I get the question, well, if you have a HD TV and you don't have a 4K TV, should you go buy Project Scorpio? And I guess some people will do that, and obviously Scorpio is going to be running the 6 teraflop version of a game.
Right.
And that version of a game, even when downsampled to HD, will look different than the game running at 1080p.
Right.
But I still think of the complete Scorpio experience as somebody that has a 4K TV with Scorpio plugged into it. To take Scorpio and then plug it into an HD TV, to me, feels like you're taking a 4K frame buffer and down-resing it to show it on your TV. And the box will have downsampling. Like, it will obviously show up on an HD TV. But the real design point for us, the motivation behind Scorpio, was 4K gaming, 6 teraflops. Some developers will take advantage of that 6 teraflops in different ways, but that was really the design point for Project Scorpio, and the reaction of the dev community and, frankly, the fans here at E3 has been fantastic.
That's actually something that I was curious about when you talk about 4K being the emphasis of that thing, but will there be any mandate coming out of Microsoft toward developers saying, like, you guys should really focus on 4K here, or is it carte blanche for them to pursue that extra
if they want to just have a 1K frame buffer and then up-res to 4K and take advantage of
use that
power in a different way.
In other ways,
We'll absolutely be open to that. I mean, we're going to talk more specifics about Project Scorpio, so we'll get into more of the details. But I think creative freedom and how you want to use the power of the box is something that I always support. I came from first party, as you guys know, so. Putting the right tools in the hands of the creators, the best creators, is our job as the platform. One thing, though, that we should make sure everybody understands, every game that comes out in the Xbox One family will run on the original Xbox, Xbox One S, and Scorpio. So we have had some questions, are there going to be Scorpio exclusive games?
Right.
No, the line of games you're going to get to play is the same, regardless of which one of the Xbox One S
and it's
console
not
games.
It's not two SKUs. It's not two separate downloads. Is it? Is it kind of just the same package will just run on everything?
Yeah, and again, we'll go through more details on this stuff as we get further along. But yeah, this is not you're not buying a different game, right? In fact, if you think about what we announced on stage at E3 relative to Windows and Xbox with crossplay and cross-buy, Xbox Play Anywhere, we basically announced you buy the game one time, you're able to play it on your Windows 10 PC or your Xbox. And because I really think about building your library of Xbox games and be able to play them wherever you are. That's kind of a core tenet that we've had inside the organization. It's what drove us to do backward compatibility last year. You should be able to play your games on the devices that will play them. When you sit down, you log in, you get access to your library, download and play. And we'll think about Xbox One family exactly the same way.
Yeah, so I guess then you kind of have that next pillar or that next tier up, I guess, or alongside Scorpio, where it is literally the PC.
That's right.
And this is where the approach gets even, I guess, maybe complicated is not the word. I mean, you're offering a lot of options for people. As someone who's already built a pretty substantial PC, I get to a point where I'm like, okay, great. Like it's great to know that I can play those games at these resolutions on this monitor. Like really get the performance out of it.
Yeah, that's you're the kind of customer that when we looked at and we got a lot of feedback from our console customers. A lot of them also have good Windows gaming rigs, and you end up with this weird decision where, okay, let me think of of a recent game. I'll take Battlefield, right? Because Battlefield come out on PC, it does well on PC. Yeah. So you end up making this decision of, okay, where are all my friends going to play?
Right.
Are they going to play over here on console? So then I'll go buy whether it's a PlayStation version or an Xbox version, or am I going to buy the version from Steam because all my friends, or in this case Origin, because all my friends are going to play on the PC? And I just think it's this weird fork in the, hey, let me guess where my friends are going to go play.
Right.
Now, we're not dictating Xbox Play Anywhere for third-party games. I don't have the power to do that. But we want to lead with our first party and say, hey, when a game like Halo Wars comes out or when a game like Gears comes out, you're going to have to pick on whether your Windows friends are going to buy it or your console friends are going to buy it. You just buy the game and know that you can play. And if you're sitting in front of your monster PC rig and you want to run with unbound frame rate and kind of go, if you happen to be me sitting my butt in front of the couch with a controller in my hand, I want to play on the console, I'll do that. And really make it about you, your choice on where you want to play and the games that you want to play, and less about this kind of decision on, well, I bought it over here, so I can't play over there.
Right. So that led to, there was a little bit, some of the details around that with Gears of War 4 seemed that maybe some of that kind of cross-play was limited to certain modes. It sounded like that it was just kind of a listing off the cooperative modes.
Yeah.
And not necessarily, I mean, I get mouse and keyboard,
that's
very different thing.
Yeah.
So is that something where, would a developer be able to, I guess, is the developer making those decisions themselves, or is that, okay.
Yeah, so you can only influence Mr. Rod Ferguson so much, but as somebody who plays a lot of games, somebody who's been involved in game creation for quite a while, I've said, in co-op modes, the fact that your rotation speed might be faster than mine, I mean, like, who really cares?
Yeah.
We're playing together. We're all working together. And I might even say my bias would be, even in kind of casual competitive modes, if we just want to play together, just let us play together.
Right.
But I mean, game schedules and the design ideas of the creators, those things to me are the most important. So I want to put the tools in place with Xbox Live so that if a creator says, fine, keyboard and mouse controller, you guys just go and play, and you can Rocket League it as much as you guys want, or if they want to have real strict PvP competitive modes where it's either keyboard versus keyboard or controller versus controller, great, you guys go create those hoppers and go. I want to put the tools in the hands of the creators, and they'll make the decisions.
And it seems like in that case, like even in a case like Gears 4, though maybe they're not going to make this decision, it could be the case where, like, if you're using a controller on the PC, you could get into those hoppers.
That's right. And I think, as we work through this and we get feedback from customers on what they want to see, we're going to be responsive to that. We're at the beginning of a lot of things in trying to continue with our vision of your choice on where you want to play, who you want to play with. I like that we can even have the discussion as somebody who ships Shadowrun, and we're kind of working through all of those balance issues. This
has been the plan all along, right? It's like just sitting there on the Shadowrun.
What's it been, like 6 years
get it
or
back
something?
Around.
We're getting there. We're almost there.
Every game must have a healing tree that grows. That's my mandate. Go.
I love that healing tree. That was one of the better features. No, honestly, Shadowrun should have been an RPG and should have not been a shooter. But the Shadowrun is an RPG IP. But we're gonna work. We're gonna learn. We learn by doing. We learned a lot, frankly, from the Rocket League team as we were just working on cross-network play. Right. And they came to us and said, hey, for these kind of games that do well on a lot of platforms but aren't selling 20 million units on each platform, having these segmented shards of players doesn't make it great for matchmaking. So they came and asked us about cross-network play, and I wasn't in the role when some decisions were made around not wanting this as a policy in Xbox Live, but I looked at it, and as a game creator, it made complete sense to me that we should be able to link the networks together.
Absolutely.
So, and the Valve guys, who we know really well, have been very supportive of that. It's great to see that, and I hope it continues.
Yeah. So when I think about a platform holder, when I think about Nintendo and Sony with the PlayStation and Microsoft with the Xbox, you tend to think about it in terms of installed base and selling boxes and putting out the big first-party games to move the units and
I think
build that base.
It was a good E3 for first-party games, actually.
I agree. Yeah. But now with the messaging being like, hey, you're going to be able to play a lot of these games on the PC. That just seems like such a fundamental shift. I mean, not only. I mean, a lot of things are changing, right? I mean, Sony's obviously working on what it's working on.
Yeah.
And we're.
They invited me over. I played the PSVR games today. I had a good time with them.
Yeah. But they have their kind of upgraded hardware.
Oh yeah.
As long as well as
Neo.
Yeah, Neo. Yeah. It's just rolls off the tongue.
I feel like this E3
Morpheus,
is like
Neo.
Yeah, this E3 is like battle of the project code names. Like Scorpio versus Neo.
Scorpio sounds like dude with stubble, eye patch, Scorpio. Like it's just a great. It's a good code name. It's a great code name.
You got that right.
Everything else. No. But I guess it really feels like everything is kind of on the table again with regards to that. It's like we're not waiting for the full cycle to complete to roll out new hardware that is not compatible with the old hardware and all this other stuff. So what does your role then become in a world where maybe just selling boxes, physical Xboxes, isn't as important anymore?
Yeah, I love that. I mean, just listening to you go through the thought process, because it's the same thought process we've been going through. When we talk about the health of the Xbox business right now, we talk about this thing called monthly active users.
Right.
And I know I get a lot of snark back that I'm just trying to dodge an install base number versus install base number with PlayStation 4. I don't think anybody with a calculator can kind of figure out they've sold more consoles than we have.
Yeah.
But when I think about the health of our business, it's how many people are playing games, connecting, buying games, obviously from a business standpoint. And I'll get the Twitter comments of thanks for putting all your games on PC. Now I don't have to buy one of your Xbox Ones.
Yeah, and they think that's coming off as snide, but
like
I
they
suspect
figured out
you're
a
like,
hole in my strategy.
You're like, no, yes,
Dang,
exactly,
I hadn't thought of it. And I'm kind of more of the sentiment, thanks for playing our games. And I think the experience of playing on a console, there's some uniqueness in that in terms of I hit a button, a nice little sound plays, it comes up, it boots into a UI that's meant to be controlled with a controller.
Right.
It's usually on my television 10 feet away from me or so, and that's a different experience, not better or worse than playing on a PC. It's just a different experience. And as Microsoft, obviously, we care a ton about Windows, and gaming on Windows is something that my team is very focused on now. So I looked at the health of both of these and said, if we get into this world where, as an Xbox business, we look at people playing on PC as somehow detrimental to our Xbox business, we'll never do a good job.
Sure.
I lived through that. It was called Games for Windows Live. Right? And the problem with Games for Windows Live is the Xbox team looked at those users, and it was always, how can we get them to buy an Xbox? And I don't want to be about that. So if I then put out, hey, how are we doing on a unit basis versus PlayStation 4? I'm actually reinforcing something that isn't how we're driving the business at a fundamental level. At a fundamental level, this is about building the best games we can, like Quantum Break, and building the best.
It was a fun TV show with some video game in the middle of it.
Here we go.
Right? Yeah.
We're going to throw down right here. We're going to throw down. No, building the best games we can. And I loved our lineup this year. We had 4 big games that are coming with obviously Forza and Gears and Dead Rising, and our indie lineup is very strong. Recore was coming as well. We got great lineup next year. Continuing to build out our features on Xbox Live. I thought Mike did a nice job talking about clubs and arena and looking for group and features that we're adding as we continue to add data centers.
Getting people together that might not just curse at each other into
That's
a microphone, like-minded people. And
no, it's a little bit of a sideways, but I want to take a second on that one because I've said this before. I'm a father of 2 daughters, and I think about Friday night. My daughters like to play games. Do I really want to put them on Xbox Live? And as we thought about gaming for everybody, creating an environment where everybody feels that they have the gaming experience they want, clubs was something, and looking for group, kind of the intersection of these two things. I'm old dads that go to bed at 10. That's my club. So, if you want to play games till midnight, that's not the club I'm in.
Yeah.
But I wanted people to be able to create communities on Xbox Live. And it doesn't have to be restrictive communities. It could be people in LA that like to play Destiny, right? It could be, it could be game-based things, but this idea that I can create a sphere on Xbox Live of people that I'm comfortable playing with, that I get to choose who I want to play with, and I can use that as my matchmaking group. To us as the platform holder, that was an important thing for us to go do, and I hope it takes off.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a problem worth solving. I'm a very foul-mouthed person. But
I haven't noticed that so far.
It's early in the night. Okay. We give it a little bit. We'll see how it goes. But even I have taken to a point where I'm just like, I just don't wear a microphone playing any game anymore.
Yeah.
I installed Overwatch on the PC and immediately looked for ways to disable all communications.
Yeah.
So it's I just don't want to hear from people.
I know.
And it's sad.
It is.
You think about gaming as like this social thing, and now it's only if you're playing with friends in real life.
Yeah.
Can you have that voice chat, because
that is exactly what we're trying to solve, right? You're either people I really know or everyone, and we said, hey, can we create this cohort that somehow is selected that actually has a governance model, so you can have private clubs where you actually have to get in people as moderators can move you out of the club if you're breaking the rules, with persistent message boards and stuff, so you actually can know what's going on in the club. And I'm not going to say it's going to be perfect, but as it comes out, but we're going to learn, and I like that we're doing that. But anyway, the game's on top of the service with the hardware, and if that hardware where people are running those happens to be a great Windows PC, I absolutely want to embrace that. Yeah. And so it's important that we bring our first-party games to Windows then. And Xbox Play Anywhere felt like a good feature for the people who have a console and a PC. If you only have a PC and you never have a console, Play Anywhere will give you a bigger base of people to play with on most games. But it's obviously not the value of I can also play on a console. But getting back to the original point of, that's what's motivating us, is to get a lot of people together playing games, and it's not just can I outsell Sean and Andy's console, because they're doing a really good job with their business, and as a member of the game industry, I'm proud of the success that all of us are having right now.
It's been neat to see. I feel like at the start of this generation, the questions were like, do people want consoles?
You're absolutely right.
And to see oh wait, no, people totally want consoles.
I say that over and over. 5 years ago when I was here and I was running first party, it was isn't everybody just playing games on your phone?
Yeah.
What are these kind of weird devices that I plug into my
television? Who would even hook this up?
Yeah, exactly. And now Sony's killing it with the PlayStation 4. We're selling a lot more Xbox Ones than we were 360s at this point in the generation, and Nintendo's getting ready to come out with an X, and I'm incredibly excited to see what they're going to do. So. It just feels like a really good, healthy time for the industry. Competition's good. It kind of keeps all of us driving, doing forward. Things like Neo, things like Scorpio.
Yeah.
I think this is all us trying to innovate and find ways of making that gaming experience better, and that just feels like it's a good thing.
Yeah, and it seems like, in addition to those options, for players, it seems like it gives you some pretty good options. Should we ever get to a point where people maybe decide, maybe consoles aren't really the thing anymore, you're on the PC.
Yeah,
you're out there doing other things.
I'm very committed to the console space. I'll say, not that it's about my personal taste. I play most of my time on this dang Destiny game on Xbox, and I love the experience on the television and what it is, and I think it's going to be healthy for a long time. But you're right. This lets the customer choose if they want to take a PC and plug it into their television and have it act like a console. Like Origin does a really nice job making a lot of the PCs that are the kind of that form factor that I want in my family. But it's one of the reasons we added Bluetooth to our new controller.
Right, yeah.
Because we said, hey, and that's the one that sold with the Xbox One S, is and the customization line that we've with Design Labs. These are all Bluetooth that can bind to your PC or using the Xbox wireless, so you can use the same control back and forth.
Do you foresee an updated Elite controller, putting Bluetooth in there?
We've had a lot of success with Elite, and
that's what I've got hooked up to my PC right now. It's a great controller.
You know, I think absolutely. I think we're long on the Elite line of controllers. We don't have anything to talk about now.
Yeah.
I'm really happy with the quality and the response that we've received from the one that's in market. But it's something, having a top controller, something that for the premium of the people who play a lot of games and want the absolute best, is something I think we should always have in our line.
Yeah. You're talking about VR.
Yeah.
Microsoft in vague terms.
In vague terms, we had Palmer on last night.
Oh, how do you do?
Good. Great.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He was what, on Ubi's stage?
Playing Eagle Flight.
Yeah.
Killing people, just going nuts.
Eagle Flight and killing people.
Yeah.
I missed it. I should have seen that.
And
Palmer's a good guy.
I just, you guys have obviously put the Xbox One controller in the box with the Rift. So you've got a partnership there.
Yeah.
Microsoft not necessarily in the VR headset business. Do you think that, am I going to be able to plug my Rift into a Scorpio?
So as I said, when we were going through the design of Scorpio from a technical standpoint, obviously the advent of, I think PC is the best place for VR right now. I've said that over and over. I think PC offers the ability to, and you see it, plug a device into this high compute powered machine. I can get my own compiler. I can hand you a thumb drive with the game. Like, it's all of these things that really are such a great enabler for the innovation that we've always seen in the PC, games and non-games.
Especially in these early days.
Yeah,
where it literally is like, hey, I just coded this, try this out.
Right.
Tons of
Does this make you sick, yes or no?
That's because we're so early, right? It's so early in the VR space. And if I've said I think it's too early to try to verticalize in a closed ecosystem VR, and I know that seems like a shot. I'm just like, as somebody who's been in this industry for a while, watch where we are with VR. I think VR has a strong history in front of it. It's not 3D TV. It's nothing that's going to go away. I think it has a real place. What the actual experiences will be that make VR something that, for everyone, I don't think we know yet. That's not a criticism. We just don't know yet. I don't think it's going to be a literal translation of games I play on a 2D screen into a 3D world. I think, just like TV early on was us filming a play, and it turns out TV is not filming a play. It's something different. And I think we'll learn the same thing about VR. And I love the PC space because the innovation is just so strong. We were in Taipei a couple weeks ago at Computex, and we must have seen 40 different head-mounted displays in development for hardware manufacturers. Yeah. And we introduced the notion of Windows holographic that we built for HoloLens is now in Windows, so any of those hardware manufacturers can just use that. Yeah, so they don't have to go write their own API. It's just built in. There's nothing that we do. Just go, because we love the innovation that we want to see in software and hardware, frankly. I think both. So when we designed Scorpio, I'm watching what's happening on Windows. We're talking to Oculus. We're talking to Valve all the time about what's going on in HTC, all these guys at Computex. We don't have anything to say right now about what's going to happen with VR on Scorpio, but it was designed to be a high-fidelity VR box. The 6 teraflops is from talking to people like Todd about Fallout VR and what he needed. It seemed like a good console-like spec for that level of functionality, and we'll have more to say.
I feel like Fallout could use all the power it can get on
any device.
On any device, right? Just throw as much hardware as you can.
Exactly. And for these, you talked about comfort level and stuff. We know that frame rate's important there.
Sure.
PC is just such a great spot for that. The fact that our Xbox One line actually at its core is running on Windows 10 definitely gives us some ability to watch what's going on in the PC space and at the right time lock on something that we think will be appropriate for console and Scorpio. And I think you'll hear more from us in the future about that.
Yeah. A lot of this stuff seems like a long time coming, I guess, but it was only that spring showcase when, there was other kind of talking about UWP and some of the existing limitations of games running on that platform.
And we
back
have
then.
more work
it sounds
to do
like,
there.
Yeah, but it sounds like that's you are working to address that stuff.
We are. I think early with UWP, there was some concern, and there's still some concern. I talk to my friend Mr. Sweeney all the time. There's still definitely concern that UWP and our store are somehow linked in a way that is nefarious. And it's not. We showed at Build the ability to basically double-click on an Apex on a desktop and have a UWP installed in a PC with no store interaction at all. Yeah. We want to enable UWP on console. We showed how that's coming with apps and the ability to turn your Xbox into a dev kit just with a couple clicks. But we're early, and the feedback is great. Even us launching things in our own Windows store, they all haven't gone swimmingly, right? Some of them have gone well. Yeah. Forza did well. Quantum wasn't our best PC release. KI did well on PC. I'd say Gears Ultimate Edition was okay. We definitely learned there. Things like VSync, the G-Sync, FreeSync work that we're trying to do, overlays, talking to the manufacturer, to the developers of overlays about how things need to work. Unbounded frame rate. These are all
things you never have to think about with a console. No. It's just like, we got this closed box, it's fine, we're good.
But we're in on this, and it's funny. Rod bought me this T-shirt that says we're building PC games again, and it's
that's when you know you've been around for a while.
That's right. Rod and I have worked together for quite a while, but I love it, right? And it does. The two ecosystems learn from one another. We've probably all been around when Egghead was there, and you'd go buy your PC games, and then when that whole retail segment went away, it was like, okay, the death of PC gaming, and these guys in Bellevue built this thing called Steam and kind of kept it going. And now, what's a AAA game that comes out that's not from a first party that doesn't ship on PC and do incredibly? Like, PC is incredibly healthy. Yeah. And I think making sure that console and PC, for so many of these great franchises that we see the third party shipping, and for us on first party, are shipping on both platforms, making sure that there's as much overlap for the developer as possible. Because the idea that I finish my console game and I throw it over to somebody else to port it to PC, especially since so many of these games are service-based, just really create, now I've got these two code bases that don't really meet anywhere, and I'm supporting both of them. Patches are out of sync, and it's just, we want to go and tackle that problem and try to make development of both PC and console games a little better.
So Microsoft seems like it's, really headed in this direction of, it's like it's a services company. There are a lot of different things, and Xbox with kind of getting the brand onto the PC in a lot of different ways seems to tie into that a little bit. How married are you to owning those services? I mean, Steam is incredibly popular. Would you ever foresee, you look at the way Ubi does it with having kind of a Uplay launcher that launches out of Steam, which is clunky, but you understand, like they want to have some control over the experience and capture some data along the way. And
they run that on Xbox too, right?
Right. Yeah. And EA obviously captures a lot of that stuff as well, and they're running their own platform. But I kind of, every time I talk to EA, kind of ask those questions about, like, so how's Origin going? How are you still married to it? What do you think about Steam? Because the thing we just hear from the audience over and over again is like, well, if it's not on Steam, it seems like Blizzard's the one company that gets a pass on that.
That's right. Riot does a little bit.
Well,
too.
okay, yeah, you're right.
Riot gets a little pass.
Yeah, MOBAs scare me, so try to keep Riot out of mind a little bit.
I saw Brendan; he was in our booth today.
How do you think you would ever look into putting games on Steam? Or is it more about like, hey, let's put Steam in a deeper level into the Windows 10 store or something like that? Like, would you ever think about like figuring out a way?
We sell games in Steam today.
Right, I guess like Age of Empires.
Ori we launched in Steam.
Okay, right. Yeah, you're right.
So
but with this kind of coming, big first party AAA, the stuff that's going to be coming out, do you think that still makes sense?
It definitely could. Yeah, I don't. I look at Steam today. It's on an incredible growth trajectory. It's a massive force in gaming, positive force
sometimes.
Yeah, and I think it'll be bigger a year from now than it is today, and 5 years later it'll still be bigger again, right? So, and I, as the platform holder, Windows, and my role, while we say it's head of Xbox, actually inside of Microsoft, they think of me as the head of gaming, which and so I look at Valve as an important ISV for us on Windows. They are such a critical part of gaming success on Windows. I don't think Valve's hurt by not having our first-party games in their store right now, right? I think they're doing incredibly well.
Right.
And I think we're going to learn by doing of putting our games in our store. I want to build a store. There's no doubt about that. And Gabe and Scott and Eric and I, and we have talked about this. And I think Gabe says it very well. There's going to be areas where we cooperate, and there's going to be areas that we compete, and the end result is better for gamers. So I definitely want to have inside of Windows a healthy store. And in order to exercise the issues that we've talked about in terms of some of our early launches, I think I have to put my first party stuff there. Like it's what first party, we adopted Xbox Live before anybody else on console. We're there at launch of consoles doing things that third parties won't go do. So I think we need that. Probably, but I get the same sentiment from that you hear of, hey, if you don't put it in Steam, it's not really a Windows game.
Yeah.
And I don't, Steam has earned that. Valve has earned that with the way they've treated customers, and they've been there, and I understand the Games for Windows Live 2.0 meme and how, hey, maybe we'll forget how to spell Windows again and we'll just try to trick everybody into buying an Xbox. I get that perception of people. I will tell you, as long as I'm in this job, I think about Windows and our work on Xbox as core to what we're trying to do. And I want to learn from putting our games in our store and the process of doing that, because I want to have a healthy store ecosystem. But we will ship games in Steam again. And I think the partnership between us, I had the leadership of Valve over before the show, showed them Scorpio and said, hey, here's what we're doing. I mean, they're a great partner. I know those guys incredibly well. And I think they're doing fine without Quantum Break in their store right now. And I don't know what the future holds completely, but I have no aversion to saying there's definitely no religion to say we'd never ship anything in Steam again. But I do think we have to do some work on our own and learn from that.
So with Scorpio, gosh, how many years will it have been since the launch of the Xbox One when Scorpio finally hits? Is it four at that point?
Yeah, 4. I
So
believe 2013.
17, 4, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're better at math.
I mean, obviously it's kind of hard to see that far out at this point, but do you think that this is how consoles go from here? Kind of stick to this architecture? It seems like everyone likes the architecture that they're on right now. Maybe it'll get replaced by something down the line, but do you see this as kind of the norm, that not leaving behind the previous generation of games and players, and kind of saying like, hey, like post Scorpio, another 4 years down the line maybe?
Yeah. I like the timing that you talk about, because I definitely get some people asking me, the press coming in, and have we turned it into a cell phone, and every year, every 2 years, you're going to try to sell me a new console? And I'll definitely say that is not our plan. Our plan is to find the natural inflection points in game technology that seem to resonate with people. You mentioned 4K. You see it on PC as well, right? That seems to be a common spec that people will pick. But there are games that even go beyond that now on the PC. Television seem to lock on 4K. So we looked at that as a good point for us to design around with our 6 teraflops Scorpio. The next iteration, I don't know what that will be. We talk to creators all the time. Patrick Sutherland was also in our Scorpio video, like, hey, what are you guys thinking? Is it 8K? Is it 120 hertz? 144? Like, what is the next thing?
Yeah.
But we had no timeline for that. For us right now, the focus is on 4K and what we can do with Scorpio. In terms of the compatibility, as a member of the Xbox leadership team at the launch of the original Xbox, I've said this before, I really struggled with the lack of compatibility of 360 games, just at kind of a soulful level. I said, if we're going to really go push this digital future with Xbox One, I don't understand how a customer is going to effectively trust us if we say, yeah, Xbox Live Arcade, Summer of Arcade, all that stuff, all the digital games you bought on 360, sorry, but here, start again. Like that, it didn't. So one of the first decisions we made was obviously on 360 back compat, and could we get the Code Ninjas to make it work? And I'm really happy. We have actually some good, I think, announces tomorrow that are coming out on back compat.
Great,
which will be
great.
Cool. I think it's tomorrow. But in terms of forward compatibility, that's the spirit of it. Now, I can't always predict future CPU, GPU architecture and how challenging that will be. We're going 360 is a PowerPC chip. We're going to x86 on Xbox One. We made that work. There was really nothing that said that could work, but it did.
Yeah.
As long as we're staying in the same architecture, the compatibility is something that's core to me. And maybe it's my Win32 envy, right? The fact that
you can go all the way back to
right? And maybe sometimes because of DirectX or something else, something's a little bit quirky, but
you can make it work.
You got DOSBox for that.
Yeah.
That's right. There you go. Give me the command line. I'm good.
Yeah.
But that's
Command line on Xbox One? Is that
But that's I think the sentiment in the Win32 world is when I buy a game, effectively it moves with me as I upgrade video cards and laptops or desktops and whatever I do.
Yeah.
I like that. Now, I'll be explicit with people if we get to a point where something happens where that compatibility we struggle, whether then you have to go to like a cloud solution or do you go to some kind of VM thing that runs. I don't know. But that right now, that's what we talk about as an Xbox One line.
Right.
Because in that line, I want to make sure that line that your games are with you, your live experience is with you, your save games are all there, your controller works, you move it back and forth across all of the Xbox Ones. That's kind of core to what we're trying to do.
So between Scorpio and Neo, obviously, like it is the way forward for there to now be two platforms that are kind of cross-compatible but different specs on the market at the same time. Have you guys encountered any skittishness on the part of developers about having to like manage two builds, submit two builds, like do a bunch of work on, like Jeff mentions, the closed box model of the console, like that's going away. Now they've got two targets they have to worry about. Like are you able to support them and kind of ease those fears and kind of?
I love that. You're asking absolutely the right question, and some of the. I think there's a logical question of, hey, Phil, why would you ever announce two consoles at one show? Like Xbox One S, I think is very nice, $299, beautiful console, and at the end you announce the next thing that's further out. Why didn't you wait? And clearly other people made a decision to wait. These discussions that we're having with partners now about the distribution of content, how you supporting multiple spec is something that the PC world's done for a long time.
Sure.
You got minimum spec, you got recommended spec, you kind of have unbounded spec. So you kind of pick, frankly, video card sweet spots where you look at the volume of the video cards that sold in CPUs and you say, oh, okay, this seems like one where there's millions of customers and there's clumped of millions of customers here. Now we're going to have two in the console. We'll obviously have Xbox One. That's why I talk about Xbox One S as an Xbox One, because they will design for that one kind of compute capability there, and then you'll have Scorpio. I think the real question is, hey, how do you deliver the 4K assets? If I buy this game and I'm running on an Xbox One, do I have to download all the 4K assets when I know I'm not going to run them here? And these are the discussions we have with the partners. And frankly, the reason we announced when we did, one is I wanted to give customers a view into what we were doing, because I want to, like, if they say I have an Xbox One now, I'm thinking about an Xbox One S, I want to be as transparent as I can be so that they know they're buying with as much information as I can give them. I can't always give them all the information, but I want to give them this information.
That's cool. It seems like there's too often in like the hardware business you see like, oh, I bought this thing, and then 2 weeks later they announced you hear in the PC world all the time,
or the Apple, that happens with Apple constantly.
And that's hard.
It is, and people could say, they could call me and say, hey, you didn't tell us about the Xbox One S before it came out, but I'll say the Xbox One S from a game standpoint is effectively an Xbox One, right? And so I want to talk about Scorpio so customers could feel like they had a view into what we were doing so they could make the decision was right for them. On your question, I also need to have that discussion with partners. And we started having the discussion with partners, frankly, months and months ago, and it leaked, right? We saw it leak like 2 weeks ago, and then we're in this world of, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. What, Scorpio? And I know when I'm going to go out and start talking to partners about these kind of scenarios and how do we want to tackle these scenarios, that things will get out. And I'd rather just do it openly and say, here's what we're building towards. It's a spec that's lined up with a good PC spec, so you can actually start targeting what Scorpio will be now with the builds of the games you're doing, because we're talking to partners that are shipping next year and already saying, hey, here's where it's going to be.
Keep this in mind.
Yeah,
so this
and
is your target.
That's why we're then I don't have to make sure that I shred every piece of paper I see that has the words on it. It doesn't mean we won't try to keep things our own, but having the dialogue both so the customers see what's going on, they can see the content. We probably won't talk a lot, between now and when the next time we have something to say big about Scorpio, but what we'll be doing is these exact kind of issues of, hey, how do you target these two specs? How do I deliver the content? You asked about entitlements, like, is it a disc? How does that work? Like we have plans for all of those things. We're going to talk to partners about it, and now we can do it fairly openly, which feels good.
Cool. All right. Well, Phil, we're going to let you go. Thanks so much for coming through.
Thanks. I always enjoy, what you guys bring to E3. I think you've seen this industry for many years. No, but you're other than your review score on Quantum Break, I think you.
So you agree with the Gears of War Ultimate review score?
I don't know what it is. I don't want you. What was your Gears Ultimate score? It had to be higher than Quantum.
I think it was right in line with Quantum.
No, it wasn't. Oh, on PC you said.
Yeah, okay. and I really like Gears of War.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to go back to Gears of War 1 when Gears of War 3 did so much more.
Have you played 4 yet on the 4?
Yes, I am very excited for 4.
Good,
like I've kind of fallen away from the competitive multiplayer side of Gears because I just don't like to roll around and do shotgun stuff. But horde mode, all the co-op stuff, I'm really looking forward to that game.
No, but thanks for inviting me on. I love coming on every year. Like I said, I think your guys' perspective on where the industry's going, the fact that you focus on PC and console, you play your games, and I think you guys do a really good job, so thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks.
Yeah. All right, we will take a quick break, and we'll be back with more from E3 2016.
14.
Nuke.com is back on the air. We're here for E3 2016. I'm Jeff Gerstmann, and I'm joined by another couch full of guests. Sitting directly to my left is one Cliff Bleszinski. How you doing? Boss Key Productions.
I have E3 brain. That's what Phil Spencer called it. And it's like, okay, what year is it? Like, I'm watching your face, and you're like, it's E3 20. Yeah.
We had a moment when we were doing press conference streams where last year's streams accidentally started running. Ooh. So I actually had to write on the board, this is the 2016 stream.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So if you forget what year it is, it's on the board behind
what
you.
Year?
What year is this?
He drew that.
I'm good.
What?
Though.
Yeah.
You drew Rick?
Yeah. He's a big fan of Rick and Morty.
Yeah,
Rick and
Morty's fantastic. Yeah, thank you. Jesus Christ.
Did you play Pocket Mortys?
My wife played it because I'm not a big Pokemon fan, so it's I like the fact that they have...
You mean you don't like video games?
Dude, Pokemon came around right around the time of E3, like 2002, and I see the fucking Pikachu going around the Volkswagen Beetle. I'm like, what is this shit? And then
you did the same thing with Overwatch and the Ubers?
Oh, dude, that was amazing.
So you do like Pokemon?
I feel like I'm being like cross-examined right now.
Greg Miller is here from Kind of Funny Games.
Hey, it's me, Greg. I don't give a shit about Pokemon either.
And from WWE and Up, Up, Down, Down.
Yeah. And from my mother's womb.
That's right. Austin Creed is in the building. Celebrating the anniversary.
Yes, 1 year
in
of
grand
Up, Up, Down,
fashion.
Down.
1 year.
People said I couldn't do it.
Yeah, you were here last year.
Yeah.
Like I guess the channel launched at that point, or
It
did
launched,
it launch
yes.
at
It
E3?
launched at E3.
Yeah.
So every E3 is our birthday for the channel.
That's fantastic.
So I learned from Mr. Greg Miller here
true.
to always chill, up, down, down. Make sure you go to my YouTube channel, subscribe if you haven't already. And if you haven't, make a new false Gmail account and subscribe again.
Okay, I actually should probably take notes on this stuff.
I taught him this.
Yeah,
Whenever you talk about it, you got to insert it. So I was
so
like,
I
well, I was
just,
at work the other day, youtube.com/kindoffunnygames. And you know what I mean? Then you do it. You just get it in like that.
Always.
See, we ended up with a bad YouTube URL. You know,
Well, you have a regular URL you can send people to that you make money on.
Giantbomb.com.
There it is. See,
Yeah.
you just did it.
Hey, or it's shorter. Nuke.com actually does redirect to us.
That's very
nice.
nice. But no, congratulations.
And we are video
Thank you very much.
Congratulations on 1 year.
Much
I was one of the
appreciated.
people
Well,
last year that did not believe in him.
He didn't.
I booked him on the show, and I was like, let's see what this asshole has
What
to
does
say.
a sports
100%.
entertainer know of
Exactly.
video
He
games?
was upset at me because I beat him up in 2009.
We didn't know that. We didn't know that at the time, actually.
Oh, wow.
The first time we ever met was at TNA.
Yes.
And I immediately picked him up on video, and both of us blacked it out. And then years later, we became
weird.
best friends.
Yes.
And then we looked at that video together and realized, wait a second, we've met before, and I was shirtless and tried to pick you up.
Yeah, it was real intense.
Wow.
What a great memory now.
Yeah, I know.
I have a text.
Our
beautiful
relationship
memory
just
all
keeps
week.
evolving, which I like.
But yeah, no, the thing that's cool about it is that, being coming from the world of sports entertainment,
Yes.
a lot of people try to put you in a box and they say, oh, well, you're an athlete, so that means you're not a nerd, you don't like anime, you don't like video games. Oh, now you want to have a gaming channel? You're not going to be able to keep that up. You're going to do it for 6 months. It's like, no, like, this is what I do, like, on my day-to-day now.
No, you're going to do it for a year.
Yeah.
You're here to announce that the channel is shutting down. Congratulations.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll see you guys never. Bye. But yeah,
I got the gold. I don't need the. Yeah.
big thanks to you guys for helping me out, everybody here. So thank you. Thank you guys for watching.
Yeah. Greg, you're here just working for GameSpot and doing your own thing.
No,
and
just doing my own thing.
Just taking GameSpot's
GameSpot isn't
money,
even
huh?
fucking live streaming when they should be. All right, but trust me, I'm Greg Miller from Kinda Funny.
That's right.
Unless you pay me.
Hey,
I
have had worse years trying to live stream from that show floor. There was one year that the show internet was down the whole first day, and we had to try to we couldn't even put up things on the website at all. So God damn it, you fucking. I don't know.
We have it easy now. We have it super. I mean, this
Yeah.
is my 10th E3, and I was walking around the show floor today, and I could text everybody, and I could get phone calls.
It's your 10th E3.
I know, I'm adorable. But
I've been to every one.
Yeah,
I'm
me
fucking
too.
old.
Yeah.
No, you look so good though, Cliff.
Good clean living.
I'm not gonna say anything. It's my second.
See what I was talking about? This phone.
How many have you wanted to go to?
You don't know anything.
I
That tattoo looks like you got it last week.
I was too young to get in, and I always wanted to go, and now I'm going, and just accept me.
I don't want to be here at E3.
All right.
I can feel my pulse through my feet.
And Cliff, you're here with Lawbreakers.
Yes. New first-person shooter.
Yes.
Yes.
And that's Boss Key, your
Yeah,
studio
started a new
developing.
studio. We got a bunch of people out here. We have 5v5 playable, not on the shit show of the show floor, but above it, kind of.
I think you probably, if you just got 10 computers and walked them down there, you'd find plenty of room to set them up.
yeah,
You
no
just
kidding.
wanted to play.
It's a weird year. I mean, having gone to every E3.
Every single one, all of them.
Exactly.
Atlanta,
I mean, old
LA.
Atlanta. I remember the smell of the cinnamon nuts in Atlanta. Remember that?
I saw the Foo Fighters twice in one night.
Yep, I was.
Yeah.
They went in the hotel lobby and then they went out. And then the weird ass year in Santa Monica. That was weird.
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah, that was weird. But it's
Gamecock
like
had the funeral, remember? And then it rose from the dead.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, good old Mike Wilson. And so then anyway, it's one of these things like these shows are amazing in regards to like, seeing people you've known for like many, many years, meeting cool new people, going to Twitch parties and realizing how fucking old you are. And then at the end of the day, like showing your game. But it's like, it's such a weird thing because most people are just moving to their own shit.
Yeah.
They're just doing offsites now.
Right.
And they don't want to
Yeah.
buy all that ridiculous booth space on the show floor anymore. And
Yeah.
so like one of the halls is basically like empty. It's like, tumbleweeds going through and the other one's all like asses to elbows. So it's a weird ass year.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. As someone who also has been to every single one, you look at it and go like,
I feel like they're doing this on purpose now.
Well, the whole thing is, if you're making a game that's all digital, do you need to impress Walmart and Target? Like, no, not really.
Yeah,
so
you just-
it's like
you
so you
start
see E3s like flailing in the wind, and then PAX, Penny Arcade Expo is just like rolling and rolling. Like, you can't get a ticket to that if you're an average gamer right now.
right.
Yeah, they wind up
no,
selling on like eBay and stuff.
Like panel submissions for PAX are due tomorrow,
Yeah.
I think.
Fuck, really?
Yeah, the 17th. Get on
it.
that. I had a call last week to get everything squared away for. You get on that. Write
get
your
on it
description.
tonight.
I do want to
submit it,
say of playing Lawbreakers before, it is quite fantastic.
That's right. Did you
love
come
it.
visit?
Yes.
Cool. Did you like
I
The
did.
Office?
Amazing.
Yeah, I was out of the office that day.
Super freaking
Yeah, you're like
smooth.
buddies with some of my
Yes.
Zach.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Mr. Lowry.
Yeah, Zach Lowry. Did
Yeah.
he tell you about the idea for the belt?
No.
So in our office, we're gonna have our tournaments for our game, and we're actually gonna have like a custom Boss Key belt made. And one of the same question I'm asked by every goddamn journalist at these events, because it's just it's the hot topic. Is the game going to be an esport?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, it depends on
Like,
people pick it up like
yeah,
that.
we're gonna make a
Yeah.
great game that's compelling, and then maybe it'll make that leap. But if that were to happen, we've decided already it's not gonna be like a trophy. It's not gonna be a cup. It's gonna be belts.
Yes. Nice.
Yeah, there's a
There's a bunch
fighting
of
tournament in
bunch
Florida.
of
that
huge
does belts.
wrestling
It's
fans at
great.
the
CEO.
office.
Yeah, yeah.
Next week.
God, is
I
that
believe.
really next
Yes.
week? Oh man, wow.
Yes.
Yeah, I
So,
know. Jabali got out of Iron Galaxy to go do some other stuff, and now he's running that stuff down there.
It's real intense, man.
Yeah.
Hopefully I get to go down Saturday, see some things, maybe run into my arch rival, Kenny Omega.
We've been. Well, I won't get it out. We've been talking. I want to see Kenny Omega's skills for myself.
Yeah.
We've been working.
So
on
I've
maybe
heard.
trying to set some of that
So
stuff
I've
up.
heard.
See how that goes.
Cheating on me?
No,
I'm supposed to be the only wrestler in your life.
no, you're the only real one.
Ooh.
Where's he? He's in some other country doing other stuff with his crazy face and going, "Arr," making his crazy eyes. Right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Dr. Tracksuit?
No,
Dr.
who's that?
Tracksuit?
Who's that? I don't know that. Who's that? Used to be my client. That guy's
Oh,
out
yeah?
on his own doing. He's got a practice in Fresno. I don't know anything about Fresno. A Dr. Tracksuit. So that's got to be crazy. I mean, you are on the road, man. You are out there living it.
Yeah,
I imagine
it's
it
fun.
must be hard. But I see you on Twitter constantly, like trying to find arcade bars, trying to like
Always.
Like
I'm actually trying to start like an open Google Doc. This is the first time I've said this publicly. So
Everybody get your pens and pencils ready.
yeah.
All right, great.
Breaking news, Kataka.
prepare. So as he's saying, I travel to different cities. I'm in a different city every night usually, and I try to find the best barcade in the area if they have any there. And so I'm going to start an open Google Doc that everybody will be able to see that tells you the address of the game bar, like star rating, what's there, what kind of games you have, what kind of like community there is there. So hopefully within like the next year or so, it's full of like every city that I visited, so people will be able to they'll know. Oh, I'm going to Grand Rapids, Michigan. Oh, this place is there. Cool.
Look it up.
Go,
Did I
okay,
not
let's go.
teach you anything last year?
What?
This is a prime merchandising opportunity.
I know,
Do
and-
this, write a book. Don't give it away for free. What are
No,
you doing?
Because mine will be so much more intense than anything that's there. Once you get a little taste for free, then I make you pay for the merchandising. Because if you want a better rating, grease the pockets. a
No,
little
you're
bit.
doing it the wrong way. Charge the kids. Not
That's unethical.
No, I charge both of them. Burn the candle on both ends.
No, just
right?
just say you're going to be in a city and then show up there and then sell the T-shirts.
See,
Yeah.
What?
Bring the
Flash
up,
mob
up, down,
style.
down van to the barcade.
see. Why don't you teach me that? Maybe I'm gonna try
That's a
that.
bad
no,
idea.
that's-
Have you ever tried to transport 200 shirts? What if you get there and everybody wants smalls, but you only brought larges? I've been in this situation.
you have
It
to
is
leave with a
bad.
whole bunch.
If you
Pre-orders.
want any of my exclusive PSX shirts, I still have dozens of mediums.
I'll take a
Why are
medium.
none of you medium?
I'll take a medium.
Well, okay, all right, really, if you want to get into this for reals, just take the orders up front
Exactly.
and then
Boom.
deliver on the back end.
you see this,
Hey,
man?
that's we take
You're
our
gonna,
orders up
before
front.
you go to this.
If you head over
very
to
business-minded.
If you go over to store.giantbomb.com, maybe you could get yourself one of these. fine
Oh
T-shirts.
shit!
Well,
Maybe
yes,
if
I
you
have
start
one
a
of
web,
those.
yeah, use a website. That's what I'm. Don't take a van. You don't
I'll
want
have a
fulfillment.
website and a van.
What if you ran the website out of the van?
creepy
Boom.
That'd be
van.
fun. You're
Then
on
it's like a satellite
Periscope,
dish
you're
and you got
driving
internet
T-shirts
everywhere.
around, you're like, track down the T-shirt van,
Yeah.
let's do this.
Why not get a T-shirt gun
In the van.
A T-shirt
or
gun?
mounted on the top?
Yes, mount on top,
Yes.
like
Yeah.
the Ninja Turtles van.
From like
Exactly.
a tank. I'm so in. With the Turtles van, can we have people coming out of the sides of the doors, like with motorcycles and stuff too?
That didn't
Yes.
happen in the Turtles movie that just came out, so I can't.
But
Then they have like little bolos with their throwing
You
shirts.
should be watching
Doing
that.
like
Why
the-
you say
but
with that much?
Bethesda always
Come
has
on.
those cubed up T-shirts,
Yeah,
Michael
and,
Bay
you
is
know,
just
so
a
that you
bunch
can
of
really,
explosions.
you can really
Like,
turn
it
those
takes
around.
like 15
Turtles are
washes
just a
to
bunch
get
of
rid of the
turtles.
wrinkles.
This
Yeah.
is nonsense.
No, if you want to get into this, it's going to take the whole thing because I have a lot to say about it. Okay, so with the first one, they're like, "Oh, it's Michael Bay."
Don't even
And
watch
then-
the
and then I'm not going to. I haven't. I've never even seen a preview for
I'm
the first
skipping
one.
both.
My whole thing is
Yeah,
that
yeah.
On principle.
I heard that it was some random movie about aliens, and they're like, "Oh, this isn't going to do well, so let's just put Ninja Turtles on it, and they're going to make them aliens from space."
Sure.
I said no. You can start from here and move forward, but do not touch my origins. If you touch my origins, I'm done with you. And he tried to touch my origins, so I'm done. And then I saw what he did to Transformers, so no, I can't. I can't.
Well,
let him ruin
Transformers
it.
is terrible.
I'm waiting for Michael Bay to go after Thundercats.
No, God, please.
Yeah.
Then Silverhawks.
we have
Like
anything?
really destroy some
Masked
stuff.
Crusaders.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
just
say
take a
I
giant
support the
shit on
people
it.
that are in it and say, you know, I hope it does well for your sake. No ill will, obviously, but it's not for me.
You don't know. You're not giving a shit. I didn't watch Turtles 1 because it looked bad. I watched Turtles 2. I was like, this is a Turtles cartoon on the big screen. They got
it's actually good.
They got Krang. Well, I mean, no, but were the Turtle
See?
cartoons good?
Yes, they were great.
Yeah, they were amazing.
I mean,
We were kids. They were
This movie
fun.
is called Out of the Shadows. A ninja's best weapon is what? The shadow.
Exactly.
No, it's called the Throwing Star. That's their
man.
best
It's like
weapon.
this man.
Nunchucks.
Ninja Turtles
I saw-
dropping the
did you see-
nunchucks.
Did you see Bruce Lee with them nunchucks? He's got them nunchucks. He's
That is a
going
good weapon.
crazy.
That is a good
Ninja
weapon.
Turtles, my
he's
katana is
like,
dull.
oh, like I don't know how it works. He's
my
like,
ninja
like
star
this whole
shines
thing with
no
the-
more.
and then he's got the nunchucks.
The nunchucks are a big part of it. I don't remember this.
Something you call
this
the
No, that's the
hither
whole
so much.
thing. Did you see
Nunchucks.
the Matrix?
Yeah.
He did the Bruce Lee thing in the Matrix.
Oh.
Yeah.
This thing with
This thing with the
Yeah.
with the turning
it's the Pepsi
clock.
move and then a little bit of this. Yeah, I think that's how it goes.
The way you were doing it actually looked more like when you put a pie on the windowsill in a cartoon,
Yes,
and like the
yes,
steam
the
comes
hand
over.
goes
Yeah,
and then it
that's
comes
me.
Here,
That's
and
me,
then it gets
man.
you by the nostrils and leads you in.
you.
You float over to it.
Yeah.
You got to flow like water,
Oh, you must be like Walter.
and then you get the nunchucks.
Yep.
I just like saying
Why'd you pull them
nunchucks.
out of your...
It's my back pocket. That's where I keep my nunchucks.
I want to get
Where's
first-person
the M?
nunchucks in a
Where's
game.
the M
Yeah.
coming from?
What? I just think it's fun.
Okay,
It's-
perfect.
I think it's more fun to say nunchucks.
It really is.
Has a
okay.
game ever had first-person nunchucks?
If they put Soul Calibur in VR, you can play Maxi maybe.
Like where you're kind of timing it right, and if you do it wrong, you like hit yourself in the head.
dude, but you really
Pretty
feel it. You can really knock yourself out.
That would be cool. You could have like a just
So
a
immersive.
rhythmic.
While we're
well,
talking about things in a hand, when are we getting a new Road Rash? Can you make a new Road Rash? Cancel Lawbreakers, make a new Road Rash.
I'll talk to my people.
Thank you.
Cancel Lawbreakers. It's about to hit
I
shelves.
saw
Road Rash VR. where you're seated.
Yes.
Maximum Games that's put out a press release. They have some kind of motorcycle combat game. That I cannot speak to its quality. I just read words that said motorcycle road something.
It's called Road Crash.
Yeah, and so it seems like maybe they're chasing after.
As someone who played
like
N64 Road Rash religiously,
It's called Show.
I'll accept any motorcycle
Hash.
game.
Wasn't that in the
Pacific
3DO?
Power and Light
Yeah.
made that, I think, right? Anyway, but
I had a theory earlier today. If they just took older games and put them in VR, they'd be unreal. So, like, for instance, Kid Chameleon, which is a game like about being in VR.
Yeah.
In VR, it's Inception VR, but you see all of these platform games, but you're in the game. So that Road Rash.
Toe Jam and Earl.
Dude, Toe Jam and Earl would be so nasty. Joe and Mac.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
Alex the Kid.
so good.
so Super Hot VR. Did you play Super Hot?
Yes.
I played Super Hot.
I love Hot.
No, I mean, it's
I think I
super-
still owe them a
Yeah.
stage in it.
Super. So they're bringing that to VR, and did you finish Super Hot? Because
Yes.
things happen.
Real weird.
Yeah.
But then,
It gets
what
better.
happens to you?
What happened?
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
Nope.
So
don't tell.
in the trailer, they show you taking the headset off, only to find that you are still wearing a headset because it's Super Hot VR, and that thing seems like it's going places.
And the top's still
can't.
spinning.
Yeah, exactly. It was a
can't.
super exciting trailer. I was like,
It's like,
ooh.
did you ever play Omicron on Dreamcast?
The Nomad Soul, the one with David Bowie.
So like
Yeah.
they
Too
are
soon,
telling
too
you
soon.
like, oh, if you die in this game, you'll die in real life. It made me very scared to play the game, and that's
They've been
close
using
to
that
home.
gimmick in a lot of like it's that old movie Stay Alive, like where it's like if you die in the game, you die
Yeah.
in real life.
Maybe VR will get there someday. Fingers
just-
crossed.
that's
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
it would be
Yeah.
so real.
Sword Art Online, right?
Yeah, right. So, Lawbreakers, that gun behind you,
Yes.
is a cool feature.
Well, the thing is, and don't mean to get in PR mode, but it's been driving me crazy because you can shoot fucking behind you and like move through low gravity. And it's one of those things like
Right.
people when you put a new feature in your shooter, people tend to try and play the shooter like the old shooters, and they don't use the new stuff. It's like when we did Gears, getting them to actually take cover like took a lot of like tricky work.
Yeah.
So like when you were playing Gears and you were playing the campaign, if you were being shot at by the enemies, they were like 60% more accurate if you weren't in cover. So it's like, oh, you better get in cover,
Right,
motherfucker.
yeah.
So that actually worked.
Nice. Yeah, that's that whole mechanic. Like, 'cause it seems like is it the middle of every map will be low grav, or is it kind of just
not every map?
Not every map.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, we have a lot more tricks up our sleeve.
Okay, cool, yeah.
Yeah.
So
So, we
the-
have all sorts of like different variable gravity things that they're going to be working on different maps.
Yeah.
You know, we're just loading out the basic stuff, and you have to train people on the funky gravity before you get really weird with it.
Yeah, that seemed because initially looking down at the the little card of like here's how to control it. I'm like it's a shooter. And I'm good. Like oh wait, what is this control? Shoots the gun behind you. That seems weird. Like how would you ever hit anyone doing that? That seems insane. But I do like the
when you
notion of just
do-
like fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Like running and shooting.
But when it's like you got so and so, and you're just like, ooh, it's like Ash in Evil Dead, right?
It feels like if that ever happens, the game should just stop and just say like, "Hey, this just happened."
Yeah, well,
Like,
we're gonna have like
we got a
these
Lawbreakers
fireworks
kill
on-
screen coming up.
It's gonna be like when you win like a Bejeweled match or something.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Every
Or
lower third
Peggle,
on everybody's
Peggle,
screen.
Peggle.
Yeah. And then seeing that's like when you're in low gravity, you can kind of propel
Everybody
yourself with it.
teleports
It's like,
around
okay,
you and
that
they'll
makes
go,
sense. Yeah, right. Then just go back and just
Yeah,
play
it's like you
resume.
almost want like this like 6 o'clock camera, like a real like camera to like show like actually what fucking happened behind you, so you can actually see the person explode into little bits. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick, is there a dick drawn on your hand, Cliff?
I was gonna say something about that and forgot.
Looks like there's a cock and
Yeah.
balls on your hand.
It
man.
does.
No, it's
They tried to scrub away.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
actually
you could-
it's a cucumber and 2 strawberries.
Oh, two very round
I saw you
strawberries?
drawing things on the board back there, and I see something back there that maybe looks a little.
Yeah, that looks like a dick too.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like the one in your hand.
What's coming out of them?
Did you draw a dick on your own hand?
I cannot confirm nor deny this. I mean, I had to sketch it out of my hand first before I put it on the board.
Just like Michelangelo.
This is concept art.
Because erasing things on a chalkboard,
Well, and then
impossible. This you got to really get
then
it
to put
right
the
here
chalkboard, I had
first.
to do the Gredos, kind of like that Witcher card game thing on the side of the
Right.
Figaro, where they like
Which
kind
they'll
of
finish it, and then E3 will be over.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
What the fuck? They were out
I
there
was
like
like,
last
wait,
night
why is
still
it not-
painting
I
the
want to know
Witcher
how
thing.
many fucking layers of paint are on that building. That building was probably like 5 feet like shorter on that side, and they've been painting on it for so long. It's just created this whole like 8,000 layer dip of paint up there.
Also, is this the Kojima deal?
Yep.
The man
And
baby
it's
C-section?
Kratos. That's Kratos. That's Viking Kratos
But with
having
the,
a baby, and then Konami will steal the baby and kill it. It's not
No,
a
they'll turn into a pachinko machine.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, but then is this binary with a 2, so it's
You
like
know, it's right here.
Yeah.
real intense?
Oh, well.
Oh. Oh,
It gives
yeah.
really good depth of field when you turn and look at it.
Yeah.
It's visual for the people.
Yeah.
Well,
So, but
what was
behind
my
Greg's
designer
head-
was calling that game
I'll
Norman
put my
Reedus
head down here.
Fetus.
Oh, well. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah, but I can't point to it
What,
now.
I
There
need
we
to
go.
rotate my head.
There is, well, wow. Wow.
This is where the money is
I was
made.
like, were you just
GIFs.
listening to his pulse?
yeah.
Listen,
Did it quicken?
Listen to my soul.
So, Greg, you've been knocking around the show
I
here,
have been.
taking
around.
appointments, doing stuff.
That's what I
We were
do
talking
now.
earlier that it was like kind of novel for you to not be tied down to the booth.
This is like the first time in 5 years I haven't been hosting a live show the entire time, so I
Yeah.
actually get out to see things and play games.
And how's that been going? What
It's
have you
been
seen?
nice. It's
Yeah.
way easier. I remember, because in the old days when I went and saw games, I'd sit there and write about them. And,
Yeah.
I gotta make sure, and I'd write about it when I get into a computer. And now it's like, oh, sure, I just listen to you for a while, and then I come back and I'm like, I think they called the enemy this, and then the views just roll in, and I'm like, man, YouTube's great.
Yeah.
Step 3, profit.
Yeah. question mark,
I
profit.
get to be what I call interview veal. I'm just like in a dark room and it's just like speed dating with journalists.
Oh, yeah,
Where
yeah.
they ask me the same 5 questions over
I was
and
gonna
over
say,
again.
like at this point, like you have like enough of a backstory and enough like past
Well,
work.
it's
that
been
I was
pretty
like,
good this
so,
time."
Is this just Gears with this, or
Yeah.
you know, like
Tell me about Jazz Jack
so what are,
Rabbit.
yeah,
It's-
are you gonna make another
it's-
Jazz?
it's sick.
I
Is this-
literally have asked you if you were gonna make another Jazz Jack.
Is this game going to be an esport? What do you think of the new Gears? Maybe questions about diversity in games, as well as does it feel? Well, no, some random ass shit like what's your top favorite 5 games? And thankfully, this whole trip they've been pretty good and pretty entertaining. And the thing is, if they want to ask something interesting or personal, they apologize.
Yeah.
You're like, no, that's what I actually want. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to tell you how many fucking guns are in the game.
Yeah, it's way better.
Like that's not exciting. That's
All
not
right, well,
interesting.
I'm
What's
sorry
the
to
best
ask you
personal
something
question then?
personal, but like, what do you think of
like-
the new Gears?
I don't mean to hit on a sore spot for you on a personal level.
I have notes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll leave it at that.
I imagine the amount of time you spent with that thing, like regardless, you would certainly have.
Well,
have
it's
thoughts
kind
about
of
it, yeah.
like Epic making games and then Gears or Microsoft making a new version of Gears. It's kind of like splitting up with an ex amicably and then they remarry and then you're happy for them, but you don't want the person to be cooler or hotter than you.
No, totally.
It's exactly the same feeling.
So are these notes because they're cooler or harder than you?
Well, there's little things in the game I would tune. I'll leave it at that. But hey, Rod, you can call me anytime. I'll give you the notes. No, they're doing a good job with it, man. The game is great.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, you're getting ready to kind of let more people play Lawbreakers out there in the world here.
This weekend, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, we had 5,000 codes on PCGamer.com when we did the PC Gamer live show, and those went like that. And then I've been handing them out at E3. Like I got the little card, like Willy Wonka style, right?
You get a game. You
exactly.
get a game.
Exactly. Oh, fresh. I put my fingers like fucking Gambit and throw it at a bunch of people. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, it's a code though?
Yeah, exactly.
So what-
and a weapon.
So as you kind of get ready for like a much larger number of people to start playing the game, like how does that? Like, what are you looking for? Like what kind of, are you looking for any kind of telemetry? Are you looking to get
Bugs.
data out of it?
Lots of bugs.
Yeah.
Well, stuff's gonna be broken, man. And like, this is a situation where it's free, and basically you can come in and find the stuff that sucks, comment in the balance, and like, we didn't want to do the whole have the game goes out to hopefully millions of people, and then you face plant day one because you're just making a denial of service attack on the game.
Right.
So it's like, we build up, 500 people, 5,000. 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, and then you just kind of make sure that you can, scale your servers. So when you're actually asking for money from people, you don't faceplant like that.
Yeah.
And then they go like, Steam return the damn game and go play the next damn Call of Duty.
Right.
Not that there's anything wrong with Call of Duty.
Yeah, that trailer was good.
Yeah, they're in space.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. But they're on the ground and they're like, fuck it, let's go to space.
Mark my words, World War II is coming back with a vengeance.
I think it has to.
Your average
it's
Call of
like-
Duty kid does not remember the old Call of Duty games where you're storming the beach.
Sure.
And I want to see the Omaha Beach invasion next gen. That would be absolutely amazing.
Yeah. It's I mean, just.
Yeah, exactly.
It's too real for me. I can't play those games.
Play that
It's
in
too
VR.
much. No, I cannot.
Did you guys see The Walk? So my buddies over at Crate did this VR experience for the Vive where it's that Frenchman
right,
where
yeah.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
That's the one.
Joseph's gonna get it. Yeah. And basically, the dude did the tightrope walk across the World Trade Center towers.
yeah.
And like, they actually have like the cord on the carpet in the room for the Vive. They have a fan blowing on you and shit. And you put on the headset and you put on the earphones, and it goes against every part of your lizard brain. And I couldn't do it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
See,
that's
I'm starting
terrifying.
to think like Elon Musk. I really think we're actually in the fucking Matrix.
Yeah.
And like, what if this is actually like this reality is fake, but that was the real thing, and like, and not.
If you die in VR, you die in
Exactly.
Yeah, so see, it all comes back.
Good
Yeah.
recursion. That's good. That's good.
So have you been going around shooting stuff for
Yeah,
YouTube?
so mainly interviews, and then we do some like Facebook Live things and YouTube
Okay,
stuff. So
yeah.
tomorrow will be we'll get to play a lot more. Today we got to do like Tekken 7, which I've been really hype about.
Yeah.
I'm big on Tekken and fighting
yeah.
games.
You feeling this one?
Yeah, it's good.
Good.
It's really good.
We're gonna go finally play it tomorrow. I saw a little bit of it yesterday, just kind of walking by. I was like, I gotta fucking goddamn
It's
it.
hot. And there's
Yeah.
a Gundam game on VR or on Vita coming out.
Big difference.
Yeah.
Big difference.
It's good.
Yeah, one's super
Yeah.
successful.
There we go.
Both Austins.
There we go, Austin.
Both Austins are into this Gundam game, which is not surprising.
Mainly because it's Vita.
And-
Yeah.
And Gundam, so.
I actually, for me, the surprising part is that there's a Vita game here.
Why?
There's 2.
Oh, well, all right, yeah.
Akiba's beat as well over
Boom.
the Xseed booth. Come on,
my
you
wife-
wanna
Wait,
check
no,
that
no,
out?
My wife loves her
What's the
Vita.
other one?
The new Project Diva.
Oh, I didn't see Project.
okay.
Yeah.
It looks good.
Guess what? Vita stocks are rising.
Yeah.
Get it while you
All
can.
right, yeah.
Blue one's available at GameStop now. Probably maybe.
Yeah. So how much do they kick down to you for every Vita that you sell?
Nothing.
Okay, man, that's really
they
crazy.
They are begging me to stop
'Cause
talking about Vita so
I-
they can just quietly discontinue.
Yeah, I feel like any Vita that's sold over the last 6 months has to be a direct result of you going like, the Vita?
Kind of funny is starting, and this is real, the Vita relocation program. Yes. We're making a trailer when we get home that is going to be that if you have a Vita that's collecting dust, mail it to our P.O. box, and then on our forums we're starting a list where we will then mail them out one by one.
Oh my God,
We got our
that's
first one at Kind
Is
of
this
Funny
like the
Live.
SPCA for the Vita?
We are going to do that.
Like
We're
drop
going to
off
totally
your
do
dog.
These
you don't
Vitas are
want.
rescues.
Yeah. Sarah McLaughlin.
I'm just
Sarah-
singing it so we don't have the copyright
I'm
strike.
Sarah McLaughlin, and I'm here to ruin your day.
But yes, I love you, XOXO. Did you know that millions of Vitas each and every day go unloved? They
Have one where it's
I mean,
like shivering
millions?
because somebody's grabbing it off screen.
Oh, well, I mean, like, the numbers are fuzzy, but yeah.
I mean, if you count the ones that are probably in a warehouse somewhere, yeah.
See, those are collecting dust.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Sell
Shay,
in,
open the gate and let us give these away.
sell in, sell through. Who's counting?
It's the same numbers.
Dude,
at the
it's a
end of the day.
great handheld.
Is it a great handheld?
Can I see yours? Do you want to see how great this handheld is? You want to see the amount of shit you have to tack onto it to make it
No,
actually
now
usable?
that's not
Wait,
true.
wait,
You
wait,
can play
what do you
without the
No,
shit
it's
she's
terrible.
tacked onto it. No, it is not terrible. You can play it without the shit she
What
put
is
on
all
it.
that? What is all that? Mine doesn't look like that.
My point
Well, no,
exactly.
because she's a pro gamer.
What's your pro game
Look
on
at this.
Vita?
Look,
Look
it's got
this.
shoulder.
It's got
shoulder
like
buttons now.
it's got like huge
Oh, it's the
nipples.
two buttons that tap
what?
the rear
That's
screen.
'cause
Yeah.
It's got
her
the
thumbs are
ergonomic.
shorter.
Like,
You
look at
don't
this.
need the huge
This is
nipples.
actually
exactly.
this is actually
And also,
comfortable.
there's nothing wrong with huge nipples. I've been told by other people.
You're
Not
selling, you're
me.
getting sold on this
Yeah.
thing.
It just melts in your hand like an M&M.
Right?
It doesn't feel bad.
Listen, you can be on the winning team. Greg Miller, Austin Creed, Lauren.
This is
Or the
nice.
loser team.
right?
Where did you get
Bleszinski.
this?
Washed up.
You did.
Hasn't made a game in years.
Imported from Japan?
Back, dude.
I might
Make a road rash.
I might have to get one of these. Okay, perfect. Well, see, another reason you should get the Vita. You can make cool stuff. This is pink and white. Look at the color
Yeah.
accents on this
Yeah.
thing. Psh, can't do this with like a Game Gear.
I mean, if
That's what we're comparing it to.
Can't do that with an Atari Lynx.
I mean, I've
It's
got a
big
Game
like that.
Gear with the magnifying glass like
Which is
bolted to the
awesome.
front of it, which is super custom.
Right.
You know.
Paint it and everything.
It makes it look like
Here you
people
go. I'll
want to
get
have the
this.
giant glasses
Exactly.
and eyeballs stick out.
Yes, no problem.
Thank you.
I think
for the
if, you
visual
know,
aid.
if they could do, I mean, the Vita's
call it,
touch
wife?
screens, they couldn't do it, but if they could
The
just get a
Vita,
magnifying
the
glass on that
visual
thing.
aid.
I bought a Vita. I imported a Vita from Japan that has a USB port bolted into it, theoretically, so it could be a capture unit. Like people made weird bootleg Vita capture
Yeah.
units.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm like,
I just
well, I
got
need to capture video out of this thing.
You're like, this thing's gonna be big, so I need to be able to
Yeah.
capture it, cutting edge.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm
gonna
well,
put it
no,
on YouTube.
you know, Sony's not sending out dev kits for this thing because they don't want people to cover the Vita. So I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
take matters in my own hands and buy this thing.
It's because
Oh
they
wait,
have faith. Because they have faith. I just got my DS capture unit
Yeah.
thing from Japan. Real strange.
yeah,
Real strange.
It's
You
like
excited to use
custom
that 3 times?
software.
yeah.
Oh man, I can't wait to play this DS
I got
game.
the new Final Fantasy for it. And I was like, oh,
Sure.
cool. And then that came in, the actual system came in like 4 months later. And I was like, all right.
All right, let's
cool.
get to work.
I don't know what I'm going to play because if I play something Nintendo, I'm going to get punched in the throat.
Oh, right. So that's that's a thing that happens. Like it feels like the larger channels maybe get a little bit more protection from that sort of stuff on YouTube sometimes. But
Yeah,
but
we
it
just
sounds like
haven't gone through the ambassador stuff. And So
Right.
if we get the chance to do that, then I think it'll be okay. But I just don't want to like ruffle any feathers.
Sure,
So
yeah.
we just stay away from.
Or give away all your revenue. Because that's the other problem with the
Yeah, that's the
ambassador
other problem is
program,
they're
right?
like-
they're going to take your money. They're going to come in like the tax man.
Tax man.
And then
I
you
got
go
some
back,
student
you
loans
check
to
the
play.
box, and you type "fair use, motherfucker." You just type literally that in, and it sends. And then Reggie gets it and goes, "Got me again."
You dirty kids.
These kids and their understanding of the law.
Meddling kids.
These kids are lawbreakers. Tell me about lawbreakers. So the
good,
build
it's good.
I played of lawbreakers had, I believe, it's
good
4
transition.
classes.
Like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. Is that
how he's been doing
I
Like
love
3.
being in LA.
what sort of number are you looking? Is that the number, or are you
No,
looking
God,
to get
no.
to
We're
like
planning,
6
no,
or 12?
we don't want to be the game that has like 4,000 like characters in it. Like
Sure.
those games are cool for what they are, but like for us, initially less is more. So we can continue to roll out new characters or new roles, and have people complain to us about how we've ruined the game and how imbalanced it is now.
Yeah, definitely.
And so we have a few more that we're kind of playing with. So when we get to paid release, we're anticipating maybe 5 to 6-ish initially. But I mean, you know, you don't just release a game. The old guard is like put out a $60 game, you know, pump and dump some really bad like DLC, and then cut your losses and move on to the sequel. And if you watch the sales charts and the concurrent users, sells a lot, and then just and then they wait for the sequel. The New World Order is to just kind of ramp it up, make sure all your characters, all your new maps are free, and then find another way to monetize inside the game that people are actually happy about. There's an interesting concept.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Gears had skin packs that were $99 and stuff like that. So
I mean, people used to complain about that to me, and I'm like, you're more than happy to not buy the skins that will make you more visible to your enemies.
Yeah.
Like, and people did, you know, and the number 2 selling one was the Pink Lancer, because people just want to troll people. You know?
I will say that, you know, like that the video that we put up of me buying the $100 skin pack, and
did they actually do one of those?
Yeah, it was every single skin for like Gears 3.
I had nothing to do with that.
No,
I don't like money.
Yeah, but the video we did of showing that off did quite well. So, you know,
Made your money back.
Yeah, maybe. Probably not.
AdSense, who knows?
Yeah, I don't know how this stuff works. Everyone runs an ad blocker now anyways, so nothing's making any
Don't you
money.
love the websites that are like, excuse me, we've noticed you have an ad blocker. If you'd like to look at our website, please turn it off. I'm like, I'm never going to visit you again.
Yeah, that's I don't think you can. I don't think you can do that. I think you kind of just have to roll with it. I mean, you know, it's why, you know, I mean, obviously, you know, you're kind of doing your Patreon thing. We have a subscription service.
Yeah.
Like
I understand that's how the system works, but it's like I'm at the point where like if somebody's going to invade my like mental space with an ad for like a Toyota Prius, it's like just fuck off, you know.
And the real problem is now we're in a world where like Adobe Flash is not a safe thing to have installed.
Yeah, right.
Because all the third-party ads are just coming with a bunch of bullshit.
Yep.
And that's real scary.
Or you know, you go to install you know, whatever from Microsoft, and it's like, we want to make Bing your default circuit.
Yeah,
Like a bad fucking do.
And they always make it super subtle and like little checkboxes.
Yeah,
and
there's
shit.
like the 14th checkbox.
Yeah.
It just says, you like Bing, right? There's a little picture of Bing Crosby, and you're like, fuck yeah, I like Bing
Sounds
Crosby.
like Bing.
Look at that
I mean,
guy.
I like how he treated his kids
Yeah,
or wife.
he seems
but whatever,
nice.
His music.
Have you guys gotten caught up in the Windows 10 sneakiness where they force it on you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I tried to go in, for like the past 3 days, I've been trying to go in, just make Google my default, and it'll make my default while I'm still in the window, but if I exit out, then it goes right back to Yahoo.
Ugh.
What? Yahoo. What?
Oh, wait, I got a story about Yahoo. So
That's malware, man. You
Yeah,
got
right.
bad shit going on.
When I first started dating my wife's like, yeah, you know, he makes games apparently, and you know, he's fairly well known for it. And she's like, what's his name? And my wife's like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm Yahooing him. Yeah.
It's not a word.
So there's
It's not
like
a word.
1 of 3 people left using Yahoo.
She's altavisting you.
Yeah, she's asking Jeeves.
Hitting you
right
up on
now.
Lycos.
She's reading his live journal.
I'm
What was
web
he
crawling.
saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, LiveJournal
Yeah.
is fantastic.
He's got a GeoCities?
You weren't a LiveJournal guy?
No, I'm older than you. I look down on all you emo children.
I think you're like 2 years older than me.
You kids and your Snapchats.
Yeah. What? What's wrong?
life's
Yeah,
so
let's-
rough.
Where's my phone? Oh, it's plugged in. I'll do a Snapchat. Can you grab my phone?
I saw an article that was like surgically trying to
Snapchat.
Just shout into the darkness past the lights.
Someone might.
Dan Riker will find your audience somewhere.
Appreciate you, Dan.
Lauren,
You're
that's
not
your window
so
to get me a
bad.
drink.
Lauren, can I have another one too? Yeah. Love you, Lauren.
And I'll settle for Tito's, even though it tastes like a potato's butthole.
Delicious
Cheetos?
potato butthole.
It's the worst thing out of Austin.
Greg,
Hey.
last time we spoke on Kind of Funny Games.
Yeah, youtube.com/kindoffunnygames. Jeff Kurtzman. If you want to go to patreon.com/kindoffunnygames, there's an exclusive episode up with Jeff Kurtzman.
It's true. There is.
Have you
There's
said
an
that
exclusive
before?
episode.
Which one?
All of it.
Yeah, once or twice.
If you
or a
sign up
dozen.
for Giant Bomb Premium,
Thank you,
there's
good
an
sir.
exclusive episode of Dancers with Greg Miller.
I was thinking we should try to cross that over at some point.
Yeah,
Where
we probably should.
we can post the dancers, you could post the Gamescast, and then everybody
We should do
profits
that.
again.
We should
And
absolutely.
somehow we get khakis?
Yeah, we should absolutely.
So there's an article that was explaining why the Snapchat interface is like bad if you're over
Fantastic.
25.
Yeah, Snapchat
Yeah. Snapchat.
I do.
Video. Yeah, we're at Giant Bomb right now doing some stuff. Everybody get in. Everybody get
Take
in.
the picture.
Yeah, it's a video right now.
What?
Take the picture. Snapchat.
You damn kids in your
Snapchat.
video. You and your snappy chatties. Back in my day, we had Clippy, and we like Clippy.
Clippy.
Let me tell you about my MySpace page. Tom was my friend.
Did he stay in your top 8?
That motherfucker kept it real. No,
People troll him on Twitter, and he's like, dude, I sold my company for like $800 million.
Yeah,
Fuck
Yeah,
off.
it's like I have better things to do.
Yeah, exactly.
We talked a lot about virtual reality.
We did.
This is a big show for VR. Have you gotten to try any more of it here?
I did.
Are there any real games coming along? Instead of like WarioWare shit?
But here, I want to give you one instance where I'm watching the PlayStation conference, and here's some VR games, and Mark Hamill's voice comes out. And I did the wait. No, I did one of these, and then I was like, oh my god, an Arkham game. I was like, wait, this is gonna suck. This is gonna be 10 minutes, and it's not gonna be good. And I got to go play it here.
The Arkham experience.
Yeah. Well, no, Batman Arkham VR, Cliff. Come
Okay.
on. Ugh. And but my bar was so low, I had a fucking ball with it. It totally It got one of my Game of the Show awards. It is totally.
Oh, that's right. We did see your face on that thing.
You said
We went there. I was like,
voice, and I'm
what
like,
the fuck
is this like the Star Wars?
Yeah,
where, like
I
it
got
comes
thinking
on, comes up, and you're in the ship, and you hear, and you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
It's R2D2.
It totally blew my mind in terms of, and it's because it's a VR experience again. It's going to be an hour long when it's all said and done. It's an hour long.
Not the 10-minute like go up the wall and Game of Thrones.
No. You can go back and replay it afterwards, and you'll find new things in the area. So it's like encouraging replayability.
Yeah.
But it is going to be, I think, for nerds like me, the game where your friend comes over and you're like, be Batman, put this on, because it is Rocksteady making the game. It is their assets. It is the environment. So like,
It's in Sony's?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
PlayStation VR.
Warner has it also, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, where it is. It's in the Warner
I'm just trying to figure out, is it on Sony's Morpheus? Is
Yes,
it on
it is,
Vive?
yeah.
Is it on?
No, it's exclusive to PS.
Here's my funny theory about VR. As much as I love VR and I always gush about it, I actually am getting the vibe that Sony's going to be the one to make it happen.
Yeah.
Really?
Like you look at like
install base already.
Yeah.
The money's already invested, so
and
that's
actual
$400.
like games, like that
Yeah.
giant like robots golfing game that like the
100-foot robot golf.
yeah, like that looks like a blast. Like
Yeah.
most of the things I've seen in the Vive or on Oculus, it's like just mini little thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you throw some shit around.
And that's what I was expecting here was a mini Batman game. And again, it's not a Batman game.
I think what
you're
they're
like
showing
controlling a little
here
itty bitty
actually
Batman?
comes off a lot like that stuff.
Pick 'em
because
up.
Pick up a tiny Batman.
Yeah.
Look at this on the goddamn Dark Knight.
a VR board game, like Hitman Go is in VR on the Oculus, like a little picking up a little mini
weird.
Batman and having him go do mini Batman
what I
stuff.
really
That
wanna
would actually
see?
be really fun.
Tubin in VR.
Yeah.
Or Road Rash.
Oh, again.
See,
If
okay.
only I had a friend who made games and had enough money to buy Road Rash.
When you say it's an hour long,
It's probably worth about
what do you
$5.
mean? Like you're just watching, pretty much?
Well, no, because so the idea is like it starts off, you're in Wayne Manor.
Yeah.
It's like it comes up and your hands are in front of you because you're using move controllers.
It's like Rayman. You just see hands.
Yeah,
They go on.
You're at the other end of the table, just like eating, and
Yeah.
it's like really.
It's supposed to
like
be
Alfred.
cold.
Alfred.
But you look down and your knuckles are bare and they're all like bruised and bloody and it was cool. Alfred comes in, he hands you a key, you unlock the piano, you play a couple of notes, and then you go down this huge elevator.
So
And
what
as
I
you go
did
down-
though is that there's a picture of you as a child with your parents on the piano. So when Alfred came up, I just picked that up and threw it at him, and then
That's
it
what everybody does in
respawns.
VR.
It just
Master Bruce,
it
no.
shows up again. So I was like, well. So I just kept throwing
Thank
this
you,
picture
sir.
at
May I have
Alfred.
another?
It was like, that's right, you're my butler. Take it, you fucker.
I'm doing this because I was mad my parents were
Yeah.
killed.
And then
sure
finally
it was.
realized, like, oh right, I have to go down this thing.
Yeah.
And
You go down, you put on the suit, you get the grappling gun, you
Spoiler.
get the crime scene investigator, you get batarangs. But then the second part is you go to the Batcave, you look around, you see the giant penny, you see the dinosaur. But then the second one is you go to the crime scene investigation, like you've done in Arkham before, and this time you get there and Nightwing's there and he's dead. And his neck's been broken, and so you have to reconstruct the crime scene and see how it happened. So you hop around.
like
and
Arkham, you kind of
Yeah.
like
But
jog
that's one of
a
the best
shuttle
things that
through
they
it.
realized was, the fact that he's the greatest detective. They actually have the detective shit in there as well as being a ninja.
Which is cool. So like, in this version of the game, you like finish that thing and then it's done. That's what's
No, it's a story. So like,
But the version they're showing here, yeah, like you
It's
do
2
that, and it's
seconds,
like,
yeah.
all right, yeah, it'll be an hour or whatever when we're done. But right
when
here,
they
it's just
have
do
the
these
game,
two things.
It'll be
the idea is that it's going to be that you're in the Batcave, you go out for this, you find the Nightwing thing, you go to Cobblepot, you like it goes.
You're gonna have to
down.
like raise
Okay.
the controller above your head to do like the counter for the melee fighting.
I don't think you're gonna fight it all. I'm pretty sure that's clear.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like a lot of it just seemed kind of clumsy to me compared to like other like hey, I'm throwing a thing in VR, like the batarangs on your belt, so you reach down, grab
Yeah.
it, and it just the throwing of the batarang felt real bad.
It's that weird thing where it's auto targeting. So it's
Yeah.
like as for one as everything is supposed to be, like
Yeah,
Vive is or
right.
whatever. I'd rather throw and miss. Whereas like they want you to feel like Batman, so you're just like,
Yeah.
Did you ever
So-
play Budget Cuts?
no.
So
Yeah.
Budget Cuts is this
It's
great
awesome.
little thing on Vive where it's basically you're in this office and you have to take out these robots. The IP is not important. What's important is the locomotion mechanic where it creates a portal where you point to, and so your vision kind of adjusts to the new location, and then you kind of step through the hole and you're there.
Oh.
But then you have to get these robots that you're fighting, and you pick up these blades and you have them in your hand, and you pick it up from that hand, and you have to like do the whole like throw it at the robots, and it really feels one-to-one. You have to really learn how to do it, and
Yeah.
like once the robot turns and comes at you, and you're panicking and you're portaling out of there like get the fuck out of here, right?
or just trying to frantically grab a throwing
said
knife. You go, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Mark my words, Valve is using that as their narbacular drop for the next Portal game, or it's something in the Portal
100%.
experience.
Like, so I have a Vive. I pre-ordered it because I was so excited about it. I
Yeah.
got to play it at Valve.
Don't brag.
I was gonna say it must sucks. They sent it to me for free.
Oh!
I tried. I talked to you about trying to get one for free, and you didn't help me.
There's got to be second-class citizens in the YouTube society. I'm sorry.
Yeah, get him. Okay, so fair.
Competition.
But all the games
It's all
that
fun
I
and games.
played, like I love all of them. Like Vanishing Realms, like the dungeon crawler. It's so good. All the controls feel so intuitive.
Hover junkers?
And like, what's that?
Hover junkers?
I haven't played it. I have it on my computer, but I haven't
They
played it
solve
yet.
part of the locomotion by just being very gentle. It's
Yeah,
good.
but like even like the pool game is amazing. So like playing multiplayer, you see like a headset floating around and little hand pieces floating around. You can throw beer bottles at the wall, but like the pool feels real and you're so immersed. And I feel like while these are the first sets of games that are out for it, and yes, they're not like full length 30-hour RPGs. Like these
somebody's going to take the element from this one shooting game and this puzzle game. They're going to make a series of things around a new IP.
And I feel like for the first set of games, like they're freaking great. Especially like was it Fantastic Contraption? It's pretty much like the Incredible Machine, but in VR.
Also, Rube Goldberg and build your shit, right?
Right.
Yeah, and then you have them go do things. So like people that are watching on the computer, they can say like, oh, try putting this
You
here.
know, it'd be
and
great.
put
It would
that
be
stick
Bridge
there.
Builder, and then when you go in the car, you're in the car.
Yeah,
And then you're like, Jesus
you see everything
Christ.
fall apart.
So there's it's called chunks, and you are this. You can scale up and down, but you can plot out roller coaster tracks. So you're just like painting roller
Chunks.
coaster.
So it is like Blue
with
Chunks.
a wand. Yeah.
Okay.
The sequel's going to be
With
called
VR?
Hork.
Yeah.
So I was literally about to say
Vibe.
like when they make roller coaster technique, I'm
Yeah.
gonna crap my
So
pants.
there's no like game around it really. It's just kind
Chunks,
of a
where you blame
sandbox.
yourself for throwing up.
So you just you draw your big circle, you twist it here,
Okay,
you raise
here's
it
an idea.
here.
So they need to do a two-player version of that where like you challenge each other.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
So
okay,
that's how we ended up playing it.
So then Cash's song comes on. This place
The crazy part is you draw all that stuff and then go like, okay, now I'm gonna point at this part of the track, pull the trigger, and then there's a cart there. Then I'm gonna hit this button. Now I'm in the
it goes,
cart.
"Bring me a bucket."
I become small, and now I'm riding this fucking roller coaster. Which, except for the part where you're still standing up, is fine.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of fun because you get to see like, okay, what kind of nightmare can I build? It becomes that like Chuck Yeager test lab kind of like.
Chuck Yeager's
I just
Air
want to
Combat.
throw the fuck up. I want something to finally make me sick in VR. Let's go. And
Finally.
yeah.
As if that experience hasn't been every game.
Like,
I
nothing-
got on the
have-
gag
I haven't
reflex and I need to make myself throw up.
For
I'm
me,
gonna do it.
it's Batman was a big thing for me because the first time I ever did get motion sick was Riggs in the elevator.
okay.
Because you were coming up and it stopped, but my body kept
that's
going,
weird.
Right.
and so I was like,
The
like,
second
weird.
you have that disconnect, it's a straight train to Hork down.
Yeah, like I haven't had the problem yet, and I want to know where my limits are.
so many people have been saying about Resident Evil this E3 that they are playing.
I've heard
and
that too.
getting sick. Yeah.
well, it's because it's all first person. It's this very smooth movement, but that's not how you walk. Like you view bob.
Yeah, you
but
bob.
if they put view bob in the game, that'd probably break it. in a
Dude, the thing
different
about VR is when it works, if one thing is slightly off, you puke.
way. Yeah.
You know, it's so hard to get right.
But I just maybe I'm just built of sterner stuff.
Probably. You've been to every E3. You're
Yeah,
weathered.
that's
You
right.
do have the touch.
You got the knowledge.
Yeah, that's how it's been for me.
You're like a British taxi driver. You have the knowledge.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got knowledge.
Oi, Governor.
May I smell porridge?
Keep going. All right. Yeah.
Hello.
Fancy a snog.
Chatting up your bed, yeah?
Take off me knickers.
So, Austin, what's next for you? You are here at E3 tomorrow,
Yeah.
seeing some games.
Yeah, what are you doing tomorrow?
I don't know. You want to hang out?
Yeah, maybe over at youtube.com/kindoffunnygames.
Ooh, man, we might film
damn
something
it.
for Up Down Down YouTube channel. Go
We're not going to
subscribe.
do that. I've done enough for that
We
channel.
might. I mean, you've done quite a bit, but I've done some stuff for kind of funny.
These
so
videos
whatever.
also go up on YouTube. Type in Giant Bomb on it's youtube.com/TheRealGiantBomb because the other one was taken and we built the site before people really thought about what a YouTube URL should be. And
Or nuke.com, right?
yeah, or just find us at nuke.com. Video games. We are at videogames.com. We are videogames.com.
Boom.
Literally. You can type that in to the internet and get me, us, here, now.
Get real fake doors.
All right.
I'm not plugging my shit like that.
Yeah.
Do it. No, say it.
Yeah,
Road
come on.
Rash.
Do it.
Roadrash.com. I'm rebooting that.
It's
Then I'm doing Tube VR.
Yeah. Oh, hey, idea. Not video game related, but
Finally.
you guys might want to help me with something.
Yeah.
You're going to be mad at me for giving
Let's
this
go
idea
rob a
free,
bank.
but I want you in on it. So
I'm in.
check it out. What if there was a channel where we brought back all the old school Nickelodeon game shows,
Sure.
but for adults?
Like Guts.
yes.
Double Dare.
Double
Like
Dare. I
the
wanted to be on
Handball.
Double Dare so bad as a
But
kid.
like, are these getting like adults like sexy Double
No,
Dare?
it's like us.
I double dare you to put your thumb in my butt.
Well, I mean, that could be
Where's
late
the
night.
flag?
But I did say, okay, so we're talking about, they dig in the nose for the flag.
Yeah.
They just dig in like a butthole for the flag. It's like, da-da-da, and there's just crap on them. Like, da-da-da-da. It's like, I got it.
They put her like a hamster. Like,
Yeah.
And Mark Summers is there, and he's just washing his
Yes.
hands.
he's like
the guy
really
just can't
old. He's
stop.
like, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go on, do it.
Go slower.
I need this.
If you guys want to get in on the ground
Look me in the
floor,
eyes
Yeah.
when you do
starting
it.
investments right here. So our first show's going to be Legends of the Hidden Temple
Okay.
for adults, and then we're going to go Nick Arcade.
Nick Arcade's next.
Yeah.
I was hoping maybe
not the worst idea I've
if we
heard.
can expand out of game shows eventually, so that I can host my own. You can't do that on television.
Of course.
Fuck. Oh
Of
my
course.
God.
I grew up with
yes.
that. I don't
We
know.
can just
Yes.
like get like Christine Moose McGlade back. She's got a host though. That's the rule.
Okay.
We should
Done.
do a Wild and Crazy Kids for
Yes.
adults where we chase kids.
Only if Omar Gooding was there.
Oh my God, yes.
All right, and
Okay, sorry, continue.
Greg, what do you have going on for the rest of the show? You seen some more games?
Yeah,
and then,
more crap on youtube.com/kindoffunnygames.
God damn it!
You going over there, seeing games,
I'll
doing
check it out. I'll
podcasts.
check it out. I'll
Thank
check out
you.
this
That would mean a
YouTube
lot
channel.
to
That
me.
sounds good. I'm subscribed.
As someone who's been to every E3, it would mean a lot to me that you came in and looked at it. You know what I mean?
I will look it over.
Every
you.
E3
Yeah.
Every E3.
from the start of time.
It feels like I signed up for something and now there's no like I feel like now I have to go to every E3.
You can't miss one now.
Yeah.
No,
not at this point.
E3
Yeah.
feels like the inverse of like Comic-Con, where Comic-Con started off as like 4 people on a card table and got huge and bigger and bigger. E3 started huge, and it's eventually just going to be like 4 people with monitors in one room, like, hey, come and check out my stuff.
Yeah. And is that going to be you with 4 monitors?
When I re-retire, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So tomorrow, showing off the game more and being interviewveal. Not as bad tomorrow. The schedule's a little bit lighter. Doing a couple live shows.
Cool.
And then piecing out of downtown and
then
going to the beach.
Nice. And then the game becomes playable to a wider swath
Then
of
it,
people.
then it becomes sentient, and then
Yeah.
it just starts playing itself. The game starts masturbating
Yeah.
at that point.
So how often is there like a cadence
The
of
way
updates?
you said that, I was like, perfect. It wasn't even Street Fighter.
This is what we wanted all along.
That's good.
Is there a cadence of updates that you're looking to hit, or is it more like just looking for bugs, fix
once
the bugs?
Once the game goes really properly live, not necessarily on the 18th,
Sure,
you
sure.
need to get to the point where we have a strike team that like fixes the game, makes sure it actually friggin' runs, and then one that's making new content. You know, because you can grow your concurrent users if you promise them that you will continue to have new stuff and you telegraph it. What I'm really looking forward to is once we have new characters and new stuff that's forthcoming, is like, modifying the existing maps where like if there's a character that's coming along that has a mask, we'll suddenly update the level so there's a case with the mask in it. And you're like, what is that mask? Who's that going to be? Right? And then if like a storm's going to come that's going to really cause major problems in the world, eventually clouds start showing up in the skybox.
Nice.
And really
Yeah.
like figuring out what the long-term fix it is. It's like what World of Warcraft did with like Cataclysm and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
It's the kind of fun stuff you can dabble in when you're making a living product.
That's cool. Yeah. That's
Well, and just listening to people's feedback, listening to what Total Biscuit said, all the streamers, and you should, after we had the streamers playing the game, it was like a mad panic at the office because everyone's like, oh my God, we have to change all this shit. And I'm like, everybody calm down, baby steps, one nudge at a time. And my favorite thing was like people play the game for 90 minutes in their live stream, they're like, this game's not balanced. I'm like, you played it for 90 minutes. Like they're still finding out what Smash Brothers characters are good.
Yeah.
Like Jesus, you're suddenly the expert?
It's almost like a lot of streamers don't see a lot of pre-release builds of games.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we're at the point with a lot of the streamers. What we want to do is get the people who are going to be the next big thing. Not like go and like pay the people who are enormous like a ton of money just to
like
even
us.
mention our game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're out of the.
We're
You guys got
here,
priced
the
out.
upper
You guys got
echelon.
priced out.
Upper echelon guys.
Victim of
you
your
know.
own success. So yeah, that's the plan.
Cool.
At least.
All right.
And
Well,
when I get home, I'm going to sleep for 12 hours.
I have a code for the game in my pocket. I look forward to playing a little more.
Hook
of
it up, man.
Yeah.
You guys
Cool.
have one?
No.
No.
Okay, well.
Well,
I don't play that PC nerd shit.
Can I get 3 codes?
Vita for what? The win.
All right, we are going to wrap it up. Thanks, all 3 of you, for coming through.
Of course.
Thanks for
It has
having
been
us.
a beautiful,
Love coming through.
beautiful time. We'll be back with another round of guests here in a chunk of time.
Who's
as we
coming?
Do the swap.
Chunks.
I don't know. I should know that, right?
Yeah.
I should totally be more on it, right? But no, I have a laptop
It's
with
kind
it
of
on here.
exciting that you
I
don't
focus
know.
on the now.
There we
man.
go.
I'm not living like, what's the next segment? I'm
One
here
day at a
with
time.
you.
Perfect. I
When
like
he
that.
was at E3 1, he wasn't like, what is E3 35 going to
That's
look like?
true.
It's true. Yeah.
So you've been to what? 47 E3?
47 E3s.
47 E3s.
Yeah.
He's an ancient wizard. He's
No,
4,000
it's
years old.
I think it's 22.
22?
That's
21?
Jeez.
22, something like
I
that.
don't know about you, but I'm feeling 20.
I couldn't have gone to all that.
Oh, yeah, good one. That's a good one. Taylor Swift.
I started going to this.
You're like, I could have gone as a fetus.
It's been a nightmare, else.
I went to every E3. My mother was the first one when she was pregnant with me.
Take me with you. Take me with you on the road. I'll stand behind you.
You can come on. We're going to Japan in 2 weeks.
Oh man, I've been trying to go to Japan for like the last 5 years. It's been so long since I've been.
I mean, the road is rough, though. We're gonna be.
Cry me a river with all your fucking fans.
I mean, listen to it. I have to go do
Vince
some
McMahon
stuff.
walking around saying hi to you.
I have to go
sucks.
to Vegas on Sunday and then do a pay-per-view, and then draw on SmackDown, and then come back out here to LA for VidCon, and then I'll be out here. I'll go to Orlando Saturday for CEO, and then do some shows there, and then I gotta go to Hawaii, and then Tokyo for 2 days, and then come back to the States and wrestle.
This sounds amazing.
Do you understand what he does for you people?
so
Do you
painful.
understand?
This sounds
if you-
amazing,
if you
Harley.
And your
understand-
reward is a brand split hanging over your head.
Please.
What's gonna happen?
I don't know.
No one knows.
I really wish I knew.
Yeah.
I really wish I knew. I'm
What
kind of
nights are you
terrified.
gonna work?
I don't
Who
know.
knows?
I don't know. I just want my Fridays back.
You chose this.
All right, we're gonna wrap it up so we can all have a good cry,
Yeah.
and then we'll be back renewed and ready to press
Hear
forward.
What I want to.
Yeah.
Don't listen hard. I don't pay attention to the distance that you're running from anyone, anywhere. Don't understand.
It's time for professional internet. That's what we're here to deliver. Professional internet content. I'm Jeff Gerstmann from GiantBomb.com. And now I'm joined by Jenga's finest. Greg Rice and Tim Schafer of Double Fine.
Yeah, that took a lot out of me. I was going to give it all here to you on this show.
He's got nothing left.
I gave it all to the tower. I left it all in the stacks.
And Nathan Vella from Cappy Games. How you guys doing?
Good.
All
Doing
right.
good. I took a lot of photos of that Jenga game, by the way.
That's maybe the most, well, maybe that was the most photographed Jenga game of all time.
Yeah, I think so.
People, because it was basically the volleyball scene from Top Gun,
Yeah.
right? Like you could see our muscles.
It was a little sexier than the volleyball scene from Top Gun.
jean
I
shorts.
think.
People couldn't.
And now look at these guys, like you were saying, they're trying to like.
They're trying to lick the
They're
glory out of power.
They're acting like nothing magical just happened. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like they're
playing it
standing
cool.
around
Yeah.
and staring at it,
Yeah.
worshiping it like a monolith.
Like
They're all
druids at-
scared of
druids at
knocking it over,
Stonehenge.
probably.
Austin is a little close, by the way.
Yeah.
That's okay.
There's a certain-
He knows he's close.
It will fall at some point.
I was thinking that maybe we should power bomb Dan through the Jenga
No.
and the table. Glass table. It's a glass table.
I
No,
was
exactly.
backing up
wanted-
every
it's-
time because I knew that the bricks
It's
in
a
there was gonna
mirrored
shatter that
glass
terror.
table.
Yeah. Yeah.
It
that's-
is totally a Coke table, by the way.
That's why it was so
That's-
stable because it
that's
had a
this
base.
hotel, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just creepy. You know, it's like.
That's why you
Yeah.
picked it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Mhm.
It fit our vibe.
And
No,
all the
I mean, honestly,
cocaine.
the company's party's on the roof, so we get this room at a discount. So, at least that's how it was last year. I think they probably charged full price this time.
People could not hear us, but the whole time we're playing, Nathan Vella was yelling, really unsupportive,
Yeah.
really aggressive, really profane.
You got really
taunts.
competitive,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, he was
Wow.
basically bullying,
Wow.
and I'm anti-bullying. But it really drove me to my best performance.
Yeah, I was just trying to make you step up
Yeah.
and be the man I thought
Sometimes
you were.
that's
No.
what it takes.
Yeah.
That's, you know,
Yeah.
Kratos
Felt
and
like
his
my
son.
dad was
Kratos
there.
is not a good father,
No.
but that may inspire the son. to go on
Basically,
to
I
do
was
great
holding
things.
Tim's hand as I
and say,
as I
stab
played
the deer in the
tonight.
neck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
except,
you did,
except
and now
Jenga.
there's Jenga.
Yeah.
Yeah, except
well,
for
sometimes
Jenga.
when I was pushing those little, it was
Yeah.
just like I
It
was.
was like
sticking
my
them
hand
out.
was talking.
Do you
my
think the
hand-
giant Jenga is easier than regular Jenga?
I think it might
So,
be a little bit.
It's got a little more heft
Yeah.
to and its stability.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Are
it's
you saying that to
mid-sized.
take away that amazing thing that happened?
No,
before
I'm
this?
just asking you guys as Jenga experts. I'm sure this happens all the time with any size of Jenga, wherever you go. Literally everywhere
I
you
could
go.
sit there and I could vibrate the thing, and the whole thing would kind of vibrate, but still be okay. So
John
That's a technique,
John
though.
Drake's trying to take credit for all of this, by the way.
It is his Jenga set.
Yeah, but that does not.
I
That
felt
does
a
not
ghostly
decrease.
hand upon my hand as I was moving things. Is that
He
him?
might own the tapes, but he doesn't own the magic that's on those tapes.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
He
He knows that he's got the Diet Coke jitters. He could never do that.
Yeah.
Right?
No.
The aspartame would make
No,
his
this
hand
happened. Yeah, this all happened. I don't know. Dan Reichert and Dave Lang played some Jenga in Drake's backyard recently, and it was a real shit show.
It
and
sounds like
then
it.
before I
Yeah,
knew
that-
it, someone was telling me, "We're getting Jenga down here for the show." I'm like, really?
It's the best thing ever.
Strong choice. Okay.
It's
all
got to
right.
be every year.
Yeah.
It's got to be a bigger Jenga.
Yeah.
set.
Now that we have done this,
It's
now
got to be
we
one
can
that's
never
like
not do
actual
this.
logs, lumberjacks pushing
Yeah.
actual logs.
Yeah. No,
human.
that's I was frantically trying to eat a little bit between segments and just like watching you guys do this and just like in disbelief, just like, no, how is that?
That move was an offense to man.
Oh my God. Oh. Why is there no VR Jenga yet? What are you guys doing?
I think it'd work. If you had touch controls, tap the little
Yeah.
pieces. Yeah. Someone should get on that.
I mean, or
Someone.
Yeah.
someone. You guys
Well,
are
we
making,
are the experts.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
guys.
yeah, yeah.
He's only making like one game or something. You guys are making like 9,000 games.
Yeah. And
Every time I
it's-
turn around, it's like we got 9 more Double Fine games that we're either publishing or doing something with. I don't
Yeah,
know.
we're busy.
But
Isn't like it actually is like 9, isn't it?
Like every single person in your studio
I
is
was
working
shocked.
on at least 3
different
games.
Yeah. We got a lot of. There's not much time left.
That's a lot
in
of
the world,
that's a
right?
lot of bars you have to go
At least
to
we're doing
figure out
statistically.
project
Some of them
names.
have to be VR just by the math
Yeah.
of
Right.
games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or else
Cappy-
you just get closed.
You haven't announced a secret. You want to announce right now? Any sort of secret?
Secret or
things?
not, we're not making any VR stuff. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, yeah, someone
Probably
is,
put below out first.
Yeah, maybe we
Yeah.
should finish the game we've been working
I
on
don't know.
for 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How is that going? It's due out
This summer.
summer-ish?
This
Yeah,
summer.
yeah.
Well, it's kind of terrifying to think about releasing a game that we've kind of just been working on for a really long time. But at the same time, like I can't wait to.
It's ready.
But what will you do once it's? I mean, you'll fix bugs.
Yeah.
But
We also have like
right?
3 other games on the go, so that also will probably,
Just like get right back on the.
No, I mean,
those.
yeah, we've got some secrets in store for the release, and that's gonna mean that we'll have some cool stuff to do for a while.
Awesome.
And super excited to get it out. I'm super excited for people to like actually get to play it.
Yeah.
Outside of like an E3 12-minute, there's like, you know, crazy gongs going off and loud music, and you know, somebody's dressed up as a chocobo, and
that was me today.
Yeah.
I did the chocobo thing.
Yeah, it's a game you want to spend some time with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like it's really hard to make a game like that demo style.
Right.
You kind of want, but so we just made it really hard so people die a lot.
Just like, all right, just let them know, like, oh, you're probably pretty bad.
Yeah.
at
So
this.
then they're gonna, then hopefully they purchase it, and then they feel like, oh, maybe I learned, maybe I got
Brain
good.
evolved while I was waiting
I've
to
been
buy it.
thinking about it.
If you just end the demo with something that says "Thank you for playing," like it softens it a lot.
Yeah,
Like, oh
yeah.
oh, those guys made this for me.
The
This
original
isn't just some
screen-
slice of the game. They put a thing in here that says thanks. That's great.
Instead of thanks for dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get off my game.
Nice going,
Get off my
nerd. Why don't you
game.
let someone who knows what they're doing play?
Wow, do you do professional VO? That's a real.
Why don't you let someone who I'm the voice of
Batman.
Duke Nukem.
Oh, okay.
So sexy.
I'm the voice of Duke Nukem as Batman. My parents are dead.
It's everybody's favorite game you just made.
Yeah.
I think you just got rich right in front of our eyes.
Oh, thank God. I can live the George Broussard life, finally.
Do that voice the rest of the show.
Okay.
Wow.
So, you guys are showing off multiple games at the show.
God, I'm
The Headlander,
excited.
the Psychonauts. My parents are dead. Shake it, baby.
It's good. Keep going.
Go back and
Alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my ride.
go back and narrate
My
that Jenga game.
Batmobile.
Yeah. That's
Duke
actually what
Nukem Batman.
Jeff was just sitting here talking through the whole Jenga game to himself.
Yeah, no, I'm just like going through it. It's just happening in my head now. You guys are here talking. I don't know. We're talking about Jenga, but I'm up here.
How are your parents, by the way?
They're dead.
Oh God, I always ask that. So awkward.
Those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my parents.
It's a game.
Shake it, parents. So,
Video games.
You have Psychonauts in the Rhombus of Ruin.
In the Rhombus Room.
In the
correct?
Rhombus of Ruin.
Yeah.
Yeah, virtual
Rhombus of Ruin.
reality, right?
Yeah, have you heard about this?
Yeah.
It's like 3D movies
Okay.
plus choose your own, adventure video games. And there's a goggle, I think, involved, but mostly
Okay.
it's like stuff's coming at you all the time. Yeah,
This
3D,
is a
I know
terrible
it.
description of this
Yeah.
game.
I'm trying to explain virtual reality to people who don't
okay.
know what it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's like red and green goggles, I think.
I saw
Is
that
people
Tron
explain
movie in
to me?
3D, and that was good.
Yeah, and that movie coming at you,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right?
Stuff
Yeah.
just
It's like that, basically.
It was like when the Kojima Twitter account put out that thing that just said, "I'll keep coming," and I was like, "Oh,
That happened?
yeah, no." And then,
Unfortunate.
No.
and then they went and showed that. Like,
It's
okay,
a cool
I get
game.
it.
Okay, back up. It's cool.
It
Psychonauts.
looks super cool.
It's
No,
got Psychonauts,
I'm
and
not-
it's math jokes in the name, like
Norman
Rhombus.
Reedus.
What?
What?
Rhombus.
Uh-huh.
It's
Norman
like a
Rhombus.
funny shape.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
That's just the funniest of shapes.
yeah, we talked about it for a long time because like dodecahedron is kind of funny, but like square is not funny.
What about like the trapezoid of terror?
that was
good.
on my list? That's on my list.
Really?
But it's like you go to a place that's like the Bermuda Triangle, and like a rhombus is like two Bermuda Triangles conjoined
Okay.
in danger.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how
Yeah.
deadly and dangerous this game is, and your head is right in it.
So you're just bringing the danger right to people's eyeballs.
Yeah.
All right.
Spraying it all over
Speaking
their
of
face.
danger, it was also played in a hot tub.
I saw that.
Yeah, it's playable in a hot tub.
First,
Yeah.
Yeah.
big E3 announcement
Yeah.
from Double Fine. Rhombus of Ruin,
Ruin.
hot tub
Best
playable.
played in a hot tub.
Yeah.
That's,
There were a lot of people there, and no one questioned that happening.
Like no one stopped to think like, man, if we drop this like
We all stopped to take
unreleased
pictures.
hardware in this hot tub, that'll be a problem for Sony, who has to send us a replacement.
Yeah. And no one would be killed.
Or the
anything.
part where someone might actually get hurt.
That'd be a story, right?
Yeah,
That's all you
definitely.
need, right?
Yeah.
You would probably like end VR. They'd be like, well, someone tried to play it in a hot tub and then they got electrocuted.
But there's no bad. I mean, it's all good feedback.
And now Valve has gone under. That's how it would happen.
How did games end? Well,
Well, it all started
in
when
the hot tub and in
Megan
the
wore the VR
Airbnb.
goggles in the hot tub, and then from there.
You saw it, though. You saw
There
the
were no
game,
more
right?
video games. We had to do Jenga.
Yeah.
You checked it out a little bit.
I checked out a little bit of it. Yeah.
Oh
that's-
gosh, what did you think? Pretend I'm not here. What did you think? Of
promising.
That thing? Okay,
Promising.
great.
Very
That's all I need to hear. That's great.
Yeah, it's
Didn't hate it. Yellow light.
So you're kind
Yellow
of
light. Keep going.
warping around, doing stuff,
Yep.
doing the thing.
Clairvoyancing around.
You have psychic powers?
Right.
Did someone tell you that?
It is
You're
a
good?
Psychonauts. It's a Psychonauts game.
Yeah.
All the
It's-
characters are back.
Yeah,
They're all there.
Psychonauts is he's the badass cigar chewing, shoot 'em up, kick the pigs.
That's the
Those alien bastards are gonna
That's-
pay
no,
for
that's-
shooting up my mind.
that's-
There's that whole
guy. That's Batman's Duke Nukem. You're thinking of.
Okay, sorry. Okay, then I guess I haven't.
You're still
This is the
there.
10-year-old boy.
I guess I haven't. Okay.
His parents are alive.
Okay.
But he's psychic. We made a game 10 years ago.
10 years
before
ago.
you were born.
Right. Yes.
When your parents were still alive.
You might have reviewed it.
Yeah.
I did not. No, I didn't write the review. Yeah. Of
It was good. It was a good game.
Psychonauts. Yeah.
You should play it.
Yeah. This game starts right after the first game ends, so it's kind of like going back in time.
So is this kind of then a bridge between this and Psychonauts 2? Is
Yeah.
that sort of the?
Yeah, it's
kind of
totally continuous. There's no
tell
break
the-
in time at all.
Yeah.
So like they jump in the jet at the end of Psychonauts 1 to go rescue Truman Zanotto.
Spoilers.
Yeah.
Sorry, if you play Psychonauts 1.
wow.
Oh, there's a jet. You guys deal with it. There's a jet and they jump into it. I didn't say if you win or lose, or if you're a robot, or
Yeah.
if you're a ghost.
I mean,
the whole
clearly
time.
there's more to
You were
do.
asleep. It was a dream. The whole thing was
Yeah,
a dream.
yeah. So you're a dream robot.
It pulls out to
alien,
the snow globe, and
and
then
it goes. You're a jet, and this game starts in a jet. But you have psychic powers, and you can levitate things and burn things and shoot things with your head, and jump and use clairvoyance to jump around to different brains in the world.
Has it been, I guess like it seems like that's kind of a natural fit for VR in a weird way.
Psychic stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great because like there's a lot of games where you teleport to kind of a random place on the floor, but this is like you're jumping to a brain.
Right.
And so and also the levitating things in front of your head is just perfect for like a little psychic little kid. And because we use your head to move things around, it really feels like your brain is controlling
Yeah.
stuff.
My brain does control stuff.
Yeah. Like
Like I can wiggle my ears.
are you doing that right now? Oh my God, you're probably really good at Jenga. Could you play a whole game of Jenga with your ears?
You're wiggling your mic.
Prehensile
Actually.
Yeah, actually, it's like it's extra visible because of the mic.
Yeah, the mic.
The mic really sells it. It's selling it hard.
Wow, you could write a whole letter.
Yeah.
You're moving the top of your head. What's going on?
I don't
What's
know.
that effect?
Mind control.
My mind's doing this. Those alien bastards are gonna pay for wiggling my ears. My bat ears on my cowl, I mean.
Every
I'm
5 minutes
Batman.
you're on screen, you create like 10 like animated GIFs probably.
I don't
People
even.
that are super beloved.
No, I don't.
That one with the wiggling ears is going to be, that's all anyone's going to talk about tomorrow.
No, I don't
Yeah.
want that at all.
It's gonna be the
I
one of
know-
those the seamless ones, like the extra special gifts.
I'm not saying you're fishing for it. I'm saying just people could just want it so bad.
I don't know. I just work here.
I'm just a humble man whose parents are dead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I also saw Headlander.
Yes.
Working with Adult Swim on that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess actually, I mean, the impression I get is that Adult Swim maybe isn't like super hands-on, like we're publishing this game and we're gonna. So I mean, you're working with them to get it out, but I mean, do
Yeah.
they kind of come in and go like, Adult Swim is this, and it needs
Yeah,
to be like this?
They've been kind of new to publishing, and I think they're kind of that new generation of publishers where they're like not kind of trying to run the whole show, but really just be a partner and really just trying to help us make a best game possible. And,
Yeah.
and they really have been great, and they still give great feedback, and they enable us to make a great game, and they really support it, and they're really happy with it because it looks amazing. It's by Lee Petty, who did the stacking,
Yeah.
and was the art
Lee
director on
is
Brutal Legend.
Genius, man. He's a genius.
And I saw we talked about a few weeks ago that like I feel like I see a little bit of stacking in it with this notion of just like, hey, I'm gonna land my head on this thing and have new abilities and like landing the head on dogs and all sorts of different
Snowmen.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything.
And so it's just for people I've seen it like I guess there's a bit of a kind of Metroidvania-ish
Yeah, it's a side-scrolling
action-adventure-y
Metroidvania
thing.
game,
Yeah.
which is set in a really pre-Star Wars, kind of like 70s retro science fiction world, like Logan's
So like
Run,
episode 1, like pre-Star
Barbarella.
Wars. This is
Before.
set in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah, it was called Star Wars. No, it's back when like chrome and lasers were cool. You know what I mean? There's
Logan's
a lot
Run,
of neon and
yeah.
like rainbows and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
there's centaurs in it, and like I don't know, spoiling everything, but it was like one of the very first pitches
they looked at you,
Lee
like,
made was
Greg,
like,
am I
I want to make
spoiling
lasers cool again. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Logan's Run era lasers. And
Yeah.
so there's all these lasers bouncing around. Meanwhile, you're flying your little head around and taking off the heads of other robots and taking over their bodies.
It's like an avenging spirit or Geist or something, like that whole kind of
That's
concept
exactly
of like taking on these different bodies and stuff. That's,
We are showing more of the Metroid stuff here. So we haven't shown a lot of that, but like the demo we have been showing is kind of the intro level, and now we're showing like you're in an entirely continuous connected map with a giant mini map and has the Metroid style kind of areas you can't get to until you have an upgrade. So,
Right.
Yeah.
And then
And it's beautiful. Like it's
just so crisp.
So
it's just a very clean looking.
And
game.
it's also got a great. I mean, that game has an amazing story behind it too, right? Like it's one of those kind of like it's not somebody had a great idea and then we just went out and somebody gave us money and then it has like a history at the studio and I almost feel like the fact that like Lee kind of fought, I feel like it was like Lee really wanted to get it made and you guys.
And you guys were like, no, this is a terrible idea. And now you're going, it's great.
Yeah, but it leaked out.
Yeah.
There's nothing we could do. No, like Lee pitched it a long time. I knew I wanted to do it as soon as he pitched it, and then we even put it out for a vote once on Amnesia Fortnite, and it didn't get picked. And I was like, okay, sometimes the internet knows stuff, and sometimes we all make mistakes. And I was like, this has got to be made. This game is awesome. And so we kept
And that's why, you know, any good reality show, singing contest, sort of voting thing, they always give the judge like no, this matters. My hand will
Giant
guide
bet.
So yeah,
this.
they didn't pick it,
yeah.
but I spun around in my red chair, and I had a gong, I think, a gong. I said, you're going places, Lee Petty.
Yeah.
Hey, kid.
And then he cried, and he sang one last song, and it was beautiful.
confetti dropped from the ceiling.
Yeah.
And then is everything here?
Yeah, everything. Well,
David O'Reilly's
It's
everything?
a really hard thing to talk about. You
Yeah.
said is everything.
Is
here.
everything?
I'm always
Everything
calling
is
it David
here.
O'Reilly's
Is
everything.
David O'Reilly's everything?
David O'Reilly's
here?
everything is here. That game is crazy. Yes.
You guys,
Yeah.
you guys had some special announcements with that too. You guys showed like a huge stream of it today.
We streamed it for an hour on PlayStation today. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And showed Shuhei. Did you see that?
Yeah, like that is.
I don't know if
surprise
that's
for
shipping in the
Shu.
game yet. It probably has to now. I mean, it's amazing.
I wish like we put Shu in Super
Yeah,
Time Force,
right. Yeah.
and it was actually me being like, "Hello, what? Can we do this?" And that's the whole like. I got like an email of a picture of Shu giving the thumbs up, and that was
That's
the whole,
part of the platform holders like approval process on Sony is checking all these boxes, TRCs, and like, do you have Shuhei?
Yeah.
in the game.
You need to get waived, like a waiver to not put him in the game.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
a lot of companies go that route.
It lets you get out of like you can pass like 100 bugs if you just put his head in, right? So,
This microphone.
This is just like for every like foot of Shuhei, you get like 100 more bugs.
You guys just went head.
Yeah.
Like,
He's
yeah,
more
yeah.
that
We
way.
did
He's
full,
more that
fixed
we
way.
a
did
lot
full
of
body,
bugs.
but at very low resolution, so it's about the same. It's about the same.
Yeah.
did you play that game? What did you think of that game?
I think everything is
David O'Reilly's everything.
nuts in a way that I'm pretty into. And it reminds me, you know, I think you draw like some comparisons to like Nobi Boy or like
Katamari.
Katamari, like that sort of.
Yeah. Still very very David O'Reilly. So
Yeah.
if you know his work, I think that's kind of the easiest way to frame it. And Katamari, there's a little bit about that, but it's
it's its own.
It's totally its
thing.
own thing. Yeah. Yeah. It's I mean, he talks about it the best, but I mean, he'll say it's a kind of a consciousness simulator or kind of a universe of your own to play with, little sandbox toy. But yeah, I think it's kind of his view of the world and how it's connected and how it works and it's madness.
I walked up to it, so it was already running when I walked up to the station. This was a few weeks ago in Santa Monica, and it was just a traffic light. And I was like, well, okay, I'm going to pick this up and let's do this. And I'm like, okay, I'm a traffic light. Can I move? Yes, I can move. Okay, I'm a traffic light walking around this city. And then just kind of started hitting buttons like, okay, all right, now I'm a building. And now I'm a building walking around. And
Yeah, man.
all right, let's do this. And then, you know, I spent probably 25 minutes with it or something, just going around. And it was when I stopped playing. I felt like I'd seen enough, and I was like, okay, I'm going to wait and see this when it's actually finished. When I finally got to, like, I went all the way, or not all the way up, but I became a planet for a while, went down and became sand or something for a while, trees, and then I was a camel, and I was like, okay, let's make this camel move.
Yeah, man, it's everything. You can be everything. I mean, that's the thing. That's the hook is anything you can see, you can be.
Yeah.
So there's just thousands and thousands of playable characters.
But the camel, when I pushed forward to make the camel move, it just rolled over on itself instead of walking, and I'm like, "Well, this is fucking fantastic." that was the moment where
That was a sold moment.
Yeah, that was like, "This is cool." Oh wait, okay, I'm gonna put this controller down and play this when it is finished because I don't need to see anymore. This is all right.
You don't get like we don't have that many games that are kind of on the like toy side of.
Right.
You know, toy, but I even don't want to say toy because it makes it sound like I'm demeaning it or something. But like, it's more about playing, like literal play, than it is about
going through a narrative or
Yeah.
having some like the emotional kind of like investment that I have in rolling around as a camel is very different than the emotional investment I have as like Nathan Drake having a conversation with his wife.
Right.
But they're both equally valid. They're both like like we can play this.
But
kind
I'm
of
telling
things,
you,
know?
like you can meet in the middle on that. Like if Nathan Drake just rolled over as he was
so
like,
in.
Oh my God, that should be an upload you can unlock.
Get
There you go.
him in. Get him in.
We'll call him up. We'll call
Get him
him
in.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited about people like David who are from outside the game industry, coming from the world of animation, coming in and just bringing crazy ideas that I don't think any of us or any other game developer I know would try to make.
No.
yeah, and making it from this angle. I mean, you talk about the things that are like maybe a little more toy-like and stuff like that. Like sometimes that's I don't know. Sometimes that's a hard thing to convey to people.
Absolutely.
Without them coming away from it going like, well, why would I pay money for or like starting to get into these weird value propositions and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I played that game hours and hours now, and I still find new things and new situations every time I play. It's super procedural, so there's this whole thought system where everything can talk, everything can dance, everything can make babies, and you'll just see some weird moment that pops up that you've never seen that's super
Living it.
poignant, like all of a sudden, and it's cool. It's a good game.
Yeah, it's
Big ideas.
Big ideas.
And camels.
big ideas, big camels.
And you guys have Nog. You guys are showing Nog.
Oh,
as
right,
well,
Nog is there,
which
yeah.
is one of the most like singular artistic vision. Like it's the most like this is the art style of this game, and it is unlike anything else. And I've never played a game that was such a singular artistic vision, like from the art direction side. It's one of the best, most interesting looking things since, for me, Hohokam. That was like the last time that I was like, oh yes, that is somebody making their art in a game.
Yeah.
And it's also ridiculously fun.
Yeah. It's similar to Hokum too.
It is.
Yeah,
Yeah, it does. I mean, I feel like there's like that kind of, Kata and Ricky and Dick and David and all of the co-op guys. They're all kind of playing in a different space than a lot of other folks are playing in, and I fucking love it.
Yeah.
I think it's so cool.
So have you had time to get around the show and see stuff, or are you kind of just like standing near below watching people die and going,
Fortunately, Christian, our QA lead and designer, is here doing that for me.
Awesome.
So I went and played Zelda. I think it's pretty. I felt pretty cool because I was like, oh hey, there's like. They're thinking about stuff kind of like we were thinking about stuff. There's some parts of Zelda that
stuff
kind
in a pot, cook it
put
up.
some stuff in a pot, like stay warm,
Climb a
eat,
tree,
eat,
get some fruit,
and then we
chop
don't
down
have
a
that.
branch.
Yeah, we have branches. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Branches. Yeah.
So you're saying they stole the branch thing from you guys? That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, basically the whole
All of you're saying Nintendo is frauds. That's what. That's what.
If you
I'm
want to play an
that's what I'm
easy
hearing.
version of Below,
branch gameplay. Like we've written the book on that. No, I played that. I really enjoyed it. It's a very different. I found it a very different feeling than I usually got from a Zelda. And then I went and saw the Mafia 3 kind of like video theater experience. That is a ginormous video game. I am terrified by it. It's so like they show you the map, and then the map still keeps going, and then it's going even more, and then you're in the bayou, and then there's more past the bayou, and I think it's a really ballsy video game. I think they took a lot of risks that I don't really understand why you would do it, because there's always the safe play. I think it could have been so much safer.
You think about like with a publisher like that
exactly.
involved. Like,
I totally thought
about
it could.
Like, we
Yeah,
can't afford this, we can't do this.
let's just make it about Italians again. Word mafia Italian's cool. Let's just make it. The way that they're approaching it is super genuine. They're trying their best to be as like authentic as possible in a semi-fictional world, and I'm all about that. Try to push it. Try to do some weird, ballsy shit and see what happens. Very few people are doing it, and I have a lot of respect for them for real. Like, and doing it at that scale and not like hundreds of millions of dollars. Respect. I have a lot of respect for them for that.
And then you guys, are you kind of like stuck to stations or just talking to folks at E3?
These guys are stuck to hot tubs.
You guys are
stuck to the Airbnb hot tubs.
No, we've been checking out games. Zelda also. God of War was the other one for me that just blew me away. Similar reasons. I think it's the ballsiest game. I mean, to go and change the camera like that and to throw old man Kratos at you. There's just so many big new changes in it, and it feels like they totally pulled it off, and it looks
And it feels like everything.
amazing.
Like, I've never been a God of War fan, so
Really?
so
I
kind
love
of
God of War.
hearing that like God of War was coming along, Yeah, it just never did. It's like, oh, this is like technically super impressive, and wow, Kratos looks really big and cool and really mad. But just the game itself never really did anything for me. So I was coming into it like we kind of figured there was gonna be a God of War game here. And I was just like, fucking great. Like, yeah, another God of War game. That's what we need. And then they started like, oh shit, no, this is like, they're taking a lot of elements from other games and kind of making this bigger thing. And it just, it looked immediately appealing. And that's weird because I'm someone who I think the Kratos character is fucking lame.
Yeah.
So it was just like seeing like, okay, no, Kratos, put a beard on that guy, I'm in.
Yeah, I mean, those games were always beautiful, and they always had really great giant set piece and moments, and it was nice to see how all of that totally transitioned into this game, even though it's really different in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And it had a nice soundtrack with a live orchestra. That was
they're shipping that with the game. It's going to be crazy. I don't know where I'm going to put. Like, I have to find a spot for my Vive, and now I have to find a spot for this fucking orchestra. Like,
really like the biggest box in video game history.
Yeah. Well, you know,
they have a lot of a lot of the old God of War team is still there or is back, and I think they have some of the best combat designers in video games. Like, there's something about those games that really just clicked, and I'm really excited to see how that, with camera angle change, with kind of a lot of very clear design changes, how that translates.
Narrative changes.
Right. Yeah.
Also, Sea of Thieves was totally, completely, like, the way that Microsoft showed it at the press conference was like, here's a whole bunch of CG stuff that I don't, like, I like the character design, but I don't know what I'm
sure
seeing.
what it is.
And then the gameplay stuff was like, okay, I was not really a big fan of, like, the people playing, laughing when they're climbing a ladder. Like, it's the funniest ladder of all time.
This ladder's nuts.
But it's actually seemed really awesome. And then I just sat there and watched a whole bunch of people play it for like a really long time. And there was like stupid shit-eating grins across everyone's faces.
Yeah, I was taking a look at it. We were going to try and get in and play it tomorrow, but like watching some other people play it and just seeing like someone's just got a squeeze, like first-person squeeze box, first-person little. I don't know.
Wait, is that the job during the battle? Is to just play the
play the tunes?
It's like a barge class.
Are they buffing the whole?
You play it. I have no
The
idea.
cannoneers get depressed.
That's the thing. Is like, you know, I see the ship
has like a
combat
bar
and
that
like
goes-
I understand that, but then I just saw people running in circles and acting crazy and drinking and doing all. And I'm like, oh,
dropping anchors in the middle of sailing.
yeah,
like,
I'm
who
not
cares?
100% sure what this game is, but I'm 100% sure that I want to see more of it. So
I like all that co-op stuff too that they're doing. The fact that like I got to pull the rope to lower the sails, and Nathan's up in the crow's nest, and like we're all kind of working together just to
yell
steer the
land
ship.
ho the whole time. I don't
It
do
just
anything.
means
Stuff
that
down
when-
below patching. I think I saw somebody just patching holes.
Sometimes you just worry
Like,
that
how's
that
the fight
means that
going up there?
as soon as you like get strangers into that thing, it's just like, well, we're never moving.
It's gonna be the trollest.
Yeah.
Like, there's gonna be so much trolling, and
Yeah.
I also think that's pretty awesome. That's another draw.
Pirates do that, right?
Yeah, pirates are
Pirates
like
are
really
crazy.
They're basically
Pirates
the
will sink
sea's
their own
trolls.
ship.
Yeah,
They're like, fuck it.
They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, no, that's why they're pirates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You play it with your good pirate buddies.
yeah. No, you
Your tight, super tight pirate bros.
Yeah, yeah. No, we download
clan.
games all the time. It's sick. We got all these 0 days. It's awesome.
Nice.
Yar.
Arr, yar.
Pirates are cool.
All right, you guys. I want top tier Jenga strats. I want to close it out. Really hear about.
I want to talk about the jiggle. It's a really underrated move. Might only be possible with the big sets, which are you take all that kind of that John Drake
Tappy
caffeine
tappy?
energy,
Yeah.
wiggle
a piece out.
That's what I was doing. I don't know what Greg
Yeah.
was doing, but Greg was going.
You
You
were
gotta feel it, right?
Yeah.
You just gotta feel it. I don't know. I mean,
He's got to be like in everything. He's got to be the Jenga block and then dance it out of there.
I believe it. Yeah. I believe
No,
it.
I've never seen a game like that. I played a lot of Jenga, but I think people
much
might have
Jenga
thought
have
we
you-
just quit,
how
but we
much
did
have you
not
played?
quit. There was not one more tile to pull. Like,
Yeah,
That
for
was
the
the
record books, that was a we
That was
called
a
it
perfect
game.
tie.
full draw. Impossible to do a single move past that point.
Like an actual stalemate.
Yeah.
Like
never
that's-
seen it.
Yeah.
Man.
I actually don't think that I have ever actually seen that.
Yeah.
Like, honestly,
have they knocked it down in there yet? Have they fucked up and knocked over the Jenga?
Let's go.
Can we
Let's
get
cut
it?
it.
Okay.
Oh my God, let's
It's
kick it all the way
there.
out
It
of
is
here.
still standing.
Is that how we're gonna end this?
I'm gonna put my beer on top of it as I walk out.
That's a good idea.
That's how it has to go now,
That's a
right?
good
They were
idea.
eating chips out of it earlier. Like, I don't know. Again, basking in the glory.
Oh.
All right, well, we're going to I will go take a look at this Jenga tower firsthand. Thank you so much for coming by.
Thanks for having us.
Greg, Nathan, Tim, always a pleasure to see the three of you
Thanks for
and to see
having
you
us.
together like this.
Oh my God.
We've really just been hanging out all week. So.
No, yeah, I know. No,
Try to get together a
I
lot.
believe it, yeah.
That's actually like not at all an exaggeration.
No,
we have not been doing much other than
believe
hanging out.
Yeah. I mean, you've got an Airbnb with a hot tub in it. Why are you even here?
Yeah, we're out of here.
Yeah, why are we
I
here?
don't know.
We could film it.
Stand-up bass. It's got wooden swords. It's a fucking weird.
A lot of
Airbnb.
weird stuff.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a bike in a tree
Yeah.
somewhere.
Sorry.
Bike in a tree.
You need to
What?
It does.
You need to
actually
let
have
me
a
know where this place is, and maybe
Yeah.
we'll just do our show out of there next year.
Actually, you totally should. It is a rad.
No, that's our
joint.
place. Okay,
Yeah,
but we'll
that's
let
our
you.
place, yeah.
We'll rent it out.
Okay,
Yeah.
sublet your Airbnb
Perfect.
for 5
You'd walk
hours
in like
at a
Marge
time.
Simpson in a TGI
I bet
Fridays.
it's totally legal.
Yeah.
Like,
So you're wearing
in the Airbnb.
sunglasses.
Well, the landlord does live there and is hanging out with us, and he'd be totally cool.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, all right.
reference.
Thanks so much for coming through.
Thanks.
We
Thanks for
are
having us.
going to turn it around now and get some more guests on this show.
Say hi to your parents for me.
My parents are dead. Those alien bastards. Shake it, babe. Those are the only lines I can remember from the game.
I'm gonna shit down your eye ducts.
Those
tear
alien bastards are going to pay for shooting up my everything. David O'Reilly's everything. No, I don't know. This is like slipping into some like pseudo Keith David now.
No,
This is not working.
yeah, I was
It's
like,
gonna come back the other side. It's gonna
The
come all
West
way through.
Coast Warlord.
oh boy.
Hello and hi, and welcome back. Giant Bomb's E3 2016 coverage continues. Day 2 is still trucking on. I'm joined by a new set of guests here on the couch. We got Rich from the Tan Gentleman down there in the end. How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing really well.
All right.
Announcing new software here and showing it off. huh?
Absolutely. We just announced Here They Lie, which is a VR game, a Sony VR launch title.
Awesome.
Kind of existential horror, psychedelic horror.
All right, we've got John from Atlas here.
How's it going?
Good. Really
Excellent.
good. I've got some questions for you. Oh no. About these video games
Please no.
that you will put out.
Please no.
And we'll get to that.
Okay.
And Kara Ellison is here with us.
Hello.
Kara, you've been acting in a narrative fashion
Right.
around the video game business.
Yes, that's right.
Is that the way to sum it up?
That is
Writing?
yes, I've been doing the words as usual
Mm-hmm.
for everyone, which is great. But yeah, like I was here seeing the Dishonored 2 reveal, which I worked on a while ago. And that was like super exciting for me to see because like I haven't seen the game in a while, and Emily's all there like killing some dudes, and it's all fancy, and there's clockwork people, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's been good.
Cool. So let's get into it. So you spent some time with that game, but you're not like on it anyway. You kind of
Nope.
like you kind of come in, do a thing, and move on.
So I'm kind of like, when someone is like really, someone in a movie, they're kind of in trouble, and like there's like a kind of emergency like device that they like a parachute or whatever, and like I'm kind of like that emergency extra device that you bring in because you're like, oh, like we need to do an extra thing. I'm that person. I kind of turned up and was like, oh, I'll do a thing. And then as soon as I'd finished it, I was gone from the office and they couldn't tell where I was anymore. And they were like, oh, is she gone? And then like I was, as if I'd never been there.
Wow.
Ninja vanish.
I was like a ninja writer. And so, yeah. So
Take only pictures, leave only footprints.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So yeah, no, I had a good time working there under Harvey Smith, who is like one of the geniuses of our industry. And I thoroughly believe he's making a really amazing game. So yeah, like I love how complex his worlds are, and like I love how like this new world Kanaka is like a Mediterranean type place. So it's kind of different from the sort of dingy Dunwall kind of thing we're used to in Dishonored and the original.
Right.
So yeah, no, it's really cool. We have blood flies, which are all like these creepy, gross
Yeah, a little
things.
gross. Some parts of that trailer, parts of that reveal is like, oh man, this is
and they
some
make
nasty
these little
stuff in here.
nests. Yeah, they're
Is
kind of
everything
gross.
still powered by whale oil?
Yes, there's still whales. I don't know if they're putting this in or not, but like I'm obsessed with the whale thing, and so I was like,
it was so amazing from Dishonored 1. I love that.
And I was like, Harvey, can we pet the whales? Like I was like, can we pet the whales? I want to pet the whales. Is there a pet the whale function?
If you put the whale in the game, let them pet the whale.
Why can we not pet the whales?
Press F to pet whales.
Yeah.
So I don't know, like if that's it's probably everyone's ignored that, but that's what I want from it.
Is the crazy lady that wanted the whale petting still around?
Yeah.
Is she gone?
Is the crazy like whale petting lady still here? No? Okay, I'm so glad because we're not going to do that. What a crazy lady.
Right? Like, geez, all right.
But basically, I am very excited about it because I've seen the script and it's wonderful. So yes, I'm definitely recommending that as your thing to look forward to. It's a big world, and there are lots of characters who you don't know anything about that are very exciting.
Cool. Awesome. Now, Rich, first-person horror VR.
Yes.
It seems like something that, it seems like there are a number of people trying this sort of thing.
Absolutely.
And I guess I understand why. I mean, VR being so immersive, it seems like there are new opportunities to freak people out. You talk about being psychedelic horror. That seems like maybe a new way to freak people out.
Definitely. It's definitely kind of what we started out to do. We knew we wanted to do horror. We knew we wanted something visceral and kind of got an emotional grab off of you. But we also knew we didn't want to do something that was kind of a standard horror story at all. I really like the more psychedelic qualities that you can bring into games and creating a realistic world, but then kind of twisting it and twisting the player's expectations. And that helps you keep you on the edge throughout. Like once you kind of understand the scope of the thing, it kind of reduces it somewhat. It's like, oh, there's always just going to be zombies coming after me and I have to deal with that. And that's scary, but it's the kind of more Lovecraftian, like fear of the unknown, not knowing what it is you're afraid of in a given moment.
Right.
That is what we're grabbing at.
Like the Silent Hill method.
Yeah, absolutely. Those guys are great for that. There's a kind of what the fuck quality to everything that it's never like just straight with those guys. And that's definitely something we're grabbing at as well.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. John, how much Persona 5 have you played? Tell me all about it. Like, have you finished the game? How much of the story do you know? Can you tell me about the story? What's going on?
I've beaten New Game Plus twice. No.
What?
No, we just showed the first, I think it tallies almost 9 minutes of gameplay footage at E3, so hopefully you guys have seen that.
I have not. I have not seen it yet.
I'm so sad.
I know. No, I walked past the booth and there was an autograph session going on, and it was just bananas there today.
It's been crazy.
Can you describe in great detail the trailer, like every second of
every
it?
frame. I want to hear about it.
I could. I really could.
Do you
so
know?
it starts
do you know
off.
Chie? Do you know her? Do you know?
Chie.
Is she in Japan?
Girl. I have this pained feeling for Chie. She was my best girl for the longest time.
Yeah.
But then I realized that the one true best girl is Rise. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my God.
Well,
don't make that face.
That's gonna do it for.
I'll just show myself out. I'm so sorry. No, Persona 5 has been awesome. The gameplay is highly stylized. It's still from, I assume, very early in the game because traditionally most of the Persona games start at the beginning of the Japanese school year, which is early April, and the demo footage we're showing is from April 18th.
Okay, yeah.
So early stuff, but there's so Tokyo is such a vibrant place in Persona 5 now.
Yeah.
We are in the sticks with Inaba, and those were country people.
Definitely.
Now we're in Tokyo. Tokyo is like the biggest planet, one of the biggest cities on the planet.
Yeah.
There's people everywhere. We're seeing this run on next gen hardware. The last time we truly saw a number Persona game was running on PS2 hardware.
Right.
So,
it seemed like we were gonna get there on. Well, I guess this is coming to PS3 as well. But
it is.
But
it is. We still have our love for the PS3. There's some nasty internet rumors about Persona 3 or Persona 5 being canceled for the PS3, but that's not true. It's still coming for the PS3.
Okay.
Who's making those nasty rumors? We should shut them down.
The internet. We should shut down the internet.
Yeah,
right.
Totally. I could not agree more.
Please don't hurt me, internet.
Turn this thing off.
Internet? No.
Turn the internet off.
We're done here.
Save us.
Good experiment, but it's time to wrap it up.
The true first-person horror.
Just talking to people.
Every day.
Tokyo's an amazing place, and I think what the developers were really going for was just to capture that the day feel of being in
The
Tokyo.
50 people yelling "Irashaimase" at you every single day.
You can work in a convenience store that is legally different than a convenience store that you may know of. I have no idea if there's a mini game like if you have to press a button to shout "Irashaimase" at people when you walk in.
Okay.
I really hope there is. I don't know if there is or not.
It's like Sean, but just with "Irashaimase."
Yeah.
"Irashaimase."
Yeah.
"Irashaimase."
And if you say it too many
That would
times at the
be-
wrong time, they're like, you gotta go.
Yeah.
Wrap it up.
Sorry, you're
Yeah.
fired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't do
Get
this.
out.
Yeah.
Get out. No, I mean, like everything about the everyday Japanese life is in there, and then it's punctuated by going into these otherworld palaces and kicking the shit out of Persona or Shadows.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
That sounds pretty good to me.
it sounds amazing.
Yeah.
And there's so much style in the game. It pains me how stylized that game is.
Yeah, seeing all the footage like that first reveal. I remember staying up, like the big countdown. Yeah, long time ago.
November 24th, 2013.
That's the one.
I was there.
Yeah.
I was awake.
Yeah, like just sitting there, just like almost falling asleep. No, I gotta stay awake and see this thing.
Everyone was so up in arms over like Persona 4 Dancing All Night and Persona Q. They're like, what is this nonsense? Get this out of here. But those games turned out to be pretty great.
Yeah, no, I was watching that going like, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine too. I'm okay seeing this. Yeah, bring that on too.
But then there's the Persona 5 reveal, and you're just like,
yeah. So that's what is the relationship like with you being the U.S. office? I know that there are a lot of U.S. arms of Japanese companies work a lot differently and stuff like that. But like are people in the U.S. office kind of giving feedback on the game as it gets localized, or is it kind of like they have a vision, they're sticking to it, and kind of handing you this and going like, this is what we're making?
It's kind of case by case. I mean, Kara knows. There's when you're writing for something, and even though it's already written in Japanese, when you're translating and localizing it to English, there's always challenges that pop up. Persona Q had some where it's like, okay, you're not going to understand this puzzle unless you actually are fluent in Japanese. And most Americans are not fluent in Japanese.
It's true.
So you have to change it.
Yeah.
And Japanese people are so in love with puns.
They
and those only
really
work
are.
in Japanese, and you're like, okay, so how am I going to translate this? It's difficult.
Polar Bear Cafe works. You can kind of figure it out.
Every single person in our office that works in like localization and editing is a pun master, and it is the most annoying thing of all time. I love you guys, I really do, but I swear to God, if I get one more pun-laden haiku on Thursday about leaving our computers on, I'm going to lose it. But no, like. Yeah, sometimes we have to give feedback like, hey, I don't know if specific examples of where like, hey, you need to change this gameplay.
Right.
I feel like it's happened before. Someone on the internet already knows, and they're like, oh yeah, John, you forgot about this. But yeah, we definitely have to make localization decisions, and we have a really good team at Atlas USA.
Yeah, I just thought that Persona 4 just really was still able to evoke a lot of great stuff from Japanese culture and really kind of like convey subjects that were like maybe a little hard to wrap your mind around unless you just like spent a lot of time with anime and a lot of other stuff. But I think it did it so well.
I think that's one of like the endearing legacies of the Persona 4 cast and why they've been around since 2008 with Golden and all the other spin-offs.
Yep.
It was that first like not quite mainstream but almost mainstream hit where the characters just had this really strong universal appeal kind of across the board, and everyone that's played Persona 4 has their own favorite waifu. It just happens. Mine's Rise, yours is Chie.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Kara, no idea.
Mine are whales.
Rich, no idea. Whale waifu is always best waifu.
Okay, can you pat whales in this game? That's what I want to know. You pat the whales?
There's a bit with Hanako. Actually, that was awful.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Is there any whale? You're thinking about doing any whale petting in VR? Is that?
Everything's on the table. Absolutely, could be.
Actually, I guess I should say the game's not VR. The game's not VR only, right? Like
it's not VR only.
Okay,
it's going to be PS4 release as well.
I should say that so people don't get confused.
But I mean, good pet whales and cross-platform opportunities there.
I hope some exec somewhere is just like hurriedly writing down whales, whales petting,
2016
whale
hot
petting.
But within the next 3 months, we're going to see a press release, and one of the features is going to be cross-platform whale petting.
Well, you know what?
The game's on Steam Greenlight right now. It just happened. Like,
it's happened
It's a
before.
natural.
Like one time, I was like up really late and probably like having some wine or whatever, and I was on Twitter and I was like, you know what would be really great is like have a game where you're the janitor on the Nostromo and you're like, what the heck is happening here? There's blood trails. Muggins here has to keep cleaning his crap up.
Angry memo to all ship staff.
Stop
Please stop
dying.
leaving alien acid burns in the floors. You will cause explosive decompression.
Who the crap has like just put a whole head in the toilet? I mean, come on. But it's like, I don't know. And I wrote that down and like maybe a week later, Viscera Cleanup Simulator was there. And I was like, God dang it, Internet, you were fast.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Give them credit where credit's due.
Happen. They should have credited me for that shit.
Those bastards.
Are we allowed to swear?
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
that's
fine.
good.
It's fine.
I assume
Cliff drew
so.
a dick on the board. It's
Right,
fine.
good. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was a fish.
Yeah. Cliff drew a fish on the board. It's fine.
Friendly fish. I don't know what you're talking
Friendly
about.
crying fish, you know.
So, Rich, you spent some time working on the Call of Duty franchise. Am I right?
Yeah.
So
Started on Call of Duty 2 and then on to Modern Warfare, Warfare 2.
So
over to Respawn.
Doing art for those games. What's it, I imagine? Is it weird seeing this like Modern Warfare remastered and kind of seeing that and going like, wow.
Oh, well, that part I really liked. I'd say of all the new Call of Duties, the one that was the Modern Warfare remastered is the one that's most interesting to me.
Sure, yeah. I mean, we're hearing that a lot. Yeah.
I mean, I just ran into my buddy Mo, who did the all gillied up level in Call of Duty 2, and I mean, people just are always telling me that that's their, quintessential level of first-person shooters and stuff. So it's great to see that getting the remaster treatment.
Yeah,
I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, same here. I didn't think that I would be, but it sticks out.
It does. It does stick out. It's got a mood, and it differentiates itself from what comes before and what comes after. And I think that's what the kind of golden age Infinity Ward was so good at, was basically getting the pacing just right, so that you felt like you were getting variety and really immersed in the experience.
Yeah, and I guess like immersion is so key to a horror thing.
Yes,
like that's
why that's one of the reasons horror is such a natural, is because to be afraid you need to feel like you're in a place of fear, and you can definitely convey that on a screen. When you put the VR helmet on, you are just there. And so we can control that there-ness, that kind of aggregate sensory input that creates a sense of place. And it becomes something that in the real world is concrete. In VR, it's something plastic, and it's something that the designers can play with and twist the player's experience in a way that kind of throws them for a loop.
Yeah. Was it shocking in a way to see Resident Evil 7 come along and be like, oh man, now there's like everyone's getting in on this VR horror thing. Like you guys announced a couple of weeks ago, right?
Yeah, actually we announced yesterday.
Oh, was it yesterday?
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Congrats. Thank you so much. We brought our teaser out, and that was the first time we've announced anything at all. So the last 2 years we've been, flying dark with the company and everything, and so it's so relieving to be on the other side of that and be starting to get feedback from people on the floor, feedback on the teaser trailer we released. And it's just been really invigorating that we just have to crank on it and get her done.
Just that weight off your chest.
It is. Like
once it's out there, it's like, all right, it's out there.
Like,
we can relax.
Is someone going to leak this thing? Are we okay? Are we? Yeah.
I'm not very good at keeping secrets, so it's like always like a test to make sure that like, should I be saying anything right now? So I'm glad to be on the other side of that.
Yeah.
I am the literal worst about secrets.
Good to know.
And like I'm in PR, so secrets should be my job, but I'm the worst.
Yeah.
And you're working on, like your company is putting out a project that people are would beat people up for more information on.
Yeah,
so
there's people waiting for me in the parking lot right now. They're going to be like, you're going to give us those Persona 5 story details,
tell us everything.
or else.
Do you have a build on you? Like, what's up? What's up?
I do. Do you want?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, all right. Yeah, why not? We got a debug around here somewhere. Let's just get it going.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. Patch it in.
Yeah.
I don't actually. Please don't.
So you were saying that like Persona 4 was maybe like not quite like this big mainstream thing, but the cult grew by leaps and bounds over since in the years following that game's release.
Like Persona's always been that. Final Fantasy is kind of that. Everyone knows it.
Yeah.
It's a household
the Madden
name.
football of Japanese RPGs. You could say it. You could say it. It's the most generic thing that. No, it doesn't.
Please don't hurt us square. But yeah, Persona's just kind of been steadily growing. It's always been that franchise that some say, oh yeah, I work for Atlas. We have the Persona games, and like Persona. Oh,
right.
I have a friend that's like super into that game, but they've never played it. And Persona 5 is the one that's people are like, oh, yeah, I saw that game.
Yeah, it feels like this is like the breakthrough moment. I mean, the dancing game and all the fighting games and stuff, like really kind of helping get that out there to more people that might not play the RPG. And now, maybe it's because we house a lot of people that like that game on our message boards, and sometimes people ask me questions about our coverage plans for Persona games and stuff like that.
Why haven't you gone to Atlas and just beaten John with a baseball bat to get more Persona 5 stuff?
Yeah, so I'm proud to announce I've got this bat, and we're going to, because you demanded it, here we go.
Not again.
But it really feels like there is this like fevered pitch around this game in a way that, I mean, as I reviewed the original. I reviewed Persona 1.
I know.
I played.
Your Persona 4 playthrough is legendary. Our office loves it, and Charlie Tanoku lives.
Does he really?
He does.
Are you announcing something about Persona 5?
No. I seriously hope that once Persona 5 comes out, we're gonna see the return of Charlie Tanoku. I don't know if you're married to the name, if it has to be a different.
It's. I mean, that's a question for Vinny, honestly.
We'll see when the time when the time comes. We'll see.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Charlie Tanoku 2.0.
Wow. Oh man. All right. We'll see.
We'll see.
Kara, so has it been, like being kind of an external, I guess, contributor to a lot of games and stuff like that? Is it like this feeling of like you kind of constantly having to hustle to like get in at different studios and do this stuff, or like kind of once you've done some of it, people know you're out there, you can be this writing strike force to come in and do this stuff?
Right. Well, I mean, it depends like how long the contracts are, because like some of them are like a year long, some of them are like 2 years, 3 years, some of them are like 2 weeks long. And so people just kind of, it depends what people really need. But yeah, I've like got a couple like unannounced projects happening that are just like really, really different from each other. And sometimes people will ask you to come in and do like consultation, like basically like reading through what they've got, or like playing a build and going, is this any good? Or like it would be like more like a kind of like scripting job. So you'll like get your final draft and you'll be like, so it can really, really vary. And it just varies from project to project. And it really depends on like the studio as well, because it depends whether they like really narrative-led stuff, where the narrative is like the first most important thing, and then the designers will come in after. Or what's more common is like the designers have already decided what they want to make, and they just want someone who's not going to be, bad at words.
You can write around this, right?
Yeah. Like, we've got these like weird we have this whale patting simulator. We just want you to.
And you're just like, I've got 40 pages on this bag.
I have written this already.
I've got this game up here, right here for you right now.
Like they make this. Whales are cute. They're really cute. I'm just saying you should put more whales in your game.
How often do you have to deal with the phrase ludonarrative dissonance?
Not very often, because they don't really tend to. We mainly writers mainly call it bad writing.
Right? Yeah.
I can respect that.
But I mean, you can be forced into a situation where you are really forced to justify something really absurd happening in a narrative, and you're like,
it's too late to take this out. So
right, and you're just kind of like, I mean, imagine for a second, if you had to be the writer on Deadly Premonition, and you looked at the levels discrete from each other, and you were like looking at this thing and going, okay, and they were like, so it's a murder mystery, go. Like, what would you do? And I feel like that's often, I think, what writers are asked to do, is to sew together this like absurd thing. And I've talked to a lot of people now who are writers in the industry who give me a lot of really good advice, and they're always like, yeah, sometimes you get
Get out while you can.
Yeah, they're like, sometimes you get these projects where you're just kind of like, there's really very little you can do to save it, basically. And I'm trying to listen and kind of learn a little bit more about it. But yeah, like it's actually like so far I've got some like really cool projects, so I've been super lucky. But yeah, I mean, in a year or two you'll probably see all of these come out, and then you'll be able to judge for yourself whether you like the whale petting simulator or not.
Yeah. All right. Good to know.
So, yeah.
Oh my God, I totally forgot.
Yes.
I brought food for us. I was really unsure about etiquette. This is my first time on a Giant Bomb podcast. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, anytime.
So I brought, it's my E3 Vice, and it's hanging out back here.
I mentioned Pink's earlier, and you made a face.
I did. Pink's is the literal worst.
Oh, all right.
The literal worst.
Well, while you get into that, Rich, have you been tethered to like a booth the whole show? Oh wow. The whole show. Have you gotten around?
I brought it up to show.
I got to walk around a little bit. We're kind of getting tagged out of the
I'm
booths,
not
but
very
mostly,
hungry,
it's
but
been
I just
doing
wanna have a
kind of journalist playthroughs of the game.
Okay,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Cool.
Very nice of you.
What is this?
And
Has it been fun, like now that you're out there and now, it's like seeing people play through the game?
really
are you
has,
learning a lot? It's like,
yeah.
are you just filled with changes, or is it just like, all right, good, okay?
we were cranking on the demo leading up to E3 and making sure that it was working how we wanted it to. But in the process of doing that, you end up working on a small section of the game to the point where it kind of deadens you to the experience. You know, you're just like, it's all mechanics and did this fire right and so on. So to be able to get it out in front of the public and see the reactions to people. I hadn't worked on a horror game prior to this one, and I didn't realize that the joy of making horror games is getting someone to freak the fuck out on. and in VR you really do. Like one guy like fell backwards in his chair. There's just like some people just shout. They're just shouting. They kind of have the headphones on and they don't recognize that they're in a room full of people, and it's great. And it's so satisfying. It's really
I have
satisfying.
seen people in VR horror getting like legit like fall over.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It is true.
Yeah. Stop this now.
Yeah, exactly. There is a bit of like
get me off of this ride.
Yeah.
I think the worst thing about like horror games in particular, as opposed to horror movies, is the fact that you know that it's you making the choices, and not some far off person on the screen.
You could always shout at the person not to go down the stairs,
you're like, why
but
are
it's
you
like
going
you're
up the
doing it.
stairs, you crazy person? And then, like with video games, you're like, oh my God, I'm going up the stairs. Why am I doing this? You know, and like it's your choice is actually part of the horror because you know that you're being forced to do this almost.
You did it to yourself.
This is a bad idea. This is a bad idea.
Right.
Yep.
And so but I mean, what's interesting to me is when you're making like VR horror, like part of the for me, part of the fear, in particular with like Resident Evil games, comes from the fact that it's always been. I mean, in the original games, it was quite difficult to control your character, and Jill Valentine had she aimed like at a ceiling, which was silly, and in front of her, and then at her feet, and these were the three positions she aimed at, and you were like, only one of those is useful, Jill.
Right.
I mean, why is this? So, and it's really interesting, to kind of like parse that like when you're playing, because it's essentially like part of the fear comes from you're like, okay, if something bad happens to me, she's going to be pointing at her feet.
The controls are willfully hard to wrangle.
That was
it's
the scariest part of that game. Was like, man, I just playing this.
She's a tank, and so
Yeah.
you don't. And so do you take that into account, or is it more because VR is very much like the person is. Like you have to make it very, very easy for the camera to look everywhere because it's attached to someone. Is that something you have to think about?
Well, camera control is definitely something that you have to be very careful with in VR. What we've discovered is basically you never want to rotate the camera outside of what the player is doing with their head because it feels like the whole world just went like that when it happens. So
and some games have had that, like, if they do need you to be able to turn like that, they'll have the right stick turn at a fixed radius.
Yeah, cuts are very effective. And a lot of kind of motion models basically use cuts as the way they do it.
The weird thing for me is that stuff is never fast enough.
Right.
And I find myself going like, actually, I just want the right stick. Like the few games that allow you to kind of turn off like comfort mode or whatever, like for as wrong as it sometimes feels, it feels like a better gameplay experience. And I'm able to like, my body has been able to withstand that.
Yep.
And Yeah, I guess it's everyone's going to be different with that stuff.
Yeah,
but
and games are different
Right.
in that regard, and it kind of that kind of stuff boils down to the motion model you've constructed for the game and fictionalizing that and how well that works. We worked for some time getting our motion model locked in, and now we're really happy with it.
Yeah.
And it feels super natural, or it feels super and natural, and you quickly lose the artifice of the controller altogether, and that's really what you want in VR. You don't want anything tethering you to the real world. You want to feel as if you're simply there and experiencing what you're seeing.
Cool.
So there's no like sluggishness of movement or anything.
No,
that you thought
no,
by doing
definitely
it.
not. It
Right.
feels accurate. I guess we're just
Right.
trying to simulate what the player would want to be doing within the game, so they feel the most attached to the world that
Right.
we're presenting.
Sure.
them.
Yeah, yeah. That's cool.
I'm the biggest weenie when it comes to horror.
Yeah, me too.
Like middle school, Event Horizon came on in theaters. So
yeah,
I'm
was
dating
that was
myself a little
scary.
bit.
That was scary.
I have since that I have noped the fuck right out of the horror.
Just
genre.
all done with that. All done with that.
Yeah.
Nope.
I mean,
we're done here.
Well, you saw the best, so why see anything else?
I played through that Alien Isolation Ripley DLC, and I absolutely like wet myself. I was so scared. I was so scared. I screamed like constantly.
Yeah, it
Whenever I
feels
saw
good.
the alien, I was like, ah! Yeah, and it was really scary. Are there monsters?
Well, I don't want to give too much away. It
Okay.
definitely is. There are monsters of a type, no question.
Okay.
Is man the real monster?
Well, that is the question, isn't
Always.
it?
I just came up with that idea for the first time.
Brilliant.
You can use that if you want. Whale petting and then this.
Somehow if we could kind of combine the two ideas. We're looking, when we think of horror at 10 Gentlemen, we're more talking about kind of Kubrick, that kind of horror where it's as much about kind of creating a sense of dread and impending doom, as well as legitimate kind of physical horror. We wanted to kind of move into another direction as well, because it can get a little simple if it's just being afraid of something jumping out and getting you all the time.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if you guys saw Under the Skin. It was a kind of real touchstone for us. Beyond the Black Rainbow was a kind of indie horror film that came out, I don't know, kind of the early aughts maybe, and that one was just was a huge amount of style, and it was psychedelic horror. That's kind of what our vibe is. So there's more that we're aiming for than just the kind of the jump scare.
Cool.
So Under the Skin, like the Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah, that's
movie?
the Scarlett Johansson.
Oh, you took tips from that? That's amazing.
That had mood coming out.
Yeah,
I
mean, a lot of it is just like Scarlett Johansson trawling the Glasgow streets for men.
Well, that actually is what our game is too.
Fantastic. All right, good.
You get in the van.
Now I'm on
Scarlett
board.
Johansson. and
It's just my life, and I feel like I relate
Sadly.
to it. So
Yeah, absolutely. The Glasgow part or the trolling?
all of it.
All of it, absolutely.
I'm kind of upset that you didn't use "I Know Who Killed Me" as inspiration.
I Know Who Killed Me?
Yeah, the Lindsay Lohan masterpiece.
Oh, I don't know if I saw that one. I must have missed.
It's real horror. That's real horror.
That is real horror.
Yeah.
It sounds incredibly impactful.
Yeah. So, John, have you been tethered to the booth the entire time?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Always. This is my breakfast.
So
that's sorry for just.
That's
painting
E3.
that,
this is amazing, by the way. Thanks for bringing it.
I'm glad you enjoy it.
Sounds so good.
I'm gonna when we wrap up here between segments, I'm gonna immediately devour all of this.
Yeah, I just don't want to be munching down. You did it very effectively.
Go for it.
No,
Seriously.
I'm not as comfortable on
look how much grease it left on this table. I mean, that is something that you need.
That is like the mark
That's something
of a
you
good
need
snack.
in your body right now.
Ugh. And Kara, have you been getting around seeing more stuff at the show? Or?
I haven't seen too much, but I'm so excited for that one with like what is it called? It's called like it's the British one with the mask.
We Happy Few.
We Happy Few.
We Happy Few. I saw that and I was like, my God.
Yeah.
That really looked like
orange
great
kind of
looking game,
vibe.
That really looked like the kind of game that I'd be super into. I'm worried like the whole like don't take your medication.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the best. I mean,
not the best
it's like-
advice.
it's part like
Yeah.
Brave New World, where
Yeah.
you don't need to take your little Soma vacations,
Yeah,
but
sure.
the next
Right.
part, like, screw mental health.
Some people really do need that
A little bit of Brave New
medication.
World,
did,
a little bit of brain candy, a little bit of that. Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go, brain
Yeah.
candy.
Yeah,
So,
you're right. But
just- it all fits
it
together.
looks very, very creepy, and but most of all,
No,
I
yeah,
think
it
it's
looks
very, very
amazing.
original, which I think kind of in general video games kind of lacks. We kind of cannibalize our own systems a lot, and like go, oh, I want to make this thing that I played when I was younger. And that's cool, but I think maybe we can kind of do with a little bit more of that.
Looking outside of the scope of video games and kind of the broader media, film and literature and stuff is always great. I mean, there's so many more examples of different things that have been tried outside of games as well as
And it's a
inside.
selfish thing for me because, if you're a writer, you want to be able to work on something that is like slightly different than we've seen before just because it's more interesting.
Instead of just someone calls you up and goes like, we're making it, it's like a Blade Runner. Can you do like a Blade Runner-ish sort of thing? We're doing like a Blade Runner kind of thing.
Right.
I don't know.
Just
And
add
we've got
10%
this
more
idea,
pop.
Yeah.
right? We've got this idea, and it's like got guns, and you're like thinking, "Oh my God, how many other ways can I think of justifying this?" But I mean, apart from that, like I think it's just really exciting looking and just really different, and we always need more English bad guys, so that's great. But yeah, and then I saw Dad of War, so that's good.
I really look forward to
I'm
the
looking
scene where
forward
Kratos
to
teach Ellie how to whistle.
Dad's dadding of war, dadding stuff. And what else was there that I saw that? Oh my gosh, that pirate thing.
Sea of Thieves. Yeah.
That's so good looking.
Yeah, that's definitely, that game keeps coming up, as we kind of bring people in,
terrified,
everyone's
though.
just like, yeah.
I do not have 8 friends that I would trust to be part of my pirate crew.
So it's 4 though. Well, I don't know what they're showing at the show. It's 4v4.
Yeah.
4v4 pirate fun.
Like you, man the cannons.
Like
and
no,
they're like shooting
I
at,
went
like,
to the bathroom.
seagulls.
Sorry, no
Yeah.
one's shooting. Oh, we got
No,
sunk
no,
again. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in the
that
crow's
could
nest.
happen.
Look at me, I'm in the crow's nest. Hey, that looks cool over there.
I jumped off the ship. I don't know.
Getting murdered by cannonballs at the same time.
Yeah.
But this
That
is like,
island looks great.
I know there's at least one of my friends who's going to be a backstabbing motherfucker
Yep.
and let them in.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to never speak to them again. It's going to create a huge rift amongst everyone. And then years later, we're going to have to meet up and be like, have a very solemn meeting at
It's
a
like, all
diner.
right, look, I forgive you for the thing you did
Right.
in Sea of Thieves.
The
You know
pirate
what you
game
did.
was
You know.
sacred to us.
Let's be real. We need a hook add-on for that. It's like, you screwed up. You screwed that fight up so bad, you're going in the boo box.
Yeah.
Like right now, the
boo
boo box.
box.
Yeah, I mean, it's a loot game, so maybe you just find better hooks as you go. It's like, well, this is a yellow hook. This one's way better than this one. We got a legendary hook now, so it's +5
Right.
to drunkenness.
People are trying to OP it. They
only
just
got
have
an
like
epic
2
hook.
peg legs, 2 hooks, and like
yeah.
2 eye patches, and they're just
Yeah,
like
it's like this is just
totally
the most
dominating,
built game.
completely
We're just really
dominating.
ripping it up.
3 parrots.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Well, thank you all for coming through.
Thanks for
Kara,
having me.
John, Rich,
Thanks for
it's
having
been
me.
wonderful.
Please poison your bodies with the
I'm
food
definitely
I
going
brought.
to challenge
It's
this
all I
as soon
know.
as-
All I know is chili cheese hot dog burritos now.
Yes.
This is.
You forgot pastrami. There's
Oh, sorry,
pastrami in it, too.
pastrami, of course. Yeah, who could forget? Oh boy. Well, I'll probably be asleep for the next segment if I try to eat this. So come back and watch me snooze for the final segment of the night. We'll be back momentarily. Wrap guns. Folks at home, it is time for the last segment of the evening. I'm Jeff Gersman. This is Giant Bomb's ongoing nightmare. I'm joined by the last employed game journalists on the planet. This is all that's left. YouTube, you did it. We got Chris Plant from The Verge here.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I mean, still getting paid.
Yeah, the checks are clearing.
For now.
Griffin McElroy, you've got your podcast parachute. You're set.
Yeah, I'm announcing my retirement at the end of the stream, so I'm very excited about that.
Great. Yeah, really looking forward to it.
Yeah.
No, really looking.
Oh, okay. This got real very quickly.
We got Ziff Davis's Patrick Klepek. Welcome back. Welcome back to the fold.
Papa's taking care of him.
Papa Ziff wants you back, buddy.
Papa Ziff's gonna buy you lunch.
He just
I hear there are lots of good bars in San Francisco.
he just
You
got
like
here.
those?
Oh, shit.
GameSpot's Mary Kish is here.
Hello.
CBS Interactive.
That's right.
Yeah, welcome.
I brought our Danny.
Yeah, and
I came dressed for an interview.
He's made the transition to biz dev apparently since the course of the day. Very nice, wheeling and dealing out there.
I cannot tell you the amount of times I heard the word analytics up on the roof of this building in the past 15 minutes.
Yes, for those that don't know, the GameSpot party's happening on the rooftop of the building right now.
Mostly people I've never seen. Or
no,
hope,
of course not.
Or hope to
yeah,
never see
no,
again.
it's you are in the position. You've made it to that awesome spot that I was in. I was
Right.
telling you earlier that the E3 party is a long-standing tradition where the sales team talks to clients about whatever the fuck it is they do. Are they bringing the money to keep us all employed?
Are they interested in buying a company?
Not really. No.
He's trying to own it now.
Some companies.
Own what?
And they used to, there was a chunk of time where they forced me to go to this thing, which I didn't wear a fucking suit.
Forced. This is the fourth year I've been invited. I just turned up this year. They're all happy I was there. For an hour.
And did they do the thing where they show you around and go, "This is the talent. We brought the talent up here, and now hey, important
You're making me
client, talk
feel
to the
bad.
talent." No, you just sat in the corner because that's what happened to me too.
Nobody recognized me because I was wearing a fucking suit. No one's ever seen me in a suit except relatives at funerals and the occasional wedding. So yeah, it was mostly like lots of people like doing double takes and then being like, "Oh, you're the fucking scrappy Irish guy who's usually wearing band shirts."
This is the suit Danny's grandfather was buried in.
Wow, great. Yeah. So you're a literal grave robber.
We actually clawed his way out. And then he puts it in the face.
Wow,
And he's like, "You look great in this."
Yeah. So
I'm going to sleep now. Bye. Forever.
So, Griffin, what are you doing at the show this year? Are you?
I'm doing video stuff
Okay.
at the show for the 2 video game companies that want you to see what their video games look like.
Yeah.
It's fun. Videos right there in the name, video games. But do you think they'd be like crazy for it?
Yeah.
Just games now.
It'd be yeah.
I got a
Come take video of the video games.
I got a 3 gigabyte package in the mail today for a game I was excited to do a video for. And I was like, hell yeah, let's unzip this. Ran it through all the software that I needed to unzip it, and it was 29 seconds of video footage.
Yeah.
And it was a VR game, and it wasn't even the game being played. It was just them looking at their hands. I was like, this is going to be the best video ever. What are you doing?
Was it the Batman game? Because I felt like when I played that, there was a lot of me looking at my hands in VR.
No, it was a game. It was a game actually called Ripcoil, which I don't want to get the streaming audience too excited. It's kind of like Windjammers VR.
Really?
Yeah, there's a game called Ripcoil in the Oculus booth. It's you throw a disc back and forth and you try and get it in a net in the back of the goal.
All right, I'm probably going to be seeing that tomorrow. I guess
Okay.
I'm going to see the Oculus.
Ask them for their hot 29 seconds of video.
Yeah, it's like if you could please send me this 29 seconds. I've got
you're
a
gonna love it.
whirlwind of ideas, different pieces we could put together.
Yeah.
Just 1 second at a time. Actually, I'm pitching them on the 29 seconds of Ripcoil VR as an exclusive, and every day we post 1 more second of video.
And then at the end, you're like, the unedited version.
Right. Yeah.
With a
It's basically like
60-second ad.
Greg Miller's YouTube presence. Just
Right.
one little
Essentially.
segment at a time, and then at the end you post it all at once, right?
That's how it works. That's how
Yeah.
Bobby works.
Yeah. Oh, that's yes.
Yeah.
Also, yes.
That's how we get them
Right there.
hits.
Yeah. Never done that before.
We post 2-hour
what we
videos
say
to
up
our
there.
website, and then reap the bandwidth costs, and it's delightful and wonderful. And
It's happening.
you're adding more compression, you're adding more
true.
change to the video. You're making the video file size bigger. Don't.
Too much
That cost $2. That was $2.
We
right?
can't afford
$2.
these. I mean, at least it's cutting to black. If it was cutting to like another image or something
Whoa,
like that,
that
we'd be
was-
in real trouble.
That was $1.50.
You'd have to go talk to some of those ad people upstairs.
Yeah, we'll get them. We'll get upstairs.
So with Je suis Jeff.
Yeah.
That's how you talk to Ubisoft.
Oh, okay. All right. No, see, we're into the non-endemic scene, so it's more like.
Oh, je m'appelle.
Yeah.
Je suis
You
Sean.
actually have to learn how to speak real
It's like,
French.
so you guys make phones?
Mi llamo Totino's.
Your empire has had wonderful luck with pizza rolls.
With exclusively the delicious foodstuffs of Totino's.
Yeah, that's
It's synergy. It's the definition of brand synergy is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I like zesty meat. I like it when it's in sauce.
Yes.
And embarrassed with cheese.
That all actually sounds.
What's
pretty
the
good.
line over to embarrassment?
You'll know. When you bite into one of them, you'll know.
So obviously everyone's doing different things in the show. Patrick, you're out there doing reporting of a sort, or
That sounded mildly condescending.
Yeah, no, I wanted to like mildly kind of let you finish.
What is it that you do?
Man, this okay. All right. All right.
Did you go to the influencer entrance at the Xbox thing? Did they let you in there? Your YouTube presence? Did that? Were you? Or they?
I mean, it's been really, interesting. My company going through an interesting time. But it's funny.
Yeah.
A lot of people make jokes about the YouTube stuff. I've had two different stories I can tell you about the YouTube stuff. When you want to explain how Nintendo on YouTube works, I have a first-hand experience with this.
Yeah.
So, I've been lucky enough to do the Mario Maker morning stuff. Like, people watch that. It's been fun, like doing that with Dan and the level stuff.
Yeah.
And it's been a ton of fun. But when you break down how this stuff works, it is... So, let's start January to April. I made $1,250 over the course of those 4 months.
$1,250?
Wow.
When you break that stuff down, so the way Nintendo does their thing is you have to submit these videos to their website, their Nintendo Creator Partner Program, and it takes 48 hours for it to submit. Mm-hmm. When do you think you get the most views on a video? This first 48 hours, right?
Yeah, definitely.
You don't retroactively get that money back.
Cool.
So in the first 48 hours, you submit that. 48 hours later, it gets approved. Then they're like, cool, we already made most of the money on that video. Now you can make... So Nintendo takes 40%, YouTube takes 30%, your MCN takes 15%. So then you start working that out over the course of like 4 or 5 months.
So you get 5% of the no views that come after the 48 hours.
That's really good.
So what
That's
I'm
really
hearing is that
I'm ready.
A Gawker reporter took money from Nintendo, a game publisher?
It's true.
Wow.
It's
wow.
True. It's true.
Wow.
GG.
I don't know, man. I'm just asking questions over here, man. I'm just trying to
Look,
get to the
man,
bottom of
you're
this.
being a reporter.
Yeah.
You're just like me.
Yeah, we're pretty much identical.
It's weird. Like to seriously address like the stuff going on in their company. Like bankruptcy sounds like way scarier than it actually is.
Yeah, it's
like,
never.
Everyone still has jobs, life insurance, all that stuff. Like it's not like.
Wait, that's the order of operations? If I still get a paycheck every 2 weeks, and if I die, like I'm golden.
I got $1,000 from YouTube. It's pretty good.
I got either $1,200 or $12 from YouTube. I'm like set.
Depends on where you put depends on where you put the period.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, there was a lot of stuff going around when all the stuff swirling around the company was happening, where people were like, those guys are fucking done. It's like, nope, you don't understand how bankruptcy works.
It's bankruptcy sales, like things are complicated. Like again, like you can't spin it as like it's a great thing, but like it's complicated, and like I get to keep doing my job, like coming out here, like playing games, like Final Fantasy 15 VR.
The VR experience.
Like just playing the most comprehensive, intense experiences.
When you finished playing the Final Fantasy 15 VR experience, did you think like, God, I wish just like Gawker had completely shut down before I came here?
I walk up to Griffin and I'm like, hey, all right, so we're at this VR thing. The Sony press conference finishes, and on the people that were in attendance could go and play a bunch of VR games and other stations they had set up. And upstairs they had a lot of the games they announced at the conference, so you could play those. And so
a lot of them were cool. I played the Double Fine game, the Psychonauts VR
Promise of Ruin thing.
Promise of Ruin was really cool. I played Rez VR for the first time, which was like
amazing.
Hell yeah, it's Rez. Final Fantasy 15 VR. Whew. Ooh, boy.
Yeah, we didn't play it. Brad and I were walking around that thing, just kind of getting a look at it. We showed up kind of as it was
It looks like
shutting
the first VR game ever made, in which it's like you have a gun and you shoot the guy. And
it's like the first idea someone would have about VR is like, well, what if you could hold a gun?
Yeah.
Like with your hand.
Part was,
but then you shoot it. And then you shoot the gun.
After you finished your job of shooting the behemoth for 5 minutes, you get to look at Cindy in the driver's seat of an it's Cindy or Sydney.
Sydney.
I don't know what the final translation is going to be for America.
Game's not out yet. There's a lot of things up in the air.
And so then the game for me, the much more entertaining game, was looking at the other people who were coming to play this demo and seeing which one of them were like,
Aruga!
Like full-blown MC Scat.
So you're making this sound like much funnier than it was. It was like literally. So you finish the demo and like you press this button. It says like, do you want to go for a drive? It's like,
hell yeah, you don't want to go for a drive.
Let's go for a drive in that car. And so the way the demo ends is like you're sitting forward and like the car's in front of you. there's a rear view mirror, and then you're
Like
just
you're in the car.
You're in the car. You're in
passenger seat
the
of
cockpit. Yeah.
And like naturally, naturally,
what's next?
you're gonna look around, and then you look to your left, and like Cindy's there, and you're like,
Wait, she's driving?
She's driving?
She is not wearing a lot of clothing,
Oh.
and so most people.
No.
Right.
Full blown.
No.
And there's like people
Oh, no,
waiting
really?
in line. Like they
Oh,
know they're being
shit.
watched, and they're like.
No, that's the immersion factor. Is they're gone. They're there. They're in that car. They're with that girl. They're removing their clothes to spend time with this lady.
They've never been in a car.
Yeah. What is a car? Final Fantasy.
So Griffin and I started making like a count of these people. Like as we're waiting in line, like, is this guy gonna do it? Yep. Is that guy gonna do it? Yep.
Name and shame.
Then we talked about it enough.
Name and
that,
shame. What did Brian Crescente do?
There was a guy that went up and played. And I think he overheard us talking about it.
Yeah.
And so he gets to that point and he just sits there and he goes like,
willfully not looking at
That's
it.
a lady.
Look at, I mean, the horizon looks very nice over there. And he like did a very brief like look this way. I'm not gonna do that. And then like hit the button, ended the demo.
But most of the dudes were just like.
Well, then the next guy, he was the one. The right before you played. So
Unless this guy was like a full-time character artist who was like doing an in-depth study on new skin texture technology.
Especially like, what do like gene textures look like really close? So he goes like, because we're like what, like 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6 at that point of the people doing this, and then we made up for a point on that with this guy. I mean, he doesn't.
This was a half-court buzzer beater, three-pointer.
Yeah. Just like
denim
saving the
close-up.
day.
He
You
looks
guys
over
are high-fiving,
and
fucking spilling drinks.
He is down.
He's
Like,
down there.
He's looking very close, and it's
looking for Easter eggs to include in his report.
like a trophy's going to unlock
in his
face
report.
close.
Yeah.
We don't call them that. We don't call them Easter eggs.
You could start though, right? I mean,
Do you hear them breathing in? You're uncomfortable.
HR is about 8 floors above us right now.
They can't save you.
This smells like my granddad.
So it's bad.
A game of show.
yeah. So basically, what you're telling me,
game of the show
it's
and
basically
also
the
bad
best,
game of
the
show.
best VR thing,
Yes.
and the best VR thing.
Yes.
More or less.
Yeah, we. So that's where we ran into Patrick. Because I guess you would probably split because after seeing that demo, I bet you had some
I threw myself
things
off the
you
building,
needed
yeah.
to do. Okay, okay, all right. I figured you found your way to a bathroom to handle some business.
Nope.
Weird. Okay. Yeah. Well.
I find nothing arousing about like men at a press demo who have no concern for the fact that they're being watched by 30 people as they full-blown like get their groove back.
Why would they have any concern? They're watching everyone in front of them do
That's
the
the
exact
thing.
same thing. They're
One
probably
of the-
like,
one after another,
This
like,
is cool.
they probably
This
thought,
is cool.
yeah, it was like peer pressure.
I had the moment in my mind of like, when I get in there, I'm not going to do it because I just watched 100 people do it, so I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
And I was apparently the only one, other than Patrick. I didn't stick around. I didn't see what you did, so I can't testify. Really.
Instead, you just, if you put it bother the people running the demo a lot if you just put your head through the car, because then the car just like broke apart and the polygons are going everywhere. And it's like, I'd rather just stick my face in this engine. This is so much better than any other possibility right now.
That has been one of the most fun things with VR that we've been doing is is standing up while you're in a car cockpit and being like, I'm above this car now. Or, oh my God, I don't have a head.
I played a VR game today, Wilson's Heart, the new Twisted Pixel game.
Yeah,
I did not know Twisted Pixel was making a horror VR game. They tried that where it's like, okay, this door's locked. You got to find the key before you can go in. I was like, fuck you.
Yeah.
But when I did it, they actually factor for that. And if you actually phase through a wall in that game, they have like some crazy visual effect that's like, no, you can't.
Oh, wow.
That's not how that works. So at least they've planned for it
That's
that
good.
much.
Yeah, it seems like most games have definitely not. Because it's just been
Most
a
I could
lot
like
of
leave the headset on, get in my car, and drive away. And it's just like I'm in a skybox somewhere a mile away from the action.
Yeah.
When I did the Batman VR one, it's actually kind of an interesting VR experience. Like they're trying to take the forensic stuff, and you're using you have 2 move controllers, and the one on your left, when you tilt it to the left, you're rewinding this fight that's happening between Nightwing and whoever he's fighting.
Some ghost man. Some
Yeah,
glowy
ghost man.
Yeah,
but like,
we talked about the mechanics of it earlier.
Right. Okay.
So,
And but it's weird because like you're trying to examine these. I think like when his jaw breaks, when his ribs shatter, and then when his neck snaps.
Yeah.
And so, but you have to find these specific moments so you can scan them so the game will trigger it. And so I was doing the last one when his neck snaps, but I couldn't find the sweet spot when his neck snaps. And so I'm sitting there just like rewinding, playing, and it's just like Nightwing having his neck snapped over and over again. And the guy who was like running the demo was finally like, "What are you doing?
What are you doing? I love this shit.
Why are you just watching Nightwing die over and over again?" I was like, it won't like trigger the thing. He's like, "Oh yeah, the demo's kind of weird." And I was just like, "Well, maybe you shouldn't have made a demo where I watched Nightwing's
You should have made an interactive snuff film, sir.
It sounds great. It's the best part of JFK Reloaded.
Yeah.
Watch those replays.
Yeah,
over and
JFK
over.
Reloaded VR is going to really.
Can you imagine?
It's gonna blow some wings back. I think people will be really excited about that.
Oh God.
Is that on the floor?
No.
Oh, right, yeah, all right.
No, okay, let me explain. So, John F. Kennedy was the president of the United States of America.
Irish.
He
kinda.
Yeah,
Well, we take the
Irish
good ones.
kinda.
Yeah.
Catholic kinda.
I'm not going to go down this road any further.
Okay.
Mary, what have you been doing during the show? I've seen you around. Have you been like just running things behind the scenes for GameSpot.com?
Yeah, I don't actually get to play anything. Basically, we get a lot of stage shows, things that like Danny sees or other editors where they get to play, and then they give us the footage and we edit it and put it on the show. So
okay.
I got to play Trials, the new Trials game that they announced.
What do you think? They sent out codes for that, and I was like, I'm going to redeem that and play when I get home. But since it's out, I've seen people really shitting all over it.
It's got platforming, which is really strange because like
Yeah.
I don't play Trials to like do that. I play
Like
Trials
running
to do
and jumping platforming?
Yeah, and it's really weird and it's not good. But the motorcycles are good and the
Motorcycles are good.
Yeah, that part's fun and it's got some interesting. It's got like really funny VO. It's like really self-aware, or it's kind of making fun of how silly and obnoxious it is. But if you fail, like if you make a mistake in the level, which in a Trials you repeat levels
Constantly.
20 times, you hear the VO each time.
Right.
So I'm hearing the same joke
Punchline,
50 times. Yeah. So instead of like trying to make
how
sweet
jokes work.
flips, I'm like, I'm gonna beat this because I don't want to hear this anymore. That was my only memory of E3.
Well, there's still one more day of magical memory making to go.
Yeah.
Chris, you've been around the floor. What have you been doing? I heard you saying to Alex that you had a pretty light schedule.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, the most memorable thing is I actually haven't told this to Patrick yet. Patrick and I had dinner last night.
And he doesn't know?
No. Well, not this. So, like, this is kind of a weird thing, but I actually been thinking about it a lot because it was really traumatic.
Eating dinner with Patrick?
Yeah, no, we were waiting online for dinner. This is a real thing.
Do you have any idea where this is going, by the way?
No.
50-50.
No, it's not where you think. A very small gnat. It flew in my mouth and it went in my sinuses while we were
Holy
talking.
shit.
And I could feel it.
Like still?
No, not anymore.
Right.
Well, so it's
It
like I
died in
could
there.
feel it clawing in my sinuses.
Great.
And I was like, we were talking. I was like, there were some other people I hadn't met before, and I was like, I don't want to embarrass myself in front of them because I need to like somehow like blow it out.
Really hawk it out there.
So
Which way?
So, well, that's a great question. So I go to the
at the end
bathroom.
of the table.
I go to the bathroom, and there's like a big line. So then I'm like kind of trying to blow it out.
Warming it up.
But when I blow it out, like that's
it
not gonna
alive?
work. Yeah, oh, it's alive. It's like
Is this viral
It's-
advertising for
No,
Resident
no.
Evil 7? This sucks.
Sorry, we sold a deal. It's a whole thing. You guys
gonna
get
spit this
casinos.
gnat out on you.
No.
Yeah.
I tried to blow it out my nose, right?
Right.
But it was too big to go out that direction.
What?
So then it was like. So then
you said it was a gnat.
So then I like tried to pull it out the other way.
Okay.
And I shit you not, I could feel it grabbing on.
No.
So I then finally at this point 5 minutes have passed and I can get into the stall. So I go into the stall and I alternate because I could feel it crushing it. And then I can feel it die.
Are you on mescaline right now?
I can feel it literally, like it stopped, like it literally gave up. And then I was like, is it out? and I couldn't figure out if it was out. So then we were eating dinner.
Yes.
And we're eating dinner, and I felt it drop out onto my food. And I spit my food out, and it was a gnat split in half.
What happened to the other half?
What did you get
No,
for dinner?
they were both there. It was as if you
Where
had,
did
like,
it fall in?
You had bisected it perfectly on the fish and chips.
This is literally some fucking Sam Raimi like.
and I was like, nobody needs to know. But then the whole day,
But then I decided to announce it to thousands of people on a live stream
whole day.
instead of telling the people at the dinner you were with.
It was like this Cronenbergian thing where I was like, maybe it didn't happen at all, but I was like, no, it happened. Like it really happened. So then I have to like share it, or else like it would like.
So what video games did you play at the Electronic Entertainment Expo?
No, we're past that now.
Did you get a box to take your food home?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
I left it there for them to clean.
So Patrick, you said you had a 50-50. What was the other 50?
Yeah.
Because obviously you had that one
Oh
picked
no, the
out.
other 50.
Have you been to the E3 store?
No, I keep seeing signs that say like there's merchandise. So we went to the E3 Live, the open to the public E3.
Okay.
And they were selling shirts there. There was
Yes.
one that had backwards print on it that said, "This is my E3 Live selfie shirt," and it was backwards.
That's not how any
Which
of
is
that
not
works.
how any of that. Yes, and I.
Do they
So
still
no, I have not been to the E3 store.
Is there a new edition of the 100% gamer shirt?
No, but I saw some. There was a woman who was working the booth, and I was looking. She was wearing a shirt that said E3 Live, but the E3 Live logo with the 3, and it's very curvy, and then Live. Like when I looked over, I just thought that someone was sitting there working that booth with a T-shirt that just said Slave. And I was like, "What is happening? What happened to E3?"
This is a challenging segment.
And as I looked at it long enough, I'm like, "Okay, all right, no, okay, I've been here too long. We have to leave." So no, I have not been to the E3 merchandise area. Thank you,
have some
very much.
opinions on it, though.
Yeah, no, that's a different. I mean, I don't. What was your merchandise area like?
Well, there was Chris and I, apparently while he was battling a gnat, had a long conversation.
To be fair, I had killed it by this point.
Nice work.
He triumphed.
Yeah, good going. Yeah.
With his inside nose meat.
You
ripped it
guillotined
apart.
it
Yeah.
with your tubes.
There's they're selling a T-shirt that
Smelled it to
there's a
death.
bunch of controllers on. There's a Wii remote. There's an Xbox 360 controller.
These are branded. They're not just like they're not similar.
No, they're the real thing.
Okay.
And at the
It's
bottom
legit.
it says
Not the bottom, like the full.
full, huge font, like impact font.
It's good font.
I'd tap that. I wanted to go buy a whole box of them.
Yeah. Yeah, you
throw
need to
in the river?
reinforce that behavior by.
Just to like give out to people. It's like, hey man, I bought you a T-shirt.
I think the idea.
Well, we were both gonna wear
kinda,
them.
Yeah.
Wear them
There were a
unironically.
lot of options. Another option was that you would buy them all because you don't really know how your body's going to change over the years.
So like buy a small now,
Yeah.
Say,
but
like,
buy an
that-
extra large
Yeah.
just in case.
And then like what if like you like lose some weight, like you're going
Sure.
through like a strong 45, you know, and you're like, oh no, I need an extra small.
Sometimes I look at shirts and I say, I'd love to get fat into that.
Because I'd tap that.
Especially if it's
Like the
that
shirt
cool.
says.
If the shirt is that cool, that's worth me getting fat into it.
What I like about it is how it doesn't make any sense. Like, do you tap a video game controller when you're playing it?
Sometimes.
Yeah,
Yeah?
I put it. That's how
Explain.
I. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are buttons.
Yeah, buttons
And
on
you
it, man.
and you're like, I tap
Sometimes
that.
you tap a button.
Yeah.
Sometimes you
Like
could press it.
QuickTime
Sometimes
event.
you could
there's a
hold it.
tap, I guess.
Yeah, or like you have to mash X to
QTE
open
that.
a door. Yeah, I'd QTE that.
You mash that.
E3,
Yeah.
let's change the font.
I play a lot of idle games, incrementals, if you
Right.
will, and I would say so. I have some numeric proof that I can tap my iPhone screen 500 times in 30 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah,
You can really tap that.
500.
500
Can you
times,
prove that?
30 seconds.
Literally right now on air.
Let's see how it goes. All right. Yeah, we've got 30
What
seconds.
what is this game?
Tap Tycoon
Okay.
from the makers of Tap Titans. It's
I also meant to ask, what's the policy on bathroom breaks in the middle of the show?
if you absolutely need to handle it, I'd say go for it. If it's going to
Actually,
be
I'm
a
getting
real
phone call actually
problem.
on my phone right now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you got to take a call, then yeah.
It's my bank.
Okay.
you're locked in.
Yeah.
It's the bank. Can you unclip me, Danny? It's
Yeah,
the
you
bank.
got it.
The bank is calling me.
Okay. You've got 30 seconds.
Seems
Okay.
fair.
Okay, just
Those
so
are the ones
everyone's
you're
clear
going
before
with?
I start that it's not like I'm not going like this.
Uh-huh.
All right. So.
Am I adjudicating this?
No, it'll tell. There's a challenge you can perform hourly.
Oh,
that,
okay, thank God.
That is a whole thing where you can you mine for gold, and everyone in your everyone in your investment group, which is like a clan.
Sure.
Look. Okay, here we go. Gold digging challenge. Challenge number 15. 3, 2.
That's fucking cheating. I can see already.
I told you I was going to use 6 fingers.
Right.
You can hear the APM.
Video games.
Does it help not to look at it?
Makes me feel better.
Yeah?
To not see what I'm doing.
Do you get in your head?
Yeah, a little bit. I kind of think about like, man, this will be over in 7 seconds.
Why aren't you utilizing your other fingers?
You know, I feel like I would be faster on these. And okay, what? It's counting up. It's counting up. Oh my God.
Time is up. You have collected 315.14K.
Okay, but the number below it.
You have tapped 597 times.
Nice work.
Yeah.
The funny thing about that is it's not 600.
You tapped that.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
but I'm normally 5 to 520. So
Oh, wow.
when I had to really focus here and,
I wish
and
I
get
had a
going.
T-shirt out of a box to give you.
Yeah, if you did. Then
I'll bring them tomorrow. I've said it publicly now. I'll buy a box of T-shirts.
Are you sure?
Don't do
No.
I don't think that's a very good
I
idea.
think that's a lie.
Yeah. I don't know about that. Danny, what do you do in the rest of the show? It seems like you've got like a bunch of different hosts and people doing stages and all this other stuff. So do you have like free time to actually get out and see anything, or is this stuff just getting brought to you?
I've played fuck all. I've played nothing.
Yeah.
Is this what happened to you when you worked at GameSpot for all these years?
Yeah, definitely. There were years like the Santa Monica year in 07. Like we sat in the restaurant we rented out on the Santa Monica Pier, and everyone brought the games to us. So it's like, here's Assassin's Creed. Here's we finished with Rock Band. And,
Well, that's the idea, except that now like nobody wants to take the risk of playing games live, so they just bring B-roll.
Yeah.
So
they
it's
just show up with tapes and just go like, we're going to play the tape that you've seen because our game was in the press conference. Congratulations.
Which makes it easier because less things go wrong. I basically come to E3 every year, don't get to play anything, and I have conversations with people about their games that I haven't played.
Yeah.
So I just like talk to David Cage for 20 minutes about David Bowie mostly, actually. I've actually got a really good body horror story about E3 as well.
And David Cage? Because I have
and
one
my
too.
mouth. Oh, no, not David Cage. I got my wisdom teeth taken out about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So I didn't know this, and my dentist didn't tell me, but when you get your wisdom teeth taken out, like, after it closes up, like, fucking weeks later, just bits of teeth start, like, coming through.
Yeah.
That's...
Like, your body, like, he didn't, like, get them all.
Bonus
so it
teeth.
starts, like, rejecting it. So I didn't know, and I woke up...
I got my wisdom teeth taken out. That
so did
didn't
I.
happen.
That didn't happen.
didn't get
That's not real.
teeth coming
So
back
I didn't
to
even get,
eat
like,
my
put to
face.
sleep. I was just, like, I was awake, and he was just like...
Is this a doctor?
Wait, why were they using
what's a
a
doctor?
chisel? You chiseled you.
So wait, okay,
To be
so
fair,
finish
no
this.
dentists are doctors, but I think that he went to a back alley.
Take that, dentists!
They're dentists.
And yeah, anyway, so I got this, like, piece of tooth that's, like... I can feel it. It's like a piece of tooth that's coming out. This fucker won't leave, though. It's been 3 days.
That's bad.
I'm, like,
I
tonguing
recommend
it.
that you get that taken care of.
It's all right.
You should probably just try to get it out through your nose and then your mouth over and over
Right,
again
yeah.
until something happens. I hear that works great.
It's a good show.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, when I had my jaw broken, I went and saw the doctor 8 weeks later, and he put a screwdriver in my mouth, and it's like, guess what? Extra screw in there. And he just took it out.
What?
True story.
Jesus Christ.
My body's a mess, man.
Body horror.
Did he find a gnat in there?
No, I don't. That would come later in life.
What is the nightmare? What?
Guys, wait, can I ask you a question?
Is any of this happening right now?
This is a video game related thing.
Okay.
I promise.
All right. Yeah.
Did you go to that EA event?
Yeah.
EA Play?
The thing here. Yeah.
When you were in Nokia Live or whatever they call it now.
Yeah.
Did you think it was strange to actually play video games and not watch Zoolander?
Yeah, it was
Yeah, that
definitely
was, like,
it was
really
strange. It
unusual
was
for
strange
me.
to be there and then have there be like
actual
video games to play.
I feel like that is like a place that is like where they take you when they want you to like know video games exist.
And you can watch Zoolander on a loop, and you're trapped
Like,
there.
at least 3 times.
What a great event! No, that's after 1.2 viewings of Zoolander at that Activision event. I think it was like me and Andy McNamara and...
You bailed?
Yeah, we were like, let's just get a fucking car, get the fuck out of here. We could just leave. we could make that. We're adults. We could walk out of this place.
You had money at that time.
Yeah, no,
I was poor.
Yeah,
I lasted through 3.5
yeah.
Landers before they put the plebeians back on the bus.
Yeah, that was the great bit for that was Judges Week, the pre-show, and then the great bit was the following year when I guess it was Epic. I guess it would have been Wes Phillips for Epic, gave everybody a copy of Zoolander.
You know the brilliant thing about that Activision thing that I thought about? That was the final year that they showed a Guitar Hero before this reboot.
Right, yeah.
And they rented out Nokia Theater, and they had a stage with Guitar Hero on it. They were like, this is Guitar Hero.
Yeah.
Don't touch our guitars.
Yeah. We're going to bring out some people from Neversoft to play these. You know what? We're going to play that song again, but now we're going to show it to you with 4 guitars. Because you can do that in our game. Like, yeah, it was.
How do you feel about A Little Place for Ants? Is that a good Zoolander reference?
Almost.
I saw that movie 2.5 times.
A Little Place
I would
for
think you'd be an
Gnats?
expert. A Little Place for Ants.
Griffin! You make a living putting things in your mouth. How can you relate to this gnat story? Do you think that there's anything we can mine from this for amiibo testing?
It was too small. Was the problem? Well, no, because it gets if they made amiibos that little, I wouldn't risk it.
No, that's not safe anymore.
No.
That's a choking hazard for adults, not just
I'd rather
children.
do too big than too little, because too big is there's very little danger posed by an amiibo that's too large.
Mhm.
You put it in there and it's like and you can try and you might hurt your jaw, but you're not going to die from it.
Right.
One that's too little might be, because it could interspace in there and then you don't know where it ends.
Question, an important question. Say you do put one that's too large in your mouth, and then you fall forward. And then you
It would take a
land on
significant amount. It would have to break my jaw, like, in order for some of these amiibos to really get in there. I just got the Mario Anniversary Edition one that's all big and blocky. Like, I would need to jump really high up in the air and then come landing mouth first down on the ground.
Would it be like kind of a swan dive with like your gullet fully extended, and then it would kind of go straight through you?
Well, I'm a human, not a pelican, so like that.
Are
would
you
happen.
sure?
Pretty sure. If I was a pelican, I'd be a much more successful amiibo reviewer, I think.
Fair enough.
Have you tried like those Skylanders giants?
I would never fucking put a Skylander in my mouth.
He has standards.
It's good to know.
That shit is disgusting, man.
Do you have any feelings
Why
about
don't I just go out on the street and scoop up some dog poop and put it in my mouth, Danny? And review that.
Toys to life. What a wonderful world.
Have there been? Let's if we can peek behind the curtain a little bit on
Yeah,
this.
sure.
Just really get to.
Was there a mountain too high?
No, I'm wondering, what was there a moment when you had an amiibo in your mouth where you actually felt like you may have been in danger, like one that was a little too small, and you're like, actually, this might go.
The second one I ever did was Shovel Knight. And that dude's got horns on him.
Oh,
and
sure.
I hated every second of that.
Yeah, that sounds miserable.
Yeah, that was the only. Let's go way behind the curtain.
Yeah.
That one drew a little bit of blood.
Oh, yeah. That's sometimes you have to suffer for your art. And by art, I mean.
Is that what we're calling it?
I mean videos on a video game website.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No, it is my art, and that's the medium I've chose to work in. And you don't think Picasso had to bleed for the things he did? I'm not sure what he did.
I don't think he had to.
I think he would paint in blood. I assumed. I didn't know. I don't know.
I'm sure at some point he poked himself accidentally. He dropped the
From a
easel
horn
on
as
his
a
foot.
plastic toy.
He probably had the paintbrush in his mouth and fell, and then it
And it
pierced
went
something,
way deep
and
down
there was a
in
whole
there.
thing, which is a constant fear of. I like to walk around the house as I brush my teeth, and and it's a 2-minute process because I have one that it's electric. It's just how I do it, and as I walk around, I'm like, this is how I'm going to die. I'm going to fall, and then it's just going to be a bad
Now imagine you did
situation.
that as a piece of serialized web content, and then you found out that it was the only thing you've ever made on the internet that children love. I get that a lot. Like my kid loves Griffin's Amiibo Corner. I think like, shit.
You're horrible parents.
Yeah,
or
'cause it's That's a bad. You don't want them to replicate that.
No, that's like
I'm a trained professional.
Yeah, well, now you've just given me an idea for a web series. I hope you don't mind. I mean, we are part of Generation Remix, but I'm just going to start my series where I just put plastic bags over my head.
Yeah,
kids are going to love it.
Kids are going to adore it.
It's going to be awesome. Be like, I'm a fun astronaut. We're going to space, kids. Just leave it on there until the stars come out. That's all I got. It's only one episode, I guess, because once you go there, this kind of.
Well, we take it 1 week at a time.
All right.
I have a question.
Okay.
I honestly don't know the answer. I live near Griffin. I don't know the answer to this. But do you wait until your wife is home for you to do this? Because, like, say it goes wrong, and then she comes home to find you, like, on the floor, like, purple. Like, and I hope that you put pants on that morning with, like, a toy in your mouth, dead.
I actually have a Life Alert subscription.
Yeah?
I had to get it for this.
You only
I don't know if
turn it
Life
on?
Alert is a thing you have to subscribe to.
Yeah,
it's not fucking Game Informer.
Yeah, no, I think you have
You don't really have to subscribe.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, if you trade in enough used games, they give you a Life Alert subscription.
Yeah,
it is
sure.
exactly like Game Informer.
Oh,
So,
boy.
Yeah.
No, like I'm a grown-ass man, and I have a decent-sized mouth and like really great glottis control. So like I'm pretty much set. Like I don't want to say this is my superpower, not choking when I put toys in my mouth, but
No gag reflex.
So far I'm batting
It's a
1,000.
moneymaker.
What size is a decent size for a mouth?
That's a crazy sentence to say out loud.
I mean, you awarded yourself the status of decent sized mouth.
One Yoshi amiibo size, because that was like the max cap that I could still wrap my
Is
lips
that
around.
a soft Yoshi or a hard Yoshi?
The hard one. I will never put a spongy amiibo in my mouth of any sort.
That's a good policy, I think, because
so, too.
those would pick up dirt, I think, a lot
gotta
more
have
easily.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Than a
don't know
lot
where
of the
they've
other
been.
ones. So the yarn Yoshis,
Has anybody here ever watched one of those? I've never asked literally anybody this, and so now I'm asking all of you people here on this live stream this. Has anybody watched
call.
one of those videos and thought, I'm gonna try to see if I can fit an amiibo in my mouth.
Yeah.
Because I do want to challenge adults who know what they're doing up there. I don't want kids to I like the funny man. I'm gonna.
Yeah, no.
I want an adult to try to do it because I want them to see. I want it to be aspirational.
I've watched it and thought I could do that. I could probably.
But
do
you
that.
haven't.
No, I have not.
It's kind of like pro baseball.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely. Everyone thinks they can do it.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
when you get up there,
You just don't get up there.
Yeah, no, it goes bad. Also, I have TMJ. My jaw kind of pops and clicks and stuff like that. So I really think if I were to,
That might give you extra clearance, though.
it might. If I could unhinge my jaw like a snake, then I'm putting you out of business.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know that it works that way.
Is there a
Instead,
good
it just
starter
hurts a
that
lot.
you recommend?
Mario was the first one I did, and he was actually kind of a breeze.
Yeah.
It seems like it would be. Yeah.
Kirby, a lot of people are like, Kirby, that'll be easy. Kirby is completely spherical, like a jawbreaker. It's hard to fit your tooth profile around that.
So Boo, the new Boo would probably
Boo's
be okay?
gonna be tricky. No,
Oh,
because
really?
Boo's real round. That's what I'm saying. Like your mouth, your teeth don't make a round shape. They make
Something
a long
thin.
shape. So you
Yeah.
can get
So
something in
something
there.
round, it's like ball gag territory.
It's
or
ball
something
gag
like
territory.
that.
It's
So,
essentially
it's a
exactly
whole
where
thing.
we're at.
We're
Yeah.
talking about dicks, right?
Yeah, amiibos.
Yeah.
Amiibos.
Okay.
Yeah. Patrick, what is Kotaku's answer to Griffin's Amiibo Corner now that we live in this personality-based economy of games journalism? The cake pictures thing doesn't seem like a video game cake that isn't paying the bills anymore. So, Danny, Barry,
What?
GameSpot's answer to Griffin's Amiibo Corner?
Fuck me.
People would probably watch some of that.
The Amiibo can do a lot of things.
You're just going to put the strap on the Amiibo. Anyway.
You wouldn't believe what Kid Icarus is up to.
All of our ideas go through such a wonderful vetting process that it's so. We've already come up with so many of the best ideas that we just run out of them.
It's true. Griffin's Amiibo Corner is actually the only thing GameSpot hasn't done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose at this point.
What a unique concept that we absolutely cannot copy in any way. You
true.
just are able to have that for yourself.
Anything I can
mouth profile.
Anything I can geek out, yeah.
It's his unfair advantage.
How fucked up would it be though if some other video game website was just like literally like, yo, we're gonna put amiibos in our mouth. Like none of the nuance of just like, oh fuck y'all.
They're 30-second videos.
Yeah.
They're just right to the point. Like his videos are too fucking long.
Yeah.
Just put this shit in your mouth.
I'm gonna put this shit in my mouth. Yeah, I can do it.
Done.
Done.
Next video.
Next one.
It's like 6-minute abs comes out with 5-minute abs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ruins
We could
it.
just incorporate it into our current lineup. It would be like top 5 Skyrim mods while you're like gagging on a Waluigi.
I would probably watch that video.
Yeah.
If it was literally someone running down the top 5 Skyrim mods with amiibos in their mouth.
Regular videos, but gagging on an amiibo
great.
at the same time.
We'll call it gagging.
Yeah. Is Polygon planning to like capitalize on this concept? Is there any sort of like, like, hey, it's going to be Amiibo Corner Week. All of our coverage is going to be performed with people with amiibos
Actually,
in their
I
mouth?
have a phone. My phone is on right now. There's an active call to our like brand management department.
Good.
And right now, just like trademark gagging, trademark gagging right now. And I think we're good.
Is it
to
just
go.
an N or was
Oh,
G?
G apostrophe N.
Okay,
Yeah.
that it seems more
like Cruisin' USA.
The kids are gonna like it.
Gagging
More like-
USA. Get that one too. Damn it. Shit.
We have 12 high-priced lawyers. It's already done.
You should
GameSpot
get.
gagging.
Did you see that truck with the .gamer thing driving around?
Right, yeah.
You
they're
should get
selling
gagging
.game
gamer.
domains.
Yeah, gagging.game.
I was looking up .game domains for something fucking stupid I was doing.
Jeff.zone.
Yeah, no, that's not stupid. Jeff.zone is a web destination. It's a portal to connect to me.
Don't let him get in his zone. So much teeth.
Have you ever thought about registering a domain, Danny?
Yeah, f1.cool.
Right.
got the
No,
best
I forgot
There you
all
go.
about f1.cool.
There you go. Yeah.
Is it fun?
No, it's
Oh, I thought this was a play on, like, we're having fun.
Yep.
Holy shit, that
You really nailed
No,
it.
that's a good website.
See?
John.
I
told you so to get
cool.
Register.
Trademark f1.cool.
It's an IGN first.
That's right. No, that's Giant Bomb. That's videogames.com's F1 podcast.
Right. By the way, when the fuck did that happen?
Right before E3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Acquired.
It was good.
I thought about telling you, and then I was like, because I know you occasionally would mention videogames.com, and I was just like, I'm just not going to tell him. I think that'll be funny.
I actually checked before one of the stage shows. I just I typed it in, and I went, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, all right, fair enough.
It goes to a video game website now. Yeah. Well, gosh.
Is that what this is, Jeff?
It's what it's always been, Danny. It's what it's always been.
Fun.
It's been a lot of fun having you all here. But I think we have to stop
Did
this
any of us
now.
talk about a single fucking video game that we saw at the Electronic Entertainment Expo?
He said he saw the Batman.
Okay.
And
I played Last Guardian. It was all right.
The Final Fantasy thing looks
Oh, yeah, I
awful.
went Wildlands.
Yeah, what do you think of it?
Man, what if I told you there was a game
Okay.
where you were a white dude with a beard
Okay.
and you went and killed fucking everyone else on the planet?
Yeah!
And you were like, Wildlands! Thump, 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 thump.
Can you feel, can your bearded white man like assume some kind of moral high ground against some sort of
You want to know the moral high
drug
ground that I
criminals?
assumed?
Okay.
The dude was like, we were on a tight deadline because some celebrity was coming in, so he's like, we're going to have to do this on half the time, so we're going to have to move and kill.
Wiz Khalifa's coming in 5 minutes. Hurry the fuck
That's
up.
pretty much what it was. He's like, move and kill, move and kill. And he's like, we're like the snipers or whatever. He's like, see that lock over there? I was like, I don't know, I can't see it. And he was like, lean over here, look at the screen. And he's like, that lock. I was like, okay. He's like, shoot that lock. Free the people and we'll be done. And I was like, oh, okay. I don't see it. And I just kept doing it for like 5 minutes. He's like, no, shoot the lock. I was like, I don't know, man. I think you should shoot the lock. And he was like, no, shoot the lock. And he like got like really like came over. I think he was gonna take the controller. He's like,
was this
shoot
gonna
the lock.
like see some secret Wildlands appointment where like shoot the lock was
Shoot the
code
lock.
for like we're gonna go do bumps. Shoot the
Well, that was
lock.
the theme of the. I know it's Weed 3, That was the most wonderful thing I've ever heard anybody talk about at a press conference during the Ubisoft press conference, which was like, everyone drinks energy drinks. What if instead we were doing cocaine? What?
That's a
What if
great
everyone
point.
let me get a vodka cocaine. What are you talking
Well,
about?
you know, Red Bull and vodka got a little douchey. Like people started, which was sad because I enjoyed it as a beverage. And then
And you know it's not
Sparks
douchey.
came along, and then Four Loko came along, and then the government told me I couldn't fucking have it anymore, and they took the energy out of it. Now what am I supposed to do?
The only way to get your cocaine is to sign up for the military.
I
and go
shoot
kill
the
someone.
Dude, there's a sales party on like 8 floors up if you want some cocaine.
Yeah, no, that's yeah. We get up there, just find the bathrooms upstairs and just run your finger along the toilet tank. That's what you used to be able to do in the third floor bathrooms on payday.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, we have fun around here.
The lock.
What was behind the lock? Did you shoot it?
You know what? It was kind of boring. I shot the lock and just some people got free, and then we went and killed some more people who were from a different country.
That's
But
the
you
end of
know.
that story.
That sounds all right. I don't know. Cocaine game. I was gonna ask more questions, but I think I'm just gonna let y'all go.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's been great having you all here. This suit is.
Thank you. You didn't finish your sentence, but thank you. I can feel the tooth coming up right now.
Jesus, that's. Please keep us posted on any Nat-related happenings.
Don't worry, they're all dead.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
That you're aware of.
Yeah.
Yeah, they couldn't lay baby eggs.
It definitely laid baby eggs in there. You're gonna blast it out like John Coffey from the Green Mile.
Oh, yeah, wait, does he die from because he can't pee? Which one's the one that can't pee?
Yeah, that's a perfect summary of the movie and book Green Mile.
Yeah, I thought so.
Griffin, your podcasting empire is inspiring and delightful.
Oh, that's right, I quit.
Yeah?
Yeah. Off I go on a rocket ship made of podcasts. Out of this old stink industry.
like seriously for realsy?
No, dude, 100% gamer for life.
Okay, word. That's right, dog.
I'd
Yeah.
have that.
Yeah.
It'd be fun. No?
Patrick, congratulations on buying a house.
Thank you.
And working for a bankrupt company. It's all going
It's
to
a
work
really
out.
good
These
thing
two
to
things
do
come
one thing
together
on a Wednesday
perfectly.
and one thing on a Friday.
Yeah. Awesome.
Positive thing to come out of this.
Yeah. Mary, you're a delight.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for sticking through this shit show of a show.
I learned a lot about gnats.
Yeah, I think we all learned a lot tonight.
Small enough to get in your sinuses, that's what they say.
I'm amazed he fought so hard, though.
Me or
Chris
him?
or the gnat?
And Danny, you look like a biz dev guy.
Really?
Yeah.
I want to get out of the way
Like,
of Danny's
you should,
suit.
You
so
should
people
really.
can-
That's the next evolution.
is.
Yeah.
You just never made that step, Jeff.
No. I
That's the
mean,
next. That's what.
I mean, I need a biz dev guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's make some fucking
How do
money.
you feel about Airheads bites?
I don't know what they are.
Oh
They're
my gosh, that tongue.
fantastic. I want in.
I got Tim Schafer to say it 4 times today.
Do you get paid every time he says it? All right, we're gonna talk about this off the
Yeah.
air. We're gonna figure out money making potential off the air. Everyone have a good night. That's gonna wrap it up for tonight's show. We'll apparently be back tomorrow. There'll be more like this after the show. We got some guests. Is Alex here?
Where are they?
Who's on tomorrow? I don't know. All right, he doesn't know. I don't fucking know. They'll show up. We'll talk to them. It'll be right. Yeah, those fucking idiots. Yeah, as if the final segment of tonight and then the night before wasn't bad enough. It'll be real bad tomorrow too. So please come back to giantbomb.com or nuke.com or videogames.com. We're just gonna get all these domains and have them all point to us, and that's how web traffic works, right? Right?
Shoot the lock.
Shoot the lock.